Chapter 351 Duo, Zhangman Li. The three are not bystanders, but Duo's heroine Xiaowu, and her two younger brothers, the Titan Great Ape Erming and the Sky Blue Bull Python Daming. At this time, all three of them looked solemnly into the core area. Daming, Erming, what do you think is the problem? On Xiaowa's small face was full of solemnity. Although she had transformed, she still regarded herself as a member of the Soul Beast clan. Now, in the core area of the Stardew Great Forest, this kind of fluctuation erupted in a place that she had never dared to set foot in. How could she not worry about it? Roar roar. As Xiaowa's voice just fell, Erming, the Titan Great Ape, who was sitting under him, snarled in a low voice. Hearing Erming's roar, Xiaowu frowned tightly. However, although Xiaowu felt that she was very serious, her expression, in conjunction with her little baby fat face, really made people feel unspeakably cute. However, Xiaowu herself did not realize this. At this moment, she spoke with a solemn voice. You mean, there was a strong presence in the core area fighting just now? Even you and Daming are not opponents? Xiaowa's doubts at the moment were not a little bit. Of course she knew that the core area was very dangerous, otherwise she would not have never set foot once during so many years of growing up. However, Daming and Erming are different from him. Unlike the soft-bone rabbits with weak combat effectiveness, the Titan Giant Apes and Sky Blue Bull Pythons are the top existences in the Soul Beasts. However, Erming said that neither he nor Daming were opponents of the person who fought just now. How powerful is the existence in that core area? Moreover, if the existence inside hits the core area, wouldn't it cause a terrible disaster? Thinking of this, Xiaowa's face showed a deep worry. Seeing Xiaowa's appearance, Daming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In all these years, Xiaowu was like a little princess, who had never experienced any danger at all. Whether it's Xiaowa's mother, or Daming and Erming, they protect her well and well. Otherwise, a mere 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, after being transformed, has long been eaten by the ferocious Soul Beast in the Stardew Great Forest. 100,000-year-old Soul Beast. What a huge amount of energy is contained in its body. For the Soul Beast, that is the supreme tonic. Even if it hadn't been for the war not long ago, Xiaowu would not have realized the sinister society before leaving the Stardew Forest. But Daming is different from Erming. It is conceivable how much pressure they have taken on two soft-bone rabbits that can guard 200,000 years. Daming, whose cultivation level is even greater, has once set foot in the Stardew Great Forest and has personally seen the horror of those fierce beasts. Of course, his harvest that time was also very rich. Not only knew part of the secret, but also occupied the lake on the edge of this core area. Therefore, he knew very well that the fighting inside was definitely not caused by the civil war. Most likely, an outsider invaded the Stardew Forest. In this way, the outcome of this battle is very important. It even concerns the future of the entire Soul Beast clan. Gritting his teeth, Daming explained to Erming in a low voice, Erming, I will sneak in to find out the situation. You must protect Sister Xiaowu, and you must not let her out of danger. Roar roar. Hearing Daming's explanation, Erming roared anxiously. He also knew the danger in the core area, so he didn't dare to let Daming take risks. Xiaowu did the same. After hearing Daming's explanation, she said anxiously, Daming, don't be impulsive. It's so dangerous inside, you can't take risks. Mom just left me, I can't lose you anymore. Having said that, Xiaowa's face also showed a sad look. Daming also fell silent. If possible, he didn't want to take risks. However, he had to go. The result of this battle is really important. In case of a bad development, at least I have to be prepared. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Daming still said firmly, there is no way, Xiaowu's sister, you don't know some hidden things, so you can't understand. However, the result of this battle is probably related to the future of this Soul Beast. So I must go in and find out the result. But rest assured, I will be careful. After finishing speaking, the Sky Green Cow Python Daming crawled out of the lake and walked carefully toward the core area. Roar, roar. Upon seeing this, Erming also let out a soft roar, raising his leg to follow Daming. Stop, I will be enough this time. Your task is to protect Sister Xiaowu. Don't let Auntie down. After speaking, Daming got into the core area without looking back. Erming, who was yelled by Daming, had to stop just as he lifted his feet. He also knew that what Daming said was right, but he knew it was dangerous, so he could not accept Daming's own risk. However, he did not dare to go against Daming's wishes. And it's true that you can take Xiaowu and be in a dangerous situation. Roar. With an angry growl, Ming sat down on the ground, causing a tremor of the earth. Xiao Wu also knew that things could not be violated. Now that Daming had made up his mind, it was impossible to change her mind. Instead of staying with his own oil bottle, it is better to let Daming act alone. In this way, at least it can make it easier for Daming to deal with accidents without being distracted to protect himself. Therefore, Xiao Wu stood on Ming's shoulders and shouted loudly in the direction where Daming had left, "Then you have to be careful." There was no sound, and it seemed that Daming had already entered the core area at this time. Indeed, at this time, Daming had already entered the core area. However, all this in front of him shocked his heart, and he even had deep doubts about the speculation just now. There is no other reason. How can there be traces of the outbreak of the war in the core area at this time? Although most of the trees did turn to ashes, they have erected a series of solemn palaces, all kinds of pavilions, trestle bridges, ancient pavilions, and rockery are all available, which looks like a fairyland on earth. Is there really a fierce battle just now? Daming was very puzzled, but he would not lose his vigilance because of this. Being able to cultivate to this point, how could Daming relax his vigilance at will like a Xiaobai who has just entered the world? Still with the spirit of 12 points, carefully sneaked into the more core area. Daming's movements were very light and slow, for fear of making a little movement, which would expose his figure. Chapter 352 King Daming. However, as he got closer and closer to the center of the Stardew Forest, Daming's heart became more and more confused. Does this really look like a big war? There are no broken walls, no rifts in the earth, and only more and more magnificent palace views. Is it possible that there is a mansion of the gods? Daming thought in surprise. At this time, Daming was already close to where Wang Ran and others were. However, Daming's heart began to retreat. There is no other reason. This scene is so beautiful, it doesn't look like a battle at all. There was even no trace of conflict. On the contrary, it was like a transaction between D10 and others and the unknown existence. Under this situation, if I went so recklessly, if I saw something that I shouldn't see, wouldn't it be embarrassing? However, this is only Daming's guess. If he thinks wrong, wouldn't it harm the Soul Beast clan? While Daming was still struggling, a voice suddenly rang from Daming's ear. "Since all have come in, come here." As soon as the sound rang, Daming felt his hair stand up. What kind of existence is this? Without even realizing it, said a word to himself. It's really scary. However, even though he was worried, Daming gritted his teeth and headed towards the center. Facing this unknown powerful existence, it was not that Daming didn't want to escape, but that he knew that he couldn't escape at all. If the owner of the voice is really hostile to him, there is only one dead end. Therefore, instead of doing such a useless effort to escape, it is better to go and see who the owner of this voice is. Of course, more importantly, Daming's feeling told him that the owner of the voice was not hostile. Even, he might get a great opportunity. The owner of the voice that rang in Daming's ear was naturally made by Wang Ran. As early as the moment when Daming stepped into the core area, Wang Ran and Dishan had already discovered his movements. Although Daming thought he was careful enough, he didn't know that his actions had fallen into Wang Ran's eyes. The moment D10 and others stepped into the core area, they wanted to remind Daming and let him go out quickly. Daming is one of the few soul beasts that can be viewed differently by them, not for anything else, simply because he has a heart to consider for the entire race. Therefore, one Daming stepped into the core area because he did not get Wang Ran's permission, which aroused Wang Ran's dissatisfaction and led to punishment for Daming. Even the goodwill for the entire Soul Beast clan declined. Such a result is something they do not want to see. However, because Wang Ran hadn't spoken yet, and even waited for Daming's arrival with sudden interest, they did not dare to speak at will. And just when Daming hesitated, they were still thinking about how to explain to Wang Ran. But unexpectedly, Wang Ran took the initiative to let Daming come over. In this case, the eyes of D10 and others brightened. Is it possible that Daming can also gain something? If this were the case, it would be a great thing for the Soul Beast clan. Daming's blood and talents are all the best. If you can get Wang Ran's training, you will definitely be able to add another top powerhouse to the Soul Beast. The core area is so big that it takes an ordinary person even many days to walk from one end of the core area to the other. But for a top powerhouse, under the circumstance of rushing at full speed, the core area is not that big, to be honest. After all, Liu Oxing's top powerhouse is not generally fast. Therefore, after Wang Ran spoke out, Daming soon came to the core circle where Wang Ran and others were. As he entered the core circle, a huge artificial lake was first caught in Daming's eyes. Compared with the lakes occupied by Daming himself, the artificial lake in this core circle is undoubtedly larger. This lake was specially created by Wang Ran as vacant land. because under the ground of this lake, it was because of serious injuries that the Silver Dragon King fell asleep. And as the huge artificial lake came into view, Wang Ran and others, who were not far from the lake, also entered Daming's sight for the first time. Without hesitation, Daming speeded up and came directly to Wang Ran. Looking at the huge ox-headed python soul beast in front of him, Wang Ran looked up and down with great interest. He had a good sense of Daming, at least he could tell the difference, and would not slaughter humans at will. If it weren't for the original work, in order to make Tang San become a god, he took the initiative to sacrifice, it might not be able to make a breakthrough and become a beast-level existence. However, it is precisely because of this that proves Daming's rationality in the big right and wrong. And as Wang Ran looked around, Daming's heart was also full of surprise at this time. It did not expect that the mysterious unknown existence was actually two humans. Moreover, judging from the appearance of the people in Dishan, they still respect that man. Although these two humans may be the existence of God's mansion, they are also humans. With the attitude of Dishan and others towards humans, even the strongest humans should not be like this. Could it be that these two people in front of them are the divine residences cultivated by the transformed soul beasts? In this case, it can be explained. Although according to the temperament of those powerful soul beasts, it will definitely become a prototype in the soul beast forest. This point, even the spirit beast of the divine residence level is no exception. This is why Daming thought Wang Ran and Datongma Huai were humans right away. However, if it is a soul beast that has already transformed, there is no way. Thinking of this, Daming subconsciously squinted at Wang Ran and Datongma Huai. However, this one frightened Dishan and the others. In their hearts, Wang Ran was at least a first-level divine residence. Wang Ran is okay to look at Daming wantonly, he is a strong man and he enjoys this right. But Daming looked at Wang Ran so presumptuously, isn't this a provocation? Therefore, the most meticulous 10,000 Demon King directly shouted angrily, presumptuous, Daming, you can look directly at the master of the door? Don't apologize quickly. Hearing this angry shout, Daming woke up from thinking in an instant. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out. Just now, because of thinking too deeply, I completely forgot the identity gap between myself and Wang Ran. My lord, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Without hesitation, Daming directly apologized to Wang Ran, wanting to ask for his forgiveness. Chapter 353 Wang Ran wants to accept Daming into Tibet. At this moment, Daming didn't even have time to think about the hidden information in Wan Yuang's words. He only hoped that Wang Ran could not remember the villain as an adult. There are also Erming and Xiaowu waiting outside. He doesn't want to lose his life here because of a little incident. And Wang Ran, after hearing the words of the 10,000 Demon King, just glanced at him faintly, and then sighed silently in his heart. It is worthy of being a character who has risen from the bottom, and he can grow to this point. The meticulous mind is simply impeccable. From beginning to end, 10,000 Demons King seemed to be just a transparent figure. Whether it is Diten, Zikji, or even Xanjun, the sense of existence is much higher than him. But it's such a character, at this tense juncture, when he speaks, he points to the point. Before Diten and the others could react, the 10,000 Demon King had already spoken. In order to prevent Wang Ran from getting angry, the 10,000 Demon King scolded Daming for the first time. It's a scolding, but isn't this also maintenance? Although he knew that Wang Ran was very big, the 10,000 Demon King still did not dare to be careless. If Wang Ran gets angry, then Daming's end is definitely not very good. But now it's different. The 10,000 Demon King scolded Daming for the first time. In this case, let alone Wang Ran is a generous person, even a person with a small belly, for the sake of the face of the strong, will not teach Daming again. It was precisely because Wang Ran had seen through the thoughts of the 10,000 Demon King that he sighed in his heart and looked at the 10,000 Demon King high. However, Wang Ran didn't say much. He didn't intend to go into it. It was just a subconscious look at himself. He was not so small. With a light wave of his hand, Wang Ran spoke to Daming. It's okay, you don't need to be so nervous. Hearing Wang Ran saying this, all the spirit beasts were relieved. Daming was even more relieved and let out a long sigh of relief. Wang Ran didn't care about everyone's reaction, but continued to ask, Sky Green Ball Python Daming, right? Tell me, what is your purpose here? Hearing Wang Ran's question, Daming didn't dare to hide it, and a little embarrassed to say his initial guess and purpose. After listening to Daming's explanation, Wang Ran just nodded gently. On the contrary, Liten and others looked at Daming's eyes, which softened a bit. Although Daming's explanation just now seemed to underestimate them, a few people didn't care. After all, their strength is indeed far worse than Wang Ran. To be honest, what's so angry? On the contrary, because of Da Ming's behavior of caring about the fate of the soul beast, they have gained a bit of favor. Of course, even if their liking increased a bit, they did not speak. Because Wang Ran hasn't finished speaking yet, how dare they speak? It turned out to be so. Then do you know why I called you over when you wanted to leave? Wang Ran continued to ask. Da Ming glanced at the people of Dishan, and saw that they also shook their heads slightly, and said, Da Ming doesn't know, please let me know. Wang Ran chuckled lightly, then said, I will tell you about this next, but before that, you have to learn about my identity. Dishan, come and explain to him. Yes, Lord Master. Diten, who had turned into human nature, held a fist toward Wang Ran, and began to explain to Da Ming everything he said he knew. The master of the gate is the master of the Tibetan gate. After Diten told Da Ming about Wang Ran's identity in detail, shock flashed in Da Ming's eyes. Although there had been speculations a long time ago, but he did not expect that Wang Ran's strength was so strong, and that all the people of Dishan joined Zangman. However, Da Ming also understood the choice of Dishan. After all, it can provide a new way out for the soul beast, and if you change to be yourself, you will join the Tibetan gate without hesitation. After the Emperor General Wang Ran's identity was clearly explained, Wang Ran also spoke again. Now that you know my identity, then you should also understand that from now on, the core area of the Stardew Great Forest is the address of our Zongman. As Wang Ran's voice fell, Da Ming nodded seriously. The fact that the entire core area of the Stardew Great Forest was occupied by Wang Ran, a human being, made Da Ming's mood a bit complicated, but he had no anger at all, or even understood it. Use a place to exchange a chance for the rise of a race, a profitable business. Upon seeing this, Wang Ran didn't pause, and continued to speak. Since this is the address of the sect of my Tibetan gate, it is natural to need someone to guard the periphery, so as not to allow those powerful soul beasts that are not open to enter and cause damage. Originally, I planned to let Dishan and the others take turns to do this. However, if they were allowed to go, they would be overkill. Moreover, it is easy to affect their cultivation. So, I want you to complete this task. In return, I will accept you as an outer disciple of Zangman and teach you the cultivation method. How is it? Wang Ran asked calmly. He didn't lie. A small 100,000-year-old sky blue ox python is not worthy of his big flicker. He really had this idea, because Wang Ran didn't intend to teach the Taoism he had cultivated to D10 and other spirit beasts. The effects of Taoism on beasts Lianxing www.lcds.info is far less powerful than that for humans. Wang Ran had already verified this point as early as the Hokage plane. Of course, if D10 and others want to transform their forms and recultivation, it is not impossible to practice Dao Fa, but this matter is obviously impossible. Therefore, what Wang Ran wanted to teach to D10 and the others was the demon cultivation method that was born out of Taoism, the Sky Demon Taoism. Of course, this cultivation method was not improved by Wang Ran, but from the collection in the Zhangzu, which was written by Yu Daoren. Yu Daoren has 3,000 disciples, and among so many disciples, there is naturally an existence who cultivates in an inhuman form. This demon cultivation method, which was born out of Taoism, was created for the disciples of the demon race with the help of the one that Yu Taoist escaped in. Although the heavenly demon Dao Fa is inferior to Dao Fa, its effect is far stronger than Dao Fa for a creature that practices in an inhuman form. When he was still on the plane of Hokage, Wang Ran discovered this heavenly demon Dao when he was sorting out the collection of Tibetan beads. It's just that it's really a bit troublesome to practice this heavenly demon Dao. It's okay for an ordinary creature with no cultivation base or not deep cultivation base. Just practice directly, and those with advanced and powerful cultivation bases who want to cultivate the heavenly demon Dao Fa must first convert the energy in their bodies into demon power. This is an extremely time-consuming thing and needs to be polished bit by bit. Chapter 354 The Three Beasts Entered Tibet, and the Spirit Ring of the Future Sea is gone. This is an extremely time-consuming thing and needs to be polished bit by bit, and the only hailing that made Wang Ran value in his heart was really lazy, and he didn't want to waste any more time to modify the heavenly demon Dao. Hailing's character is such that Wang Ran didn't want to force Hailing too much, so Wang Ran has always put ashes in the Tibetan pearl. But now, this classic can finally be used. With the spirit beasts of D10 worshipping into the Tibetan gate, it is natural to cultivate the heavenly demon Dao. As long as D10 and others complete the energy conversion in the body, with their strong strength and deep accumulation, they will definitely be able to quickly break through a small realm in a short time. Even the following cultivation will be smoother than ordinary people. However, the process of converting soul power into demon power would have consumed a lot of time, especially when D10 and others were so powerful. the time required was greatly increased. If Ditan were distracted to do such small things at this time, I'm afraid that every 10 or 20 years, don't even think of converting the spirit power in the body into demon power. Originally, Wang Ran planned to let Ditan and others persist for a few years first, and then replace them after recruiting some sects. As a result, Daming broke in at this time and entered Wang Ran's sight. For guarding the core circle, how many are more suitable than Daming, who has been living on the periphery of the core circle? In addition, Wang Ran's senses for Daming were pretty good, so he would have the idea of bringing Daming into the Tibetan gate. Naturally, Ditan and others didn't know Wang Ran's plan. However, this does not delay their happiness at this time. Sure enough, things were as they thought, and Wang Ran really had the plan to bring Daming into Tibet. This is a good thing. Dishan and the others are all looking at Daming with scorching eyes at this time, and they want him to quickly agree. However, Daming did not comply with the wishes of the Dishan people, because at this time, he thought of his brothers Erming and Xiaowu. Daming has never been a selfish person. Just looking at the performance of the people of Dishan, he also knew that being able to enter the Tibetan gate was absolutely extremely lucky. However, if possible, he still wanted to fight for Erming and Xiaowu. Therefore, at this time, Daming hesitated slightly, not knowing how to speak. Seeing Daming's appearance, Dishan couldn't help frowning, and then yelled, "Daming, what's the matter with you? The sect master has already asked you to join Zangman, so he hasn't agreed." Hearing Ditan's scolding, Wang Ran raised his eyebrows and looked at Daming in doubt. Is it possible that what you showed just now is not enough to impress Daming? If this were the case, Wang Ran could only find another replacement. Although his first feeling towards Dishan was pretty good, it didn't mean that he had to be Daming. It didn't make any difference to Wang Ran whether he received the protection of the outer periphery of the core circle or others. Therefore, if Daming is not satisfied and refuses, then Wang Ran can only say sorry. However, Wang Ran didn't know the reason, so he could only ask Daming calmly after Ditan spoke, "Why, is there anything you are dissatisfied with? Let me hear it." Following Ditan's scolding and Wang Ran's questioning, Daming also took a sigh of relief and said with some embarrassment, "Sorry, my lord, it's not that I don't want to join Zangman. Being able to join Zangman is naturally a rare opportunity. Therefore, I am naturally extremely happy. However, I would like to implore adults, can I also include my second brother, Erming and Xiaowu of the Titans and Great Apes?" Hearing Daming's words, the people of Ditan blew their beards and stared. It is a rare grace to give you a chance, and now you dare to make a request. If Wang Ran is displeased because of this, you won't even be able to catch your chance. Compared to the anxiousness of Ditan and others, Wang Ran gave Daming a look. Facing this kind of opportunity, Daming could still think of his brother, which is very rare. As for anger and dissatisfaction, Wang Ran has nothing to do with it. Compared with talents and strength, Wang Ran still values ethics more. This is also an occupational disease that has been an example of others for so many years. Ditan and others didn't understand Wang Ran because they had just contacted Wang Ran, so everything was conceived towards the worst. After Daming finished speaking, Wang Ran stared at him for a few seconds, and his heart hung up. However, he did not retreat. This is the end of the matter, and counseling is useless. You are very good. After a few seconds, Wang Ran said with a chuckle. In a word, Daming's heart was directly placed in his stomach. He knew it was stable this time. In the same way, Ditan and others were no longer anxious. With a relaxed smile on their faces, he glanced at Daming appreciatively, but he didn't expect that Daming really gave Bo a bright light. Sure enough, Wang Ran immediately said, "Ming is okay. Both of you will enter the Tibetan sect and become outer disciples. It just so happens that the two of you protect the periphery of the core circle together, and it can be easier. Junk-san, go and bring Ming here." Having said this, Wang Ran paused for a while, then continued to speak. As for Xiaowu, is that the transformed little rabbit? The talent is fine, but it's a pity. If she didn't choose to transform, her path would go smoother. She should enter the human society to cultivate in 2 years. That's fine, let's bring her here together. Although you can't increase your cultivation level, it's not bad to increase your background. Originally, Wang Ran planned to teach her the cultivation method when Xiaowu awakens her spirit and can officially start her cultivation. After all, the law of the Deluo plane determines that if humans don't get a spirit ring, there is no way to continue to cultivate and improve their cultivation. However, this idea was quickly rejected by Wang Ran. Although you can't improve your realm, if you start practicing Taoism now, you will definitely strengthen your foundation. When the cultivation is officially started, the cultivation speed will inevitably be greatly improved. After hearing Wang Ran's words, Junxun took the order to find Erming and Xiao Wu. But Daming's face was a little darker. However, overall Daming is still very happy. His face was dim, but it was because Wang Ran said that if Xiao Wu hadn't transformed, the road would be a little smoother. Indeed, 100,000 years of cultivation is in vain, and it takes a lot of time to retrain. However, since there are homes, there are also gains. After transforming, Xiao's cultivation speed was not comparable to when she was a soul beast. Coupled with the cultivation of Wang Ran now, the ultimate dream of the soul beast is bound to be fulfilled in the future. When I thought of this, Daming's slightly disappointed mood became bright again. Chapter 355 Kagaya's doubts. It didn't take long before Xunjun returned to the center of the core circle. At this moment, behind him was a huge orangutan with a little girl sitting on his shoulders. Not by others, it is the titans and great apes Erming and Xiao Wu. With the arrival of the two, Daming hurriedly said, "Sister Xiao Wu, Erming, come and meet the master." Erming and Xiao Wu didn't pause either, and they quickly paid respect to Wang Ran. Of course, Tishan and the others did not fall. Just now when he was on the road, Junxun had already explained it to them, so the two of them were already prepared. After seeing the two of them, Wang Ran just nodded slightly, and then looked up and down Erming and Xiao Wu. However, Wang Ran didn't say anything. He said directly, "Since everyone is complete, then I will hold an introductory ceremony for you. When the ceremony is over, you will be the people of mine. At that time, I will teach you the cultivation method again." After that, Wang Ran directly took the lead towards the most solemn and huge palace in the entire core circle. The style was similar to that of Naruto world, except that the first group of doormen were mostly huge soul beasts, so the square inches front of the main hall was even wider. At this time, the Dishan talents focused their attention on Zangman. The majestic momentum made several people look at him again and again. However, everyone's thoughts were not put on this aspect. Although the buildings of Zangman are magnificent, they still care more about joining Zangman to improve their strength. So, just a little sigh, everyone's mind sank. In a solemn atmosphere, Wang Ran held an initiation ceremony for several people. Afterwards, Wang Ran passed the heavenly demon Dao Law to Dishan and other spirit beasts. As for Xiao Wu, it was because of the fact that he had already transformed into a human being. Wang Ran taught him the Taoism he had practiced. Of course, Wang Ran still had the necessary protection measures in place. After D10 and others received the cultivation method taught by Wang Ran, their eyes burst out. With their vision, they can naturally see the power of this cultivation method. Not to mention anything else, but after transforming their spirit power into demon power, their overall strength will rise by a large margin. At the very least, there is no problem slinging the current self. Although Du Liuxing did not popularize the cultivation method, this did not prevent them from understanding that even if it were placed in other worlds, it was a supreme treasure. As for the time it takes for soul power to transform its demon power, in the eyes of them who have practiced for 100,000 years, it is not a disadvantage at all. Sure enough, it deserves to be a method that can forcibly break through the god-level barrier. It is so extraordinary. Lieutenant others couldn't help but sigh with emotion. However, Wang Ran didn't have the mind to care about Dishan's feelings in their hearts. His business hasn't been finished yet. Although the energy concentration of the Stardew Great Forest is very high, for Wang Ran, it is still a lot worse. If he cultivates under these conditions, Wang Ran's cultivation progress will inevitably be greatly reduced. And Wang Ran didn't want to venture into the god realm to practice, so the matter of increasing energy concentration must start to act. Waving his hand, Wang Ran said to the people of Dishan, "Well, you can find a place to practice. Daming and Erming, you two will return to the edge of the core circle to guard the sect to prevent the introduction of spirit beasts. As for Xiao Wu, let her stay in the sect to practice, and strive to lay a solid foundation in the past 2 years." Following Wang Ran's instructions, everyone responded. Even they couldn't help but want to try the new and powerful cultivation method. Wang Ran's move fits their minds. After everyone dispersed, only Wang Ran and Datongma Hui were left on the spot. Even the three-tailed beasts ran into the spirit beast forest, and Sun Wai Jifu, who had always been lazy, was no exception. At this time, Datongma Hui spoke to Wang Ran with some emotion. "The sect master, I didn't expect that just after coming to this plane, the sect's affairs have been resolved." When Wang Ran heard the words, he smiled and nodded, then said, "Yeah, luck is not bad. As soon as I arrived, I came to a treasured geomantic place. Moreover, there is the entire Soul Beast family, used to construct the framework of the sect." Datongma Hui nodded lightly, then continued to ask, "Yes, but according to Dishan and the others, apart from the so-called Divine Mansion, No one in this world should be our opponent. What do we do next? As Datongma Huai's voice fell, Wang Ran raised his head and glanced towards the sky. His deep eyes seemed to penetrate the endless space. Next, I will set up a gathering array in the sect in a while to increase the energy concentration inside the sect. Then we will start to practice and strive for an early breakthrough. The same is true for you. But we have to separate a few clones and go to the mainland to experience the customs. By the way, see if there are any good seedlings, and develop the sect as soon as possible. Looking at Wang Ran's seriousness, Datongma Huai couldn't help being silent. She couldn't understand why there was a sense of urgency in Wang Ran. If it is simply that Wang Ran wants to see the charm of the new world, Datongma Huai would not believe it. After all, this has just arrived in a new plane. Wang Ran is so anxious that he wants to cultivate and improve his strength. Moreover, Wang Ran's method of establishing the sect was also inexplicable. Others established the sect in order to use the power of the entire sect to help speed up their own cultivation. But what about Wang Ran? Almost always giving, cultivating disciples of the disciple. I can't see what I want. Datongma Huai is not a hypocritical person. If there is any doubt, he will ask it the first time. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Datongma Huai directly asked, Sect Master, I don't understand something. Why are you so anxious to practice breakthroughs? You just came to the new world, so there is no need to be so urgent, right? After all, with your strength, there shouldn't be many threats to you in this world. And, what are you trying to build a Tibetan gate? From your body, I can't see any reason for establishing a sect. Is it true that you really just want Zhangman to take root and Yangming in the world? After listening to Datongma Huai's question, Wang Ran was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Datongma Huai would suddenly ask these questions. Indeed, everything that Wang Ran did is completely incomprehensible to people who don't know the truth. However, Wang Ran was stunned for a moment, and he soon reacted. With a chuckle at Datongma Huai, Wang Ran slowly said, You can regard my behavior as a kind of responsibility. Chapter 356 Far Formation. I am a person who has received great grace out of thin air, so naturally I have to take the corresponding responsibility. Moreover, if I still don't work hard, I'm afraid that the ancestors insisted on the things of an unknown number of epochs and were in vain. When he said this, Wang Ran's eyes burst into a terrifying light, and his whole body was full of vitality. Seeing this look of Wang Ran, Datongma Huai was involuntarily stunned. Although I haven't known Wang Ran for a long time, Datongma Huai thought he had seen through this gentle, free and easy man. As a result, he didn't expect Wang Ran to have such a passionate side. Suddenly, Datongma Huai also seemed to have been infected by Wang Ran, and his already calm heart regained his enthusiasm. Wang Ran turned his head to look at the somewhat stunned Datongma Huai, gave a relaxed smile, and then continued, Don't think about it so much, now your strength has not reached the time when you should know the hidden facts, so I won't say more, lest you increase your troubles. When your strength reaches that level, what you need to know will naturally know. Hearing Wang Ran's words, although Datongma Huai still had some doubts, he did not ask wisely. She knew it was useless to ask, since Wang Ran said that her strength hadn't reached the point of knowing the secret, so even if she knew it now, it was of no use. Nodding lightly, Datongma Huai also decided to practice hard to improve his cultivation. Upon seeing this, Wang Ran didn't say much, but set about preparing for the spirit gathering formation. Not only must it cover the entire area of the Tibetan gate, but also the effect of the spirit gathering array must be perfect. This is not a simple matter. Not only requires a huge cultivation base as support, but also requires countless formations. Fortunately, although the method of cultivating immortals is not popular on the plane of Hokage, there are still a lot of materials. Therefore, Wang Ran still has a lot of materials as the base of the formation. Now only need to refine these materials, and then engrave the formation pattern. It can be used as the formation base. Otherwise, the quality of those materials will not meet Wang Ran's needs after all. As he said nothing, Wang Ran directly threw countless array materials from his sleeve. Looking at these various materials, although Datongma Huai had a pair of see-through white eyes, she still felt a little dizzy. Without him, it is too much. After all, it was going to cover the core circle of the entire Stardew Great Forest. How could it be less? But this feeling of Datongma became more obvious after Wang Ran's continuous and dazzling operation. Looking at Wang Ran admiringly, he was indeed the master of the sect, and his background was really powerful. Datongma couldn't help but admire in his heart. She couldn't do this at all. It is not that she is not strong enough, but that she has no knowledge in this area. Array formation is different from ordinary physique. Without a lot of practice and understanding, it is impossible to know the mystery. Therefore, even if Datong Muyui was asked to draw a tiger by night, she couldn't do it. Wang Ran's movements lasted for a week, and Datong Muyui was beside Wang Ran, stopping for a week. Although she couldn't understand Wang Ran's operation, the Taoist rhyme that Wang Ran kept emitting while engraving the formation base still made Datong Muyui feel. Such a day came to an end in Wang Ran's soft cry. The tired look flashed from Wang Ran's eyes. Although it only took a short week, Wang Ran still felt deep exhaustion. Inscribed formation is basically an extremely energy-consuming task, and in order to ensure the effect, Wang Ran inscribed a more advanced spirit-gathering formation. In addition to Wang Ran, in order to save time, he has been working hard this week. It would take another half a month to make so many formations in the same realm as Wang Ran, and Wang Ran abruptly squeezed the time in half. It is precisely because of this that Wang Ran is so exhausted. After closing his eyes lightly, Wang Ran silently adjusted his state, and then set up the formation base. It took a lot of energy to display the formation. When Datong Muyui saw this, he didn't say much, just stood aside in silence. Wang Ran's actions in the past few days have always been seen by her. It can be said that the energy consumed by Wang Ran alone is enough to match the entire energy reserve of several Datong Muyui. That is to say, Wang Ran recovered quickly, otherwise, with him alone, there would be no way to complete it in such a short time. It took 5 or 6 minutes before Wang Ran opened his eyes again. Breathing out the muddy air in his body, Wang Ran's eyes regained clarity. Without hesitation, as Wang Ran waved his hand, all the formations were under Wang Ran's control and flew towards the surrounding area of Zhangman. As the formation base fell on the land everywhere in Zhangman, it was like a ginseng fruit that fell directly into the land. After the formation was in place, Wang Ran's body also continuously released energy, carefully connecting all formations together in an orderly manner. With the rapid consumption of energy in Wang Ran's body, all the formations were connected together. In an instant, a huge wave of formations enveloped the entire Tibetan gate. A large amount of spiritual energy began to gather from the heavens and the earth, and the core circle that was already rich in spiritual energy. At this time, the concentration of spiritual energy began to increase again. At this time, Litan and the others who were cultivating suddenly felt that their cultivation speed had increased by 1 point, and the absorption of surrounding energy had become even faster. Moreover, this improvement is still growing rapidly. In this regard, Litan and the others flashed astonishment in their eyes. Although Wang Ran had already said that he would set up a spiritual gathering formation at Zhangman, he did not expect the effect to be so good. As for what the spirit gathering array is, the people of Dishan are not what it is. It will be clear from the name. However, after being surprised, Litan burst into joy immediately. Regarding the increase in the concentration of spiritual energy, everyone in Ditanfen was crying frantically in their hearts, "Let the storm come more violently." Of course, this is definitely not the case, but it does mean it. However, they soon calmed down their mood and re-entered the transformation of cultivation. They have only just begun to try the conversion of demon power. At this time, they don't have the mind to think about other things. The performance of the people in Dishan was naturally in the eyes of Wang Ran, who had not recovered his spiritual power. However, he didn't care too much. Feeling the aura concentration around him slowly rising, Wang Ran nodded with satisfaction. Although the speed of improvement is very slow, if this continues, it will not take a few years to meet Wang Ran's needs. Chapter 357 Out of the Core Circle, Soul Beast Fight. Moreover, Wang Ran would not be so stupid not to open a small stove for himself. From within the Tibetan gate, it is not a particularly difficult task to arrange a high-level spiritual gathering magic circle with a small covering area. At that time, Wang Ran is completely enough to cultivate breakthroughs. After gently stretching his bones, Wang Ran spoke softly to Datong Muyui. "Okay, the arrangement of the gathering array is complete, and we can start practicing." Datong Muyui nodded lightly, and then the two of them found a palace and started their own practice. However, although the body has entered the cultivation state, Wang Ran's clone did not relax, but was ready to step out of the Stardew Forest and enter human society. As for Datong Muyui, he didn't separate his clone into the human world. It's not that Datong Muyui didn't want to go, but that she had some feelings these days, and she was ready to focus all of her energy on cultivation first, and wait until she made a breakthrough before entering the human society. Wang Ran also expressed support for this. Without bringing anyone else, Wang Ran's clone walked out of the core circle alone. Just after leaving the inner circle, Wang Ran felt a sudden outbreak of battle fluctuations not far away. Wang Ran raised his brow lightly. Didn't he? It was a big fight just after he came out. Upon sensing it carefully, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Because one of the two sides in the battle is Ming and Ming. If the guess is not wrong, it should be the 100,000-year soul beast who wants to enter the core circle to fight Ming. Wang Ran didn't stop, and came to the periphery of the battlefield. He wanted to see whether the strengths of Ming and Ming were in line. Of course, because of Wang Ran's intention to hide the reason, even though he had come to the periphery of the battlefield, no matter it was Ming, Ming, or the other party, he did not find his existence. On the battlefield at this time, Ming and Ming had just played against the spirit beasts who wanted to enter the core circle. Like Ming, the other side is also a 100,000-year-old soul beast. And there is more than one soul beast. There are three at all. A 100,000-year-old ghost leopard king, a 100,000-year-old ironback crocodile king, and a 100,000-year-old unicorn tyrannosaurus king. The 300,000-year-old soul beasts, except for the ghost leopard king, all have some powerful blood. Although not comparable to the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, it is also an existence that can rank in the forefront of soul beasts. Moreover, because the three of them are spirit beasts known for their powerful offensive power, it was quite difficult for Ming and Ming to deal with them. However, Ming and Ming joined forces, but they would not be afraid of the three intruders. Therefore, just after the fight, the two sides fell into a close confrontation. Ming relied on his powerful strength and defensive abilities to catch the slowest ironback dragon crocodile king with wild hammer. In a short while, the ironback dragon crocodile king suffered a lot of collapse, and Yan Ran was already injured. And Ming didn't get much better. On the one hand, he had to deal with the ironback dragon crocodile king. On the other hand, he had to face the attacks from the other two soul beasts. After all, although Ming is strong, it is still very difficult to deal with 200,000-year soul beasts at once, and there is no way to stop all their attacks. There is always resistance to untimely attacks and attacking towards Ming. Therefore, Ming also had a lot of wounds on his body, and his hair also carried the attack of the Tyrannosaurus King, which made him feel a little anxious. Of course, with strong physical fitness, this strength hasn't affected Ming at all. Compared with the ironback dragon crocodile king, there is no difference between being uninjured. The ghost leopard king and the Tyrannosaurus King glanced at each other, and they understood that if they dragged on like this, it was their own party that would suffer. It was difficult to fight 2 by 3 at first. If the king of Ironback Dragon Crocodile was destroyed by Ming, they would have no hope of victory at all. Therefore, Ghost Leopard King spoke directly to Daming and asked sharply, "Sky Green Bull Python, what on earth do you mean? Do you have to fight us and hurt both sides? Could it be that you have to take advantage of the core circle? Doing so may cause dissatisfaction with the big guys." Following the stern voice of the Ghost Leopard King, Ming did not stop his attack. Instead, while attacking, he said to the two of them, "Needless to say, it is impossible for you to enter the core circle. This is our responsibility. If you still want to break through, it is impossible for me to stop." Ming's words directly tickled the roots of the Ghostly Leopard King's angry teeth. However, they are also more certain that the core circle is definitely making big problems. Maybe it was Dishan who was seriously injured or even dead. Daming and Erming wanted to monopolize the inheritance of Dishan and others. Otherwise, what are they doing so hard to stop themselves? Very good, Sky Blue Bull Python. But you have to think carefully. Dishan and their legacy are not something you can eat by yourself. At that time, all the 100,000-year soul beasts in the entire Stardew Great Forest will become your enemy. When the time comes, the fate of the two of you will be self-evident. It's better to join hands with us. The 5 of us can definitely keep this legacy. There is no way to force a breakthrough. The Ghost Leopard King and others can only understand the reason and move with emotion, hoping to get a share of the pie. However, Ming frowned when he heard what the Ghost Leopard King said. Just now, the Ghost Leopard King wanted to enter the core circle, but he didn't agree. They would force the battle to happen. Therefore, Daming had no idea what the Ghost Leopard King thought. Now when I heard it suddenly, it seemed that the Ghost and Leopard Kings were wrong. Therefore, Daming quickly slowed down his attack and explained to the Ghost Leopard King, "You are wrong, Lord. Dishan did not have any accidents, so there is no legacy at all. And I stop you. It is indeed for your good. Otherwise, if you forcibly break in, the end will be extremely tragic." And as Ming slowed down his attack, the hands of Erming Crazy Hammer and Ironback Dragon King also slowed down a lot. As for the 3 people of Ghost Leopard King, They felt that both Daming and Erming had slowed down their attacks, thinking that they had a heart attack. They had a chance. As a result, Daming's words directly made the faces of the three people ugly. They never expected that Daming would refuse so simply, and still hold the banner of being good for them. Is it tolerable or unbearable, really, when the three of them are fools? Both of you were so obvious, guarding the door and not letting in, and telling me that Dishan was not harmed at all. Is it possible? The greatest possibility now is that you want to eat alone. Chapter 358 Cynicism. Enough. Sky Blue Ball Python. They are all old acquaintances, and you still want to lie to us. Since you don't let us in, don't blame us for breaking through. After speaking, Ghost Leopard King and the other 200,000-year soul beasts looked at each other, and the three thoughts came to mind in an instant. Without pause, the three of them struggled to rush towards the core circle. The three people who went all out gave Daming and Erming an unusual headache. If they are facing each other head, the two are nothing but each other. However, now the Ghost Leopard King is about to rush into the core circle with a single mind, and will not fight Daming and Erming at all. Even if Daming and Erming are stronger, there is no good way to face the powerful spirit beasts whose three heads are in the same realm as themselves but want to break through. However, they didn't want to fail the task assigned to them by Wang Ran. No way. Daming and Erming could only gritted their teeth and desperately stopped the three of Ghost Leopard King. Although temporarily blocking the figure of the three forces, the consumption of doing so is also very serious. It didn't take long for both Daming and Erming to consume most of their soul power. Even the two have begun to gasp. Compared with the embarrassed Daming and Erming, the Ghost and Leopard Kings are much better. Because one mind wants to break through, the three are much easier than Daming and Erming. The Ghost Leopard King at this time also saw the jealousy of Daming and Erming. Originally, with the strength of Daming and Erming, if one were to leave, the other two would definitely be beaten to death. However, now Daming and Erming did not do this. Instead they kept obstructing them in embarrassment, not allowing anyone to pass. Ghost Leopard King didn't think it was Daming, Erming and everyone were soul beasts, so his men were merciful. They are all foxes who have practiced for thousands of years. If you think about it in another way, the Ghost Leopard King himself will definitely catch a deadly hammer first. Wait until one is beaten to death before hunting down the other. Therefore, the Ghost Leopard King would never think that Daming and Erming would not do this because they were both under the spirit beasts. Then there is only one explanation. The interests in the core circle are so tempting that no one can see it. Therefore, in order to prevent the leakage of secrets, Daming and Erming will never let them enter the core circle. This is why they would rather spend more effort than let any of them in. The more he thought about it, the more the Ghost Leopard King felt that there was no problem with his thinking. His eyes burst out with greedy light. Fear is good, only when they are frightened, will their chances of obtaining Dishan and their inheritance increase. It has to be said that the speculation of Ghost Leopard King is still very logical. But the facts are often so illogical, and the speculation of Ghost Leopard King is fundamentally wrong. The reason why Daming and Erming didn't catch one of them was because they didn't dare to put the vacant person into the Tibetan gate and cause damage. If this makes Wang Ran angry, and even thinks that they can't take on the important task, then the pants that are simply a loss are gone. Sky Green Ball Python. You can't stop us. If you continue to drag it on, you will definitely be unable to eat first. In this case, why not have a good talk with us? In this way, the five of us can absolutely guard the entire core circle. Ghost Leopard King spoke to Daming again, wanting to achieve a win-win situation. As a ghost beast with a weak bloodline talent, the Ghost Leopard King has cultivated to the level of 100,000 years, and the Ghost Leopard King knows exactly what choice is beneficial to him. If you don't choose to cooperate with Daming and the others, even if your own three occupy the entire core circle, it will be of no use, because they simply can't hold on. Although the 100,000-year soul beasts in the Stardew Great Forest were few and pitiful, there were more than just a few of them. If you monopolize the entire core circle, you don't need to think about the Ghost Leopard King, knowing that your three will definitely be hammered into fools by other 100,000-year soul beasts. Among the many 100,000-year soul beasts, Daming and Erming are undoubtedly the best in character. So instead of ordering other collaborators, it is better to cooperate with Daming and Erming. Of course, the most important thing is that they now have the upper hand. Taking the upper hand means taking the initiative and taking more benefits. If they wait until they really win the core circle, then their positions will be swapped with Daming and Erming. At that time, even if you cooperate with other spirit beasts again, you won't have much advantage. More importantly, they may not be able to seize the core circle from Daming and Erming. Rather than fighting for a future that is not necessarily dominant if it is not dominant, why not choose a better present? The Ghost Leopard King knew this very well, so he was impatient to persuade Daming over and over again. However, it was originally something out of nothing, so how could Daming promise him? Therefore, no matter what the Ghost Leopard King said, Daming ignored him now. Since the Ghost Leopard King and the others were determined to enter the core circle, they did not have Wang Ran's signal, and they did not dare to explain too clearly. Daming simply didn't explain it, taking advantage of the effort that Ghost Leopard King persuaded, hurry up and recover himself. However, Daming's silence, in the eyes of the Ghost Leopard King, the Tyrannosaurus King, and the Ironback Dragon Crocodile King, was a naked rejection. Upon seeing this, the Tyrannosaurus King with the most irritable personality threatened Daming directly. Sky Green Ball Python, don't toast or eat fine wine. Although you are strong, don't forget that we have three. If it weren't for the Leopard King, I would not bother to give you nonsense. Hearing this, Daming squinted his eyes and stared at the Tyrannosaurus King. However, Daming still said nothing. The eye-horned Tyrannosaurus King who was stared at by Daming couldn't help but shudder. Without him, he remembered that he had challenged Daming because of his youth and frivolousness, but he was beaten and couldn't find the past of. However, soon he shook his body and looked at Daming proudly again. Now he is the one who has the upper hand, panicking. When the Ghost Leopard King saw Daming's appearance, he also couldn't make ends meet. He said that Daming still looks like a ghost. Why, look down on him, Ghost Leopard King. Sky Green Cattle Python, you have to think carefully. You won't get any benefits if you are against us, Ghost Leopard King threatened in a low voice. However, as the ghost of the Leopard King just finished speaking, before Daming could respond, a figure whispered from the ears of the soul beasts. Don't think about it, I want to see how you three little things make my Tibetan disciples not pleased. Chapter 359 Wang Ran debuts. Ming speaks. It was not someone else who was talking, but Wang Ran, who had been watching in such a long time just now. Wang Ran also understood the three thoughts of the Ghost Leopard King. Although it was a bit dumbfounding, Wang Ran was able to understand their careful thoughts. As for the problems of Daming and Erming, although their strength is somewhat insufficient, Wang Ran's attitude is still very gratifying. As long as you have this attitude, you can report to the sect. As for the strength, relying on the hidden gate, that thing will not be able to improve soon. Therefore, following the wild words of the Ghost Leopard King and the Tyrannosaurus King, Wang Ran, who had seen enough, also walked out of the dark. With Wang Ran's appearance, both Daming and Erming said with excitement, Master, you are here. Ho ho ho. Don't blame them for their excitement. Under the situation just now, they couldn't hold on for long. At that time, when they can't hold on, they can only watch the three Ghost Leopard Kings and swagger into the core circle. Naturally, their mission can only end in failure. Now, when Wang Ran is here, the savior is here. They don't have to worry about the Ghost and Leopard King and the three guys breaking into the Tibetan gate. However, compared to the excitement of Daming and Erming, the temperament of the Ghost Leopard King trio is a bit bad. The three of them looked at Wang Ran vigilantly. For this person who appeared suddenly, they couldn't figure out Wang Ran's identity. However, being able to appear in front of them quietly, coupled with the excitement of Daming and Erming, Wang Ran's strength naturally cannot be underestimated. Humanity? Ghost Leopard King asked Wang Ran vigilantly. Wang Ran cast a faint glance at the Ghost Leopard King. Although the Ghost Leopard King was much more handsome than the Tyrannosaurus King and the King of Ironback Crocodile, he was not a handsome man. Therefore, Wang Ran didn't take a high look at Ghost Leopard King at all, and replied nonchalantly, Why, what do you think? Hearing Wang Ran's admission, and adding that Wang Ran didn't care about him so much, Ghost Leopard King roared, and then said, It's really a human being, the Sky Blue Cow Python, the giant ape. Are you going to betray the soul beast? The Ghost Leopard King can be said to be the existence that hates humans the most among the 5 soul beasts present. At first, if it hadn't been for the human beings to slaughter his race for his spirit ring, the Ghost Leopard King, who had been cultivated for 60,000 years, would not venture into the core area of the Stardew Forest. Although he was successfully promoted to a 100,000-year-old soul beast, the suffering he suffered could not be easily erased. You know, soul beasts with powerful bloodlines in the core area emerge in endlessly. The ghost leopard with a cultivation base of 60,000 years is not as powerful as the other soul beasts of 30,000 or 40,000 years. This can also tell what life the ghost leopard king has lived in these years. Therefore, his attitude towards human beings is to kill them all. There are no more human beings who died in his hands. Hearing the loud roar of Ghost Leopard King, Wang Ran didn't care, but said to Daming and Erming, "You two performed well this time, and I can rest assured that you guard the Tibetan gate. But next time you encounter this situation, just send a letter to the sect, and Dishan will naturally come to help you." "I see, my master." Roar. Roar. As Wang Ran's voice fell, Daming and Erming quickly replied. This scene directly caused the anger in Ghost Leopard King's heart to burn wildly. Wang Ran, a human being, actually ignored him so much. Although Wang Ran is very strong, so what? In so many years, he was not a title duo who had never killed a human. Although the title duo he killed was just a weak chicken that had just broken through, it was also title duo, the most powerful human being. However, although the Ghost Leopard King was angry, his brain was flexible and he was not confused. It's impossible to do it yourself. There is still a gun under your hand. How can you risk it yourself? Therefore, the Ghost Leopard King spoke directly to the Tyrannosaurus Unicorness and the King Ironback Crocodile. It can't be delayed anymore. Just break through the encirclement forcefully. Give the Azure Bull Python to the Ironback Dragon King, and I will deal with the Titan Great Ape. As for the human being, I leave it to you, the Tyrannosaurus King. Hearing the instructions of the Ghost Leopard King, an inexplicable light flashed in the eyes of the Ironback Dragon King Crocodile, and his body did not move at all. The unicorn Tyrannosaurus rushed out directly. It's just a human being. The thing he doesn't care about is human beings. However, in the next second, the Tyrannosaurus King was knocked off by Wang Ran. The Ghost Leopard King, who spoke first, only moved slightly. The King Ironback Dragon Crocodile didn't even move. The inner-horned Tyrannosaurus King, who flew upside down, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and the spirit of the whole person instantly declined a bit. In this simple scene, the Ghost Leopard King and the Ironback Dragon Crocodile King quietly swallowed. They knew that Wang Ran would be very strong, but they didn't expect to be so strong. Compared with the appearances of the Ghost Leopard King and the Ironback Dragon Crocodile King, Wang Ran just glanced at it faintly, and said, "Noisy." After speaking, Wang Ran looked at Erming. Although he can understand Erming's meaning, he still feels very uncomfortable listening to Erming. Therefore, Wang Ran said directly to Erming, "Erming, don't yell, guess what you mean, it's not enough to waste time." After speaking, Wang Ran pointed directly at Erming. In an instant, a ray of light radiated from Wang Ran's fingers and entered Erming's throat. Erming just wanted to ask what to ask, but when he spoke, he was taken aback by himself. "My lord, I can speak." In an instant, Erming was excited. Although his strength is stronger than the average 100,000-year soul beast, his cultivation base is less than 100,000 years old. And without a 100,000-year soul beast, Erming couldn't speak at all. Although I am envious of Daming and Xiaowu being able to talk and communicate, Erming knows that he still has some way to go. Now, he could actually speak, and he no longer had to envy Daming and Xiaowu. How could this surprise him? Similarly, Daming was very pleasantly surprised at this time. Compared to Daming and Erming's joy, Wang Ran's heart was not disturbed. It's just igniting Erming's throat bone. There is nothing to be proud of. As a result, it was such a simple little thing that directly made the Ghost Leopard King dumbfounded. How strong is it to be able to violate the rules? I felt a little scared because the unicorn Tyrannosaurus was slapped to fly. Now, as Wang Ran incited Erming's throat bone, making Erming's cultivation base less than 100,000 years old to speak, the ghost of the Leopard King and the three were more deeply afraid. Chapter 360. 100 years as a slave. Heroes do not suffer from immediate losses. Although the Ghost Leopard King hates humans, he will not joke about his life. The hand that Wang Ran showed was far beyond what Ghost Leopard King could handle. Therefore, Ghost Leopard King did not hesitate, and said directly and decisively, "Go." Before the words came to an end, the Ghost Leopard King's body left the place directly, and he didn't care about the Tyrannosaurus Unicornus and the King Crocodiles. The King Ironback Crocodile and Tyrannosaurus King ran away first when they saw the Ghost, and the Leopard King secretly cursed. However, they did not mean to complain. The three of them weren't foul friendships, they just used each other. Before the Ghost Leopard King left, he knew to remind them. It was considered as benevolent. Both the Tyrannosaurus King and the King Ironback Crocodile were not fools, and Wang Ran's appearance greatly disrupted their positions. Now that the Ghost Leopard King is starting to run, how could they stand here stupidly as targets? Therefore, at the moment when Ghost Leopard King ran away, the two quickly escaped. Looking at the three people running away, Wang Ran chuckled indifferently, and then whispered, "Run? Does it work?" When the voice fell, Wang Ran stretched out his palms directly in the direction where the three escaped. Although the speed of the 100,000-year soul beast is very fast, especially the ghost beast that is good at speed like the ghost leopard. However, this speed is still not enough in front of Wang Ran. Although, this is just a clone of Wang Ran. I saw a mysterious energy shoot out directly from Wang Ran's hands, but in just a second, It directly entangled the three people of Ghost Leopard King. Then, in the eyes of the world, the three terrifying soul beasts with a cultivation base of 100,000 years were like little chickens and were directly dragged back to Wang Ran's front. "Have I said to let you go?" As soon as he was dragged back, Wang Ran's voice passed into the ears of the Ghost Leopard King. No joy or anger, no sadness or joy. The great horror between life and death made the Ghost and Leopard King shudder. They didn't know whether Wang Ran would kill them to get their bones. However, according to their worldview, this probability is still very high. As soon as they thought that they were about to be wiped out, the eyes of the three ghosts and leopard kings showed deep fear. Especially the Tyrannosaurus King, he didn't want to come. However, the Ghost Leopard King couldn't bear to say too much, and he also wanted to see Da Ming's deflated appearance. So he cooperated with the Ghost Leopard King and the Ironback Dragon Crocodile King to attack. In the end, who had come to think? He did see Da Ming's embarrassment, and it was caused by himself. However, the price was too high, so I confessed myself directly. Thinking of this reason, the Tyrannosaurus King couldn't help feeling sad. I had known the result for a long time. Even if his horned Tyrannosaurus King starved to death and hit to death from the Stardew Great Forest, he would not interfere with this matter. Not to mention the Dishon legacy, it is the fierce beast level that allowed him to break through immediately. He will not do it. Hearing Wang Ran's words, I saw the pitiful look of the Ghost and Leopard Kings. Daming and Erming also felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, and gave Wang Ran a sneak peek. How do you feel that Wang Ran is a bit like a villain now? Wang Ran was naturally aware of this strange atmosphere, and to be honest, it made him speechless. Especially the three guys of Ghost Leopard King. Obviously they were looking for things first, but now they are pitiful, making them the victims. However, even though he was a little speechless, Wang Ran did not show it. On the contrary, he still looks calm at this time. As the saying goes, as long as I don't feel embarrassed, then you can't embarrass me. So Wang Ran, who has implemented this principle thoroughly, coughed lightly and then said, "You three are very courageous. Let's not talk about Dishon and the others. They have been sheltered by Dishon for so many years. How do you repay them? With so many 100,000-year soul beasts in the Stardew Great Forest, only the three of you chose to shoot." When Wang Ran said so, an embarrassment flashed in the eyes of the Tyrannosaurus King. With the blood of the dragon race, he can be said to benefit the most from the people of Dishon. This is indeed a bit unnatural. On the contrary, the Ghost Leopard King and the Ironback Dragon Crocodile King, with indifferent expressions in their eyes. It's useless to say more. It seems that Dishon should have surrendered to you. People like them are not qualified to be the leader of soul beasts and occupy the best territory. Might as well give up the position early. At this moment, the Ghost Leopard King also knew that he was in danger, but he was heartened. Regarding the performance of Ghost Leopard King, Wang Ran just shook his head. This kind of extremely self-centered guy is not worthy of his attention. Ignoring the Ghost Leopard King, Wang Ran didn't want to waste too much time here, and said directly, "You know, not everyone can break through my hidden gate. Since the three of you have made mistakes, you will naturally bear the price. Thinking that your cultivation is not easy, I will punish you as a slave for 100 years and help Daming and Erming guard the outer periphery of the core circle." After speaking, Wang Ran squeezed his handprint and directly punched a seal into the three heads. At the same time, a piece of energy separates from the Dharma seal, connecting Daming and Erming with this Dharma seal. As the Fein penetrated into the heads of the three Ghost Leopard Kings, the faces of the three Ghost Leopard Kings changed wildly. They can feel that an invisible energy is threatening their souls. In the face of this invisible energy, they have no room to resist. The source of this energy is Wang Ran, Daming and Erming. Unlike the Ghost Leopard King trio, whose expressions changed wildly, Erming's expression was also extremely excited. He could also feel the invisible connection between himself and the Ghost Leopard King. As long as one's own thoughts move, the Ghost and Leopard King 3 cannot survive or die. Thinking of being so embarrassed by these three guys just now, Erming's face also showed a humane weird smile. With a move of mind, the next second, the Ghost Leopard King, Tyrannosaurus King and the Ironback Dragon Crocodile King shouted out in pain. A series of scarlet bloodshots quickly emerged from the eyes of the three. The three have been practicing for 100,000 years, and it can be said that they have experienced countless pains of all sizes. But this is the case. The three of them still couldn't bear the pain at this time. Even under this pain, death is a relief for them. Yes, they can't even commit suicide under the control of Fein. From this, one can imagine how strong Wang Ran's ability to control them is with this seal. Chapter 361 Human City, Heavenly Sword City. Regarding Erming's behavior, Wang Ran did not stop. Only when the Ghost Shadow Leopard King and the others felt the pain, they would be honest in the days to come. Therefore, after waiting for the Ghost and Leopard King to roar in pain for a few seconds, Wang Ran said softly, "Oh, Ming, don't play." Hearing Wang Ran's instructions, Ming said in a low voice, and then withdrew his mind. Originally, he was just to take revenge for the fact that they had made him so embarrassed just now, and he never thought of playing Ghost Leopard King and them. Therefore, there is no problem at all to stop him now. After Ming withdrew his mind, the pain suffered by the three of them suddenly disappeared. Gasping for breath, the eyes of the three ghosts and leopard kings are full of fear. If they had a choice, they would rather die than suffer the pain just now. Seeing the performance of the three, Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction. You have also felt the end. If you have two hearts in the future, it won't be solved in just a few seconds. Wang Ran's voice was light and fluttering, but when it was heard in the ears of a few big soul beasts, it was like a heavy hammer, and it hit his heart fiercely. Not daring to hesitate, the 300,000-year-old soul beast nodded quickly, indicating that he knew it. Wang Ran didn't care about the three of them either, turned his head and said to Daming, "From now on, the three of them will be handed over to you to help you to guard the inner circle for 100 years. If they make any small movements, you are welcome." Hearing that, Daming nodded and said that he knew it. Wang Ran didn't stay too much, and went straight towards the outer periphery of the Stardew Great Forest. When Wang Ran's figure completely disappeared from the sight of the souls of the beasts, the Ghost Leopard King, the Tyrannosaurus King and the Ironback Dragon Crocodile King all swallowed their saliva. Wang Ran, it is too strong. Titan Great Ape, what is this human being? How did you get involved with him? The unicorn Tyrannosaurus with the most nerves has not yet adapted to his new identity. After Wang Ran left, he subconsciously asked Ming. After all, although the two sides do not deal with it, however, they are still very familiar with the same 100,000-year soul beasts. But, now the Tyrannosaurus King and the others are slaves. Ming respects Wang Ran very much now. Not to mention anything else, just Wang Ran's invincible strength is enough. Now, the Tyrannosaurus King, as a slave of the Tibetan Gate, had such disrespect for Wang Ran, the master of the Tibetan Gate, which made Ming's big eyes stare directly. You say it again, you dare to disrespect the sect master, you guys, believe it or not, I'm asking you to taste the feeling just now. Ming's dull voice scared the Tyrannosaurus King and shrank his neck severely. He didn't want to try the feeling that life was better than death just now. Quickly shook his head, and the King of Tyrannosaurus resolutely recognized. Upon seeing this, Ming shook his head in satisfaction. Seeing the appearance of Ming, the Tyrannosaurus King couldn't help whispering, "Aren't you just a human being? You." "What did you say?" "No, nothing." "Don't be idle here either. Hurry up and follow the instructions of the sect master and go on patrol quickly. You can't let any soul beast break in." "Got it." The Tibetan Gate Station in the core circle of the Stardew Great Forest is now guarded by the 500,000-year soul beasts, and it can be said to sit back and relax. Therefore, Wang Ran did not worry anymore. At this time, Wang Ran had already recovered all his mind. Without deliberately speeding up, but it didn't take too long, he walked to the edge of the Stardew Great Forest. On the way, Wang Ran also saw all kinds of strange spirit beasts. This gave Wang Ran, who had always stayed at the theoretical level in his understanding of spirit beasts, also had different insights. However, he did not stay longer. The so-called soul beast world, although colorful, but those soul beasts that have not activated their spiritual wisdom, except for being stronger, are no different from ordinary beasts. Therefore, Wang Ran walked out of the Stardew Great Forest smoothly. After leaving the Stardew Great Forest, the wide field of vision came into view. This made Wang Ran, who had been in the forest for several days, instantly feel happy. Similarly, he has a sense of anticipation for the next trip. I don't know, this world can meet those interesting people and things. Uncontrollably, Wang Ran's footsteps accelerated a bit. Because of its proximity to the Stardew Great Forest, there are no human cities or villages outside the Stardew Great Forest. Therefore, during a long distance, Wang Ran only saw a few spirit master teams who went to the Stardew Great Forest to hunt and kill spirit beasts to obtain spirit rings. It wasn't until nearly 100 miles out that a human city came into Wang Ran's eyes. The towering and heavy city walls revealed an endless sense of solemnity and weight. The moment he saw this city, a wave of fluctuations also appeared in Wang Ran's eyes. After that, Wang Ran's body instantly disappeared in place. Heavenly Sword City. the border city of the Starluo Empire. Not only the fortress cities of the Starluo Empire and the Heavendew Empire, but also neighboring Wuhan City and the Stardew Great Forest. Under such a general environment, the population flow of Tangent City is extremely huge. Therefore, the Heavenly Sword City occupies an extremely important position in the Starluo Empire. Not only was the city's defensive power among the best, the managers here were also members of the Starluo Empire royal family, and they were also the rare Contra-level powerhouses in the entire Duoluo continent. With such a strong defense force, Heavenly Sword City has firmly rooted in this strategic location. Today's Sky Sword City is still as usual, prosperous and lively. There are long lines waiting to enter the city at the gates everywhere. However, today's Heavenly Sword City welcomed a different guest. The East Gate of Heavenly Sword City, as the side close to the Stardew Great Forest, the traffic here is obviously less than the other three gates. After all, compared with the huge population base, Soul Masters are only a small number of people after all. However, although the flow of people is small, the guarding force of the North Gate is not at all. Outside the North City Gate at this time, a row of well-equipped elite troops was checking the identity code of those who entered the city in an orderly manner. The identity code of each person entering the city has to go through several confirmations and comparisons before it can be released by the guards. Above the city, there are a large number of elite soldiers stationed to prevent accidents. And Wang Ran, who had left the Stardew Great Forest, was waiting quietly in the short queue at this moment. Chapter 362 The aroma of wine stimulates appetite naturally. Wang Ran didn't have such things like ID card, but he also needs to briefly understand the various processes of human society, so Wang Ran will wait in line slowly like ordinary people entering the city. Although the supervision is very strict, after all, the number of people at the North Gate is the least of the four gates. Therefore, it didn't take long for Wang Ran to fall. "Where's your identity code?" The voice of the soldiers defending the city rang out. Although Wang Sa's appearance didn't look like an ordinary person when he dressed, he might even be a nobleman or even a soul master. However, the Heavenly Sword City, as the frontier city of the Starluo Empire, is the most indispensable soul master in the city. These defenders are soldiers, and there are more soul masters in the ordinary days. As elite soldiers representing the face of the Starluo Empire, as long as they are not powerful soul masters, they are no different from ordinary people. But Wang Ran only slightly raised his eyes after hearing the words of the guards. Immediately afterwards, a smile appeared on Wang Ran's face. A strange energy wave slowly radiated from Wang Ran's body. "No problem, you can go in." Following Wang Ran's smile, the soldier who defended the city immediately spoke. For this kind of operation that did not conform to the process, none of the people present showed abnormality. The illusion that Wang Ran used just now has quietly altered the memories of everyone in the entire North City. In their memory, more than a minute has passed. The manuscript of Wang Ran's identity has also gone through multiple checks by these guards, and there is no problem at all. Wang Ran was already familiar with the reaction of the guards. This plane, as long as it is not a divine residence, Wang Ran does not think that there is a human being that can resist his illusion. Therefore, Wang Ran just nodded slightly, and walked into the tall gate. Stepping into the city gate, Wang Ran felt the long-lost bustle. Although it is only on the edge of the city, all kinds of shouts are still heard. Compared with the silence outside the city, there are simply two worlds. At this time, Wang Ran, like an ordinary person, was strolling in the streets enthusiastically. When you encounter interesting stalls, you will stop and stay for a while. However, unlike ordinary people, Wang Ran does not buy anything. This is of course because he doesn't use those things. But more importantly, he is poor. Yes, it is poor. Although Wang Ran is a strong group, as an outside visitor, he has no copper currency on him. It can't be said that those money from Naruto World come to Duoluo World to buy things. If you do this, I'm afraid it's not looking for something. However, Wang Ran couldn't take it by force. So he walked all the way to the inner city. Wang Ran was still empty-handed. Wang Ran could only smile helplessly at his awkward situation. Sure enough, money can be compared with strength in the human world. That is, Wang Ran, if he were to be with ordinary people, it would be impossible to move without money. After all, even entering the city requires 10 copper soul coins. After coming to the inner city, the prosperity of human society has risen to a new level again. On the crowded streets, juggling screams, shops selling, blacksmith strikes, various sounds mixed together, fully proving to Wang Ran the prosperity of this heavy city. I don't know if it was because of the long time to practice alone. Feeling the excitement and prosperity around him, Wang Ran actually had a long-lost sense of enjoyment. After taking a deep breath, Wang Ran's eyes suddenly lit up. He actually smelled a rather mellow smell in the bottled pure grain wine. In an instant, Wang Ran knew what it was like. To be honest, Wang Ran hasn't smelled this pure aroma for a long time. Wang Ran is not a good wine person, so he has no intention of brewing good wine. The wine on the Naruto plain is also very average. It can be said that Wang Ran has not drunk wine for many years. No, it should be said that Wang Ran, who has been immersed in his cultivation, hasn't eaten anything for many years except for the pills that have helped him in his cultivation. However, the smell of wine that I just smelled made Wang Ran arouse his appetite. Mindful of his heart, Wang Ran followed the smell of wine directly to the door of a small shop. Wang Ran thought that the shop that could produce this kind of wine that made him appetite, the business should be extremely hot. It's not even overcrowded. But unlike what was expected, there were no guests in the tavern, and a handful of 1 or 2 people were all the guys in the shop. A small servant, a shopkeeper. Against the backdrop of the flow of people outside the store, it was simply desolate and a bit pitiful. Regarding this situation, Wang Ran was really confused. However, Wang Ran didn't mean to delve into it. He raised his leg and walked into the door of the shop. As for the lack of money, just kidding, can't you use things to pay the bill? As soon as Wang Ran entered the door, the young man in charge of the greeting suddenly lit up. Those who are capable of serving as servants generally have a vicious vision. These little ones can tell at a glance who is a big customer and who is a small customer. And the little servant of this tavern, although he is only 11 or 12 years old, but because there are usually too few guests, he has put a lot of effort into studying this knowledge. The moment Wang Ran entered the door, Xiaoxi knew that Wang Ran was a rare big customer. Although the clothes are not made of any material, you can tell at a glance that they are correct. More importantly, Wang Ran's temperament is too unique. Obviously, it feels very ordinary at first glance, and it is even easy to be ignored. However, when I look at it again, there is a sense of indescribable vagueness. Therefore, Xiaoxi had no second words at all, and directly greeted him. This guest, what do you need? Wang Ran glanced at the young man in surprise. There are many shops that I passed by, but none of the little servants in those shops are as enthusiastic as this little servant. With extraordinary wine and such a welcoming little servant, shouldn't the number of guests be so rare? Although he had some doubts in his mind, Wang Ran didn't mean to delve into it. He directly spoke to Xiaoxi. Can you meet your boss? I want to discuss something with him. Hearing what Wang Ran said, the young man still had an enthusiastic smile on his face and said directly, no problem, you come with me. This guest. After speaking, Xiaoxi ran directly to the counter. When he got to the front of the counter, the enthusiasm on Xiaoxi's face turned into a touch of helplessness. Chapter 363. It's the first time I have seen an arrogant boss like you. After knocking on the counter a few times, the young man raised a few times and said, Father, don't go to bed. Some guests will ask you to discuss things. At this time, Wang Ran had already walked to the front of the counter. Hearing that little servant no. After hearing the voice of the tavern master, he was also taken aback. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxi turned out to be the boss' son. The young boss came to be a servant, really has a personality. Wu, what's the matter? Hearing the voice of the young master's servant, the owner of the tavern slowly raised his head from the counter and asked in a daze. The big red mark on his face is enough to prove that he is still in a half-dream half-awake state. Seeing this scene, Wang Ran couldn't smile. The young boss and the sleeping boss, what kind of strange combination are these? Wang Ran seemed to understand why the business of the tavern made such a ghost. Can you be a little bit more energetic? It's hard to get customers in the store, so you can't be positive. As soon as Wang Ran saw the boss, Wang Ran complained. What is positive? Whether it is a guest or not is not certain. The boss rubbed his face and murmured indifferently. Hearing this, the young man was full of black lines. Thinking about the cheating pricing and rules of my father, I suddenly felt that there was no motivation to live well. With a helpless sigh, the boy said to Wang Ran, guests don't mind, my father is like this, what do you need to say directly? Wang Ran didn't care about the situation of the father and son. After hearing the boy's words, at this time, Wang Ran nodded slightly and said, I don't know what the price of your wine is, boss. Hearing Wang Ran's words, the young man held his forehead weakly. When it's over, another guest is in trouble. Although Wang Ran seems to be a noble person, the price set by his father is too nonsense. Sure enough, even Wang Ran couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. A catty of wine and 100 gold. The boss said very few words, as if he felt that talking too much was a waste of words. From this moment, Wang Ran also understood why the tavern had so few guests. A catty of wine and 100 gold. If you remember correctly, 1 gold soul coin can sustain the expenses of an ordinary family for 1 year. This pound of wine can be sold at a price that can cost 100 families a year. It would be weird if the business gets better. Although this wine tastes good, what is it for? It's not just that your family can make wine. Those wine-related food spirits brewed by spirit masters taste better and have special effects. However, although the price is expensive, Wang Ran doesn't care. Although he has no money, he is not short of money either. For him, this catty of wine and 100 gold is worth the money. Therefore, after listening to the tavern owner's words, Wang Ran directly said, "Boss, the price is okay." But, before the words were over, the tavern owner said directly, "Don't think about it, there is no tasting service." The boss directly cut off what Wang Ran wanted to say in his throat. It can be seen that this is not the first time the boss has done this kind of thing, and he is already very skilled. But the problem is, Wang Ran didn't want to say this at all. What else can Wang Ran do with this wayward boss? Blame him? Then he just raised his ashes? Just kidding, let's not say that those who don't know are not blamed. Wang Ran is not a big villain either. Therefore, even though he was stunned, I can only forgive him. With a light smile, Wang Ran continued to speak. "Boss, you are misunderstood. I don't want to find and taste your wine, but I want to ask, can I use the items to pay for the wine?" If this situation were seen by Dishan and the others, it is estimated that the jaws of surprise will be ready to fall. How sacred is this tavern keeper, dare to be so disrespectful to Wang Ran? And the most important thing is that after confronting Wang Ran can be treated with a lenient attitude. The boss is naturally not a fairy, he is just an ordinary person who can no longer be ordinary. Of course, he is the kind of ordinary person who is particularly willful. It is impossible for him to know the specific identity of Wang Ran. Therefore, he just regarded Wang Ran as an ordinary high-ranking official. After all, Wang Ran was alone, not even a guard, and the status of Xiangbai would not be much higher. Therefore, the tavern does not have any council at all, and still maintains its own personality. Anyway, no one in Heavenly Sword City dared to violate the law and discipline, and was afraid of being a bird. As long as it is not a person who provokes the sky, there is no panic at all. And those people who can reach the sky, will come to his little tavern. Even if it comes, is the accountant a little bit more headstrong than him? So, after hearing what Wang Ran said, the boss just shook his head slightly, and then said, "Sorry for the customer, this shop is not a shop, so I don't have that vision. The rule is to drink a catty and 100 gold to wine. If you don't have money, you can go to the shop and again." With that, the boss directly leaned on the counter again, ready to go to sleep. As soon as the words fell, the boss' son quit, snapped. He slapped the table sharply, and scared the boss who had just got down. "Father, you are enough. There is no such thing as you in business." The boy's lungs were almost exploding at this time. I thought that this guest was going to have trouble today, but it turned out that Liu Yanhua was in another village. Everyone is going to drink, although the money has to be offset by other things, but what does it matter? They do not suffer. Moreover, this is a guest. Living guests, the only guests since the opening 3 years. As a result, my father turned it down, which is outrageous. The corners of Wang Ran's mouth twitched a few times at this time, but he didn't expect that he would also encounter Waterloo today. A small tavern owner actually made him lose his temper. However, Wang Ran is not a man of force. Although it's a pity not to drink good wine, it's nothing. It's just that you have to think of a way to get some money. In the human world, you will use it. Auction pawns are a good choice. Well, little guy, if the rules are like that, then forget it. Seeing that the young man was a little annoyed, Wang Ran said to comfort the young man. After speaking, Wang Ran was about to turn around and leave. Since it doesn't work, he won't lower himself to ask for anything. There is nothing in the world that can make the Lord of Zangman whisper, let alone a mere appetite. However, just when Wang Ran was about to leave, a crisp, milky voice suddenly came from the door of the tavern. "Daddy, what's going on inside? Why is there such a loud voice just now? And why are there so few people here?" Chapter 364 Kibao Yulizong. Ning Fengzi, the little princess will know if you go in and take a look. With the sound of the crisp milky waxy sound, a gentle male voice also sounded. It was the thought of these two voices that stopped Wang Ran's desire to leave, because the crisp and creamy girl's voice immediately yelled out impatiently, okay, Dad, hurry up." Before the sound fell, a 3 or 4-year-old girl hopped into the tavern. The white and tender skin and delicate face are the jewels of the big family. The clanging jewel decoration on the clothes also shows this from the side. And after the little girl ran in, a middle-aged man of about 30 also quickly followed. The man's appearance is very gentle, and what is even more exaggerated is his luxurious clothes. Although it was just a piece of casual wear, The jewelry on that dress alone was estimated to be worth tens of thousands of gold soul coins. The guard with a large skeleton next to the man was even more extraordinary. Although there was only one person, Wang Ran knew very well that it was definitely a title Du Luo. As the man entered, he carefully warned, "Oh, little princess, slow down and don't fall. Only a big idiot, Dad, will fall. Wrong will not." With the costumes of the three and the conversation between the father and daughter, Wang Ran could easily guess the identity of the three. One of the three sects on the Du Luo continent, Ning Fengxi, the supreme master of the seven treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Fengxi, the only daughter of Ning Fengxi, and the Bone Du Luo, one of the two titled Du Luos of the seven treasure glazed tile sect. Although Wang Ran doesn't know much about the Du Luo continent, he still knows a little bit about www.23txt.info on this main line, especially the existence of its own distinctive characteristics. Sure enough, not long after Ning Fengxi entered the door, he said to Wang Ran, "This brother, underneath is Ning Fengxi, the master of the seven treasure glazed tile sect, and next to me are the elder Bone Du Luo Gerong of the seven treasure glazed tile sect, and the youngest daughter Ning Rong. It's not that Ning Fengxi is humble, as the supreme master of the mainland's top power like the seven treasure glazed glass sect, although Ning Fengxi is very gentle in the world. However, he did not say that he took the initiative to lower his status and say hello to an ordinary passerby. And he took the initiative to report his family. When Ning Fengxi did this, he naturally saw Wang Ran's difference. Although his attention was mainly on Ning Rong, as the master of a sect, the existence around him was naturally always in his attention. Wang Ran himself did not deliberately hide his meaning, so as soon as Ning Fengxi entered the door, he felt the ethereal temperament of Wang Ran. Ning Fengxi was even more shocked at the moment when he was watching Wang Ran's deep eyes, and he came to a conclusion directly in his mind. This young man is definitely not simple. Therefore, Ning Fengxi would take the initiative to speak up. Wang Ran was not surprised by Ning Fengxi's initiative to speak out. As the sect master of the seven treasure glazed glass sect, with this vision and mind, it is not surprising. With a chuckle, Wang Ran also responded, "I have seen sect master Ning, Wang Ran at Xia Zhangman." Wang Ran only responded to Ning Fengxi, and did not say anything to Bone Du Luo. Although title Du Luo has an excellent position in the entire Du Luo continent, even if it is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, he must be called upon each other. But for Wang Ran, the title of Du Luo is just a mere, and it is not worth his initiative to speak out. As Wang Ran's voice fell, Ning Fengxi was obviously taken aback. Zhangman? Never heard of it. Moreover, he had already chosen the identity of Bone Du Luo. Wang Ran didn't even feel nervous at all, and even ignored the existence of Bone Du Luo. In this case, there are only two possibilities. First, Wang Ran was too arrogant and ignorant, so he didn't put title Du Luo in his eyes. The second is that Wang Ran has his own confidence and can be fearless or even ignore title Du Luo. However, based on Ning Fengxi's observation of Wang Ran, this first situation is obviously unlikely. Then, it can only be the second case. Whether Wang Ran's confidence comes from his own strength or the forces behind him, it should not be underestimated. Turning his head slightly and glanced at Bone Du Luo, Ning Fengxi's eyes flashed a questioning look. Bone Du Luo, who had known Ning Fengxi for many years, knew in an instant that Ning Fengxi was asking himself Wang Ran's details. However, Bone Du Luo's 95th level spirit power could not see through Wang Ran. Helplessly shook his head at Ning Fengxi, and a flash of light flashed in Ning Fengxi's eyes. Can't Uncle Bone see through? I'm afraid this person is not a hidden title Du Luo. Ning Fengxi's brain was running fast. As for Wang Ran's too young face, Ning Fengxi didn't think there was anything. Title Du Luo has more methods, and there are many people who can stand on their faces. Regardless of Wang Ran's youth, he might be an old monster who has lived for nearly 100 years. I have to say that this really made Ning Fengxi guess right. Wang Ran, he really lived a long time. However, since Wang Ran did not mention it, Ning Fengxi would not take the initiative to mention it. Maybe, taking this opportunity to have a good relationship with Wang Ran. Thinking of this, Ning Fengxi suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, it turned out to be Brother Wang Ran. I heard about it in the next morning. I saw it today. It really is not immortal." Upon hearing Ning Fengxi's words, Wang Ran was immediately speechless. Ning Fengxi's careful thought, Wang Ran can naturally see it. But what are these? I've heard of anything a long time ago. If he hadn't just come to the Du Luo plane, and seeing Ning Fengxi so sincere, maybe he would have believed it. Sure enough, the people who can become the lord of a sect are all black, and the cheeks are even thicker. How does that feel weird? Wang Ran himself seems to be the master of a sect, right? Regardless of Wang Ran's current internal complaints, Ning Rong Rong, the little princess of the seven treasure glazed Lizong, quit. Obviously she came in to find out what happened just now, but Ning Fengzi actually got up with Wang Ran. Can this be tolerated? Therefore, Ning Rong Rong coaxed and said to Ning Fengzi, "Bad father, Rong Rong needs to know what happened just now." Following Ning Rong Rong's words, an awkward smile appeared on Ning Fengzi's face. Although you are the master of the Kibao Liulai sect, Ning Fengzi is indeed an out-and-out daughter slave. In desperation, Ning Fengzi had to throw a fist at Wang Ran and condemned him, and then coaxed Ning Rong Rong in a low voice. Wang Ran also watched this scene happily. He didn't expect to see Ning Fengzi, one of the most powerful people in the mainland, become a daughter slave. Chapter 365 Rong Rong. The little girl's temper comes quickly and goes quickly. Ning Fengzi just coaxed a few words, and Ning Rong Rong was no longer angry. After coaxing Ning Rong Rong, Ning Fengzi once again clasped his fists and confessed to Wang Ran, "I'm really sorry," to make brother Wang Ran laugh. Wang Ran waved his hand gently, and then said, "It's okay. It's okay. I don't know what happened just now, it was so noisy." Ning Fengzi didn't worry about this little matter, and asked again. It's just that this time the target has become the shopkeeper and the servant of the tavern. As early as when Ning Fengzi made his identity clear, the tavern owner stood up. Now he has no sleepiness at all, just a wry smile on his face. Who is Ning Fengzi? That was the sect master of the seven treasure glazed glass sect, one of the most top-notch people in the entire Duluo continent. Didn't you see that even when people go out, they always carry a title Duluo? Such a person can even talk and laugh with Wang Ran, and even take the initiative to lower his body. What does this mean? It means that Wang Ran is also one of the small group of people. I actually refused Wang Ran several times in a row just now, and let him eat a closed door. Is this the light in the toilet? He is self-willed. After all, he has little money and doesn't care about the business of the tavern. However, this does not mean he is stupid. It's okay for ordinary high-ranking officials to offend, with the shadow of the family, plus being in the Heavenly Sword City, nothing will happen. But if you offend the top group of existences on the mainland, it will be fatal. These people really don't care about him, but if the news goes out, they will have ulterior motives, then their heads will please Wang Ran. Therefore, this situation is very uncomfortable. Now Ning Fengzi asked. The already uncomfortable mood was even worse. Both the boss and the young boss explained the bitterness and embarrassment on their faces. Upon seeing this, Ning Fengzi couldn't help feeling a little confused. Ning Rong Rong looked at them curiously, wanting to know the answer. Wang Ran didn't want to embarrass the two tavern owners, and took the initiative to explain. It's not a big deal, I just smelled the wine and wanted to come in for a drink. But because I have no money, I want to use some things to settle the account. It's just that the rules of this tavern are a bit interesting, and there is no such thing as an offset. But the child felt that the rules were not good and should be changed, so his voice was louder. Upon hearing Wang Ran's words, the two barkeepers gave Wang Ran a grateful look. They also understood that Wang Ran took the initiative to speak in order to resolve their embarrassing situation so that they would not have any trouble in the future. But because of this, they are embarrassed. Just now he treated others like that, they didn't even blame themselves. This face literally put aside. Ha ha, that's the case, but I was a little abrupt. Even if the tavern owner and his son can understand, Ning Fengzi can naturally understand it. So, he just made a ha-ha and revealed the matter. Ning Rong Rong, who learned the truth of the matter, burst his mouth, and waved his hand with some lack of character. Looking at Ning Rong Rong, who looked like a little adult, Wang Ran twitched the corner of his mouth and showed a smile. The childhood of the little princess is quite interesting and cute. However, after all, Ning Rong Rong was just a 3 or 4-year-old child, and the one who shifted his attention was called fast. I was disappointed and bored just now, and in the next second I was attracted by other things in Wang Ran's words. Big brother, is the wine you said is good? I've heard it at home. Dad and Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jan always drink too, but he just doesn't drink it for me. Humphrey. When speaking, Ning Rong Rong's small face flashed a sly look. In Ning Rong Rong's view, it was absolutely delicious to be able to make Ning Fengzi and the others hide and drink secretly without giving her what she knew. So she wanted to taste what the wine tasted a long time ago, but she didn't get her wish. Although she didn't know who Wang Ran was, this time was obviously an opportunity. She was so obvious that Wang Ran would definitely let her taste it, and Ning Fengzi definitely couldn't refuse anymore. At that time, Ning Fengzi would not be able to eat alone. At this moment, Ning Rong Rong seemed to be the thief of the old accountant on the line. Ning Fengzi looked at the pretending Ning Rong Rong somewhat helplessly. He didn't expect that he would hide so deeply when drinking, and he still hadn't escaped Ning Rong Rong's eyes. And Wang Ran was also a little dumbfounded at Ning Rong Rong, who was looking at the ghost and spirit. You were too obvious, and your mouth was almost drooling. Although the title eldest brother made Wang Ran feel that he was a lot younger, it was not so easy to make him willingly fooled. Walking to Ning Rong Rong's side, Wang Ran knelt down lightly, let his eyes meet Ning Rong Rong's, and then said with a light smile, "Rong Rong, right, can I call you that?" Ning Rong Rong didn't refuse either, and gave a sweet smile before letting her speak. "Of course, Dad, and they all call me Rong Rong, and my elder brother can also call me Rong Rong." When Ning Rong Rong said this, the smile on Wang Ran's face grew stronger. No one dislikes cute children, and Wang Ran is no exception. Especially the ghostly children like Ning Rong Rong, they are very much to Wang Ran's favor. Therefore, after hearing what Ning Rong Rong said, Wang Ran directly smiled and said, "Ha, the eldest brother told Rong Rong that the wine was good or good, but it was not good or good." Hearing Wang Ran's words, Ning Rong Rong's little head obviously couldn't understand what was going on. "What do you mean by saying that it is delicious or not? Is it delicious or not?" Ning Rong Rong said that his little head was buzzing. Seeing Ning Rong Rong scratching his head in a daze, not only Wang Ran, but also Ning Fengzi and Bone Duluo couldn't help but smile. After thinking about it for a long time, Ning Rong Rong didn't think about whether it was good or not, so he could only look at Wang Ran eagerly, wanting to know the exact answer. Being watched by Ning Rong Rong's big eyes, Wang Ran rubbed Ning Rong Rong's small head and said, "If Rong Rong wants to know what the wine tastes like, how about elder brother asking you to taste it later?" Hearing Wang Ran's words, Ning Rong Rong's eyes lit up a little. Wasn't she just doing this kind of abacus from the beginning? "May I?" Ning Rong Rong asked excitedly, and while she said that, she also glanced at Ning Fengzi and Bone Duluo, who were standing not far away. Chapter 366 Wang Ran's Gift. Although the small abacus started, Ning Rong Rong also knew that if Ning Fengzi and Bone Duluo really made up their minds not to let her drink, Wang Ran's promise would be of no use. Ning Fengzi, will they agree? High probability will not agree. After all, wine is not a good thing for a child. Sure enough, Ning Fengzi and Bone Duluo frowned upon hearing Wang Ran's words. Although Wang Ran is very mysterious, it is extremely likely that he is a hidden title Duluo. But, what about it? Ning Rong Rong is their reverse scale. It's too late to take care of it, so how could Wang Ran let it go? Brother Wang Ran, Rong Rong is just a 4-year-old child. How can she drink alcohol? Ning Fengzi said directly. The meaning is very clear, impossible. Although Bone Duluo didn't say it, his expression also meant that. Hearing what Ning Fengzi said, Ning Rong Rong's face couldn't help showing disappointment. But Wang Ran shook his head and said with a chuckle, "Sect Master Ning, you also know that Rong Rong is just a 4-year-old child. Do you think he likes the taste of wine?" Ning Fengzi was taken aback when he heard Wang Ran's rhetorical question. Would Rong Rong like to drink? Probably not. After all, the taste of wine is not too friendly to children. But what if Ning Rong Rong really likes it? Ning Fengzi struggled for a moment, and said hesitantly, "I don't like it, but what if?" Wang Ran glanced at Ning Fengzi speechlessly. "You said, why are you so indecisive as the sect master of 7 treasure glazed tiles?" Sect Master Ning, you should understand the truth that blocking is worse than sparse. Instead of keeping Rong Rong thinking about it, let her try it sooner. After all, can you watch Rong Rong for a while? Can you watch her for the first time? Wang Ran coughed lightly and said to Ning Fengzi. And hearing Wang Ran's words, Ning Fengzi didn't know what to say for a while. Does Wang Ran make sense? Naturally it makes sense. Ning Fengzi couldn't know the best character of Ning Rong Rong. Although Ning Rong Rong couldn't touch the wine under his nose now, once there was a chance, Ning Rong Rong would never let it go. At that time, if there is someone intent on measuring Ning Rong Rong's side, the consequences will be really unimaginable. Thinking of this, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but shudder. If it really caused Ning Rong Rong to encounter any danger because of this, then he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Bone Duluo beside him. Ning Fengzi wanted to ask him what he meant. The Bone Duluo at this time obviously also listened to Wang Ran's words. What Ning Fengzi thought of, Bone Duluo naturally thought of it. Although he was very confident in his own strength, he thought he could protect Ning Rong Rong. However, Ning Rong Rong could not stay by his side all the time. What if? Thinking of the possible results, Bone Duluo's barely fleshy skin couldn't help but smoke. Therefore, as Ning Fengzi looked at him, Bone Duluo nodded and said decisively, "I think His Excellency Wang Ran's statement is very reasonable. It's just a drink. We will not have much influence on Rong Rong." Upon hearing this, Ning Rong Rong's eyes lit up instantly. Bone Duluo agreed. Will Ning Fengzi's agreement be far away? Sure enough, As Bone Duo's voice fell, Ning Fengzi also took a long breath, and then said, "Well, make an exception today and let Rong Rong have a taste." Yay. Hearing that Ning Fengzi agreed, Ning Rong Rong jumped up happily. After thinking about it for so long, it is finally realized today. Excited, Ning Rong Rong threw directly into Wang Ran's arms and hugged Wang Ran. Even if this was not over, Ning Rong Rong kissed Wang Ran again. She hasn't forgotten that it was Wang Ran who spoke to her to realize her dream. Hey. With a clear voice, Ning Fengzi and Bone Duo both looked at Wang Ran with a little taste. Obviously he agreed, but Ning Rong Rong remembered Wang Ran, who was kissed by Ning Rong Rong, was also stunned. He didn't expect that Ning Rong Rong would kiss himself. You know, even those of my own disciples didn't say to kiss myself. Although the reason here is because those of my own disciples were already quite young when they were apprentices. But anyway, Ning Rong Rong's actions made Wang Ran really like it. After touching the cheek that Ning Rong Rong had just kissed, Wang Ran's face was full of smiles. Not much to say. I must give Ning Rong Rong a gift. Thinking of this, a jade pendant appeared directly in Wang Ran's hands. The function of Yu Pei is very simple, that is, protection. Actively input energy into the jade pendant to form a protective cover around oneself. Moreover, because Wang Ran stored a large amount of energy inside the jade pendant, his consumption was very small. Even if the stored energy is exhausted, it can be slowly recovered through the inner spirit gathering magic circle. At the same time, in the event of a sudden attack, a protective shield can also be released to resist the attack. Of course, the jade pendant made by Wang Ran himself can't be simple. Although there are not many functions, with the premise that there is no solution below the upper level, no simple function becomes simple. That's right, just such a small jade pendant, even if the limit Duo came, it was useless. Wang Ran didn't refine this kind of jade pendant by himself. After all, it was useless to him. The few jade pendants he was going to place in the sect for his disciples to exchange. As a result, before the stall spread out, Wang Ran was ready to give one away. But Wang Ran wouldn't feel distressed either. He could refine this kind of thing as long as he had time. Hanging the jade pendant around Ning Rong Rong's waist, Wang Ran said, "Rong Rong, I will give you a jade pendant for the first time I meet my big brother. Remember, be sure to carry it with you, it can protect your safety." Ning Rong Rong, who received the gift at this time, was also very happy, carefully playing with the jade pendant around his waist. Although she was not short of jade pendants, she couldn't bear the beautiful one that Wang Ran gave her. On the warm and moist surface of the jade pendant, there are various patterns all over, and a halo flashes between these patterns from time to time. It can be said that this jade pendant is the most beautiful thing that Ning Rong Rong has grown so big and has ever seen. Little girls don't like beautiful accessories, so Ning Rong Rong couldn't put it down with the jade pendant that Wang Ran gave her. Even the desire to drink was suppressed. As for Wang Ran's explanation of protecting her safety, Ning Rong Rong didn't care much. After all, she has grown so big, she still doesn't know what the danger is. Chapter 367 Wang Ran is going to pawn. Therefore, facing Wang Ran's instructions, Ning Rong Rong just said that Rong Rong knew, and once again focused on the jade pendant on his waist. However, even though Ning Rong Rong was still young, he couldn't see the extraordinary appearance of the jade, but he just thought it looked good. But Ning Fengzi is different from Bone Duo, they can clearly feel the extraordinariness of the jade pendant. Not to mention the incredible energy contained in the jade pendant. Even the aura of heaven and earth that continuously gathers all over the jade pendant is amazing enough. If you wear this jade pendant on your body while practicing, your cultivation speed will definitely increase by more than one level. What's more, Wang Ran also said that this jade pendant can protect Ning Rong Rong's safety. Such treasures already possess the qualifications that the top forces on the mainland have to grab for breaking their heads. Even Ning Fengzi, at this moment, felt a touch of enthusiasm for the jade pendant around Ning Rong Rong's waist. At this moment, Ning Fengzi and Bone Duo were even more convinced of Wang Ran's identity. It was definitely a hidden title Duo, and it was the kind of title Duo that was so strong that it was boundless. Otherwise, who would give away such treasures at hand? Glancing at each other, Ning Fengzi and Bone Duo knew each other's thoughts very well. However, reactive power is not rewarded. Although they were good, Ning Fengzi couldn't ask for them. Therefore, Ning Fengzi forcibly stabilized his mind and said to Wang Ran, "Brother Wang Ran, this gift is too precious, we can't ask for it." Moreover, if he was discovered by other people, Rong Rong would not be peaceful either. Upon hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Wang Ran waved his hand indifferently, and then said, "The things that Wang Ran sent out did not come back. Besides, this is what I gave to Rong Rong. What does it have to do with you?" "Yes, That's right. This was given to Rong Rong by the big brother, you bad father. As soon as Wang Ran finished speaking, Ning Rong Rong said immediately she liked Wang Ran's gift so much, but Ning Fengzi actually wanted Wang Ran to take it back. This is really outrageous. Ning Fengzi looked at Ning Rong Rong speechlessly. Wang Ran was not polite enough to speak. But you were still making up the knife here. Is this still his intimate little padded jacket? I'm afraid it's not a leak. Ning Fengzi felt his heart aches, and he knew that he had done nothing wrong, so why did he get this? Wang Ran naturally didn't know Ning Fengzi's heartache. Even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. However, what Ning Fengzi said did have some truth. When Wang Ran was like this jade pendant, he never thought that the owner of the jade pendant would be a little fellow like Ning Rong Rong. Therefore, he did not do any concealment measures. But now, despite the protection of the jade pendant, there is no need to worry about Ning Rong Rong's safety. But Piff is not guilty of guilt, and if too many people look at him, it is also very annoying. What's more, Ning Rong Rong might not be able to resist it if others used some tricks. After touching his chin, Wang Ran spoke again. But Sect Master Ning also has some truth in what you said. And what Rong Rong wears is indeed a bit conspicuous. Is this conspicuous? This is to tell people that I have a baby here. Come and be strong. Ning Fengzi rolled his eyes in his heart. Hao Xuan did not say anything. Well, let me give Rong Rong a sacrifice. Ignoring Ning Fengzi, Wang Ran made the decision directly. After speaking, Wang Ran directly shot the jade pendant for the second time. One by one, Wang Ran's formations were penetrated into the jade pendant. On the basis of the original jade pendant, several formations were added again. But in a moment, Wang Ran had already finished the secondary processing of the jade pendant. As soon as the sacrifice was completed, Wang Ran said to Ning Rong Rong, Rong Rong, stretch out your hand. Hearing Wang Ran's instructions, Ning Rong Rong subconsciously stretched out his tender little hand. Wang Ran didn't hesitate, and directly pierced Ning Rong Rong's little hand with energy, forcing a drop of blood. Seeing that his fingers were broken, Ning Rong Rong subconsciously wanted to cry out. However, she was surprised to find that there was no pain at all. Even the wound healed instantly. At this moment, Ning Rong Rong became more interested, staring at Wang Ran's movements with blazing eyes. After Wang Ran forced a drop of blood on Ning Rong Rong's finger, he directly threw the drop of blood onto the jade pendant. In the next second, that drop of blood was directly absorbed by the jade pendant. As the blood was absorbed, the light on the jade pendant flashed away. Immediately after that, the jade pendant that was unusually unusual just now seemed to be sealed. Apart from being a bit more beautiful, there is no abnormality at all. It's as if it's already ordinary. After doing all this, Wang Ran said softly, well, you don't have to worry about someone seeing it now. Moreover, except for Rong Rong, this jade pendant is of no use to anyone. Ning Rong Rong still couldn't understand Wang Ran's behavior. However, as long as the jade pendant is still so beautiful, that's fine. But Ning Fengzi is different from Bone Duo. They clearly understand what this means. I thought that this jade pendant was a treasure that Wang Ran got by chance, but now it seems that it was made by others. At this moment, Ning Fengzi almost couldn't control his desire to invite Wang Ran to join the Seven Treasure Glass sect. Had it not been for Wang Ran to say that he had a sect at the beginning, Ning Fengzi would have already spoken. I didn't expect Wang Ranmian to have such a method, which really opened Ning's eyes. After Wang Ran stopped the movement in his hand, Ning Fengzi said cheerfully, nonsense. Can you be happy? Not to mention her own daughter who picked up a treasure for nothing. She also forged a good bond with Wang Ran, a title Duo. What kind of fairy luck is this? And Wang Ran, upon hearing Ning Fengzi's words, also understood that Ning Fengzi should have misunderstood his identity. However, he did not mean to explain. If you misunderstand, just misunderstand it. It doesn't matter anyway. Standing up, Wang Ran rubbed Ning Rong Rong's small head and said to Ning Fengzi, it's nothing. It's just a little trick. If you have agreed to invite Rong Rong to drink, let Rong Rong taste the taste of the wine. If you wait for me, I will some money. As soon as Wang Ran's words were spoken, Ning Fengzi hadn't said anything yet, and the owner of the tavern almost cried. Does he dare to ask for money now? He has to catch up for free. Wang Ran was also asked to go to pawn, but he was not squeezed by the door. My lord, don't betray me. How could I even ask for money when you drink? The tavern owner hurriedly said, trying to save his mistake. The boss' son directly covered his face when he saw his father's behavior. Compared with the behavior just now, it was too embarrassing. Chapter 368 bar. It's not good. Ning Fengzi didn't feel much about this. After all, in his capacity, he didn't encounter this kind of thing once or twice. Of course, he cannot take advantage of this. So, just after the tavern owner's voice fell, Ning Fengzi said, "My Anxia, it doesn't need to be so troublesome for such a small amount of wine and money. Our 7 treasure glazed tile school still doesn't take it seriously. What's more, you should give Rong such a big gift." Regarding Ning Fengzi's words, Wang Ran shook his head unquestionably, and then said, "No, if I ask Rong, I won't break my promise." "Well, I'll give you something to offset the money." In the last sentence, Wang Ran said it to the barkeeper. Therefore, Wang Ran directly gave the boss a piece of jade. The jade is not big, it's just that Wang Ran used it a long time ago as an identity jade card, which is not a good thing. However, this is only for Wang Ran. What would be worse for those that can be used by Wang Ran to refine jade tiles? For ordinary people, this small piece of jade is still a rare good thing. The tavern owner is also a knowledgeable person, and as soon as he caught the jade, he quickly said, "My lord, this is so precious, even if you drink, you can't use so much." Hearing the tavern keeper's excuse, Wang Ran waved his hand directly. Needless to say, that's it. Seeing Wang Ran's resolute attitude, the tavern owner dared not say anything, so he immediately responded and went down to prepare drinks. Ning Fengzi also noticed that Wang Ran was coming resolutely, and it was hard to say more. It's just a meal of wine, which is nothing to them. Therefore, Ning Fengzi nodded helplessly. Seeing Ning Rong who was still playing with the jade pendant, Ning Fengzi walked up to her, touched Ning Rong's head and said, "Rong, don't play for now. Big brother gave you such a precious gift and invited you to drink. Don't you hurry up and thank you big brother." Ning Rong also withdrew his spirit from the jade pendant. As soon as Ning Fengzi said that Wang Ran was going to invite himself to drink, his already bright eyes sparkled. As soon as the calf climbed, Ning Rong rushed directly to Wang Ran. Upon seeing this, Wang Ran quickly caught Ning Rong. Ning Rong, who was held in Wang Ran's arms, kissed Wang Ran again, and then said sweetly, "Thank you, big brother." Wang Ran also rubbed Ning Rong's head, and said something welcome. Ning Fengzi, who is the leader of things, is eating again now. He didn't expect that Ning Rong, who would not even let him hug him on weekdays, actually took the initiative to pounce into Wang Ran's arms twice today and even kiss Wang Ran twice. This is really unreasonable. Where did Ning Fengzi know that the reason why Ning Rong was so close to Wang Ran was that besides Wang Ran's gift, she also liked the smell of Wang Ran's body? In any case, Wang Ran is also a god-level existence on this plane, and he deliberately suppressed his pressure. Therefore, the breath on his body now is like nature. It is even more obvious to a child like Ning Rong with a simple mood. But Ning Fengzi didn't know these things, he just had a taste in his heart. Wang Ran didn't care about Ning Fengzi's mood, and he held Ning Rong directly to a table. When Ning Fengzi and Bone Duluo saw this, they were also the opposites of Wang Ran. The tavern owner's son also quickly wiped the table, even though it was already very clean. After putting Ning Rong on the chair, it didn't take long for the tavern owner to walk in with 2 jars of wine. Putting the wine on the table, he hurriedly took a glass for each of the 4 people, and also sent a few dishes to go with the wine. Ning Fengzi opened the wine without having to wait on him. As the wine jar broke open, a strong aroma of wine came out. Asking about the smell of wine, even Ning Rong's eyes shinned. Let alone whether you can drink it, the aroma of the wine is really good. Ning Fengzi and Bone Duluo were also taken aback. They didn't know how much of the good wine they had drunk. They were brewed with various elixir, and they were countless. However, regardless of the effect, this wine is definitely rare in them. No wonder the boss, you dare to sell the wine so expensive. This wine is really good, and the fragrance alone can rank in the whole continent. Smelling the aroma of wine, Ning Fengzi laughed and praised. Hearing Ning Fengzi's praise, the tavern owner also showed a proud smile. This wine is the proudest thing in their family. To tell you the truth, our family's wine is definitely the best in this heavenly sword city. Especially these 2 altars have been buried in the wine cellar for more than 10 years. When it comes to what he is proud of, the boss is not humble. Hearing the proud words of the boss, Ning Fengzi nodded irresponsibly. Wang Ran didn't know the situation in Duluo continent, so he didn't comment. Wang Ran saw Ning Rong sitting on the stool, trying hard to get the wine jar, but because his arms were too short, he couldn't reach him in a hurry, and he gave a relaxed smile. Reaching out, he directly picked up a jar of wine and poured a glass of Ning Rong. As soon as Wang Ran poured himself a glass of wine, Ning Rong didn't care about anything else. It seemed to be dry. Upon seeing this, Wang Ran quickly stopped her. With such a sip, Ning Rong had to be choked to death. Ning Rong looked at Wang Ran a little bit aggrieved. His big eyes filled with doubts, as if to ask again, why stop her? Wang Ran saw Ning Rong and said with a smile, Rong, you are still young. So you can't drink wine like this, you have to drink it bit by bit. Oh, Rong got it. Hearing what Wang Ran said, Ning Rong also obediently responded. Then she just sipped the wine in the glass as Wang Ran said. As a result, Ning Rong couldn't help vomiting the wine as soon as it reached his mouth. After spitting out the wine, Ning Rong gave she her twice. It's so spicy, not good at all. While complaining, Ning Rong glanced suspiciously at the wine jar on the table. She thought the wine was so good, but what was it? Far worse than juice. Suspiciously putting the wine glass on the table, Ning Rong didn't even have the thought to look at it more. Seeing Ning Rong like this, the people on the table couldn't help laughing. Ning Fengzi and Bone Duo also let go of their hearts, just as Ning Rong didn't like them. If you want to know the result, Ning Rong should have given it a try. As for the tavern owner, even though he heard Ning Rong complain about his own wine, he didn't say anything. A 4-year-old girl is a ghost if she likes drinking her wine. Chapter 369 Young people do not speak martial arts. Wang Ran had already expected this result. If the fruit wine is fine, but the white wine is still too unfriendly for children. Therefore, he was not surprised. Rubbing Ning Rong's head to comfort her, Wang Ran directly poured himself a glass. With a light sip, the aroma of the wine burst out of the mouth instantly. Although the degree is not high, it still gives Wang Ran a long-lost feeling. Ning Fengzi and Bone Duo also poured themselves a cup and tasted them slowly. Ning Rong didn't feel curious anymore when he saw the few people. Now in her heart, she has already sentenced her to death. Wang Ran didn't care about Ning Rong, nor did she feel bored. Leaning on Wang Ran's side, he was happily playing with the jade pendant he had just acquired. After a while, 2 jars of wine have already drunk more than half. However, these people are all with powerful cultivation bases, and such a little wine can't affect them. At this time, the tavern keeper and his son did not leave. They were still waiting on the sidelines. Wang Ran gently put the wine glass on the table, and then asked the two of them, "Boss, I don't know the names of you two yet." The tavern owner was taken aback. Obviously he hadn't expected that Wang Ran would take the initiative to talk to him. However, after such a long time, the boss has already seen that Wang Ran is a generous person, and will not care about himself because of the little things at the beginning. Therefore, his mentality has long been adjusted. Hearing Wang Ran talking to himself now, he soon recovered. Not daring to think more, the boss quickly replied, "My name is Li Bao, and my dog's name is Li Ying." Hearing what the boss Li Bao said, Wang Ran nodded lightly, poured a glass of wine, and asked while drinking, "Being able to open a tavern in such a good location shows that you are still a little bit energetic. How did the business become like this?" Hearing this, Ning Fengzi also nodded and interrupted, "Yes, Boss Li. You don't look like an ordinary person in your conversation. Why do you do business like this?" As the master of the Kibao Yulai sect, Ning Fengzi can be said to be a businessman. He was curious as soon as he walked in. It was such a good location and good stuff. What did the boss think? The business was in a mess. Following Wang Ran and Ning Fengzi's questions, the boss' face showed an awkward look. After hesitating for a moment, the boss took a long breath and said, "It's true that the 2 adults said that I was also a soul master back then, and my cultivation has reached the realm of a soul king. Therefore, I am not short of money. But this pub is also an ancestral business of my family, and I cannot say that the pub is closed. So I set a rule that the gold reaches the limit. However, although the taste of my house wine is good, it is ordinary wine after all, and it is incomparable with the elixir used. Several of you are soul masters, and they all understand this truth. This catty of wine is indeed too expensive." At first, someone asked, "But after a long time, the reputation of my little shop has spread." But they are all notorious, so naturally no one comes. "I am not short of money, but I am happy to relax." After listening to the boss Li Bao's words, Ning Fengzi raised his eyebrows in surprise. Nothing else, because he obviously felt that Li Bao was an ordinary person, with no soul power in his body. Wang Ran was not surprised. He had already noticed that there was a problem with Li Bao. Otherwise, he would not take the initiative to ask questions out of curiosity. "Boss Li, you just said that you used to be a soul master and a soul king. But don't I perceive soul power in you? What is going on here?" Ning Fengzi asked with some doubts. Upon hearing this, the boss Li Bao showed a trace of anger on his face. Seeing this, Ning Fengzi was stunned. He thought his problem was abrupt and touched Li Bao's sore spot, so Li Bao was angry. Although his status is high, he will not force others to say what he doesn't want to say. Therefore, Ning Fengzi quickly said, "Boss Li, if it's inconvenient to say, just pretend I didn't ask." Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Li Bao also realized that he was a little gaff because of the thought of the past, so he quickly said, Sect Master Ning, don't get me wrong, I'm not angry with you. I just thought of the past. There is actually nothing inconvenient to say about this. The reason why you can't detect soul power from me is because I have been abolished and become an ordinary person completely. When he said this, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of Li Bao's mouth. Hearing this answer, Ning Fengzi and Bone Duluo were stunned. Wang Ran didn't know anything about Duluo mainland, but Ning Fengzi and Bone Duluo were native Duluo mainlanders. On the Duluo continent, there is no such thing as the cultivation base being abolished. After all, spirit masters rely on martial arts for cultivation. Once there is no cultivation base, the spirit ring energy on the martial arts will immediately crush the spirit master. Therefore, in the Duluo continent, the soul master may be unable to advance in his cultivation for various reasons or even explode to death. However, I have never heard that the cultivation base can be abolished. Even if it could be abolished and the cultivation base returned to zero, the spirit master who relied on the spirit of the martial arts could return to cultivation again. A powerful soul king turned out to be an ordinary person. How could this be possible? Seeing Ning Fengzi's expression, Li Bao also understood that his answer was a little confused. So, he quickly continued to explain. I also understand that you are definitely wondering, how could a soul master be deposed? But that's the truth. When I was a soul master, I used to experience in the far north, because I have a good cultivation level, and I usually take on some tasks to help people hunt down soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Therefore, I am fairly well known in the far north. At that time, several young people hired me to enter the far north and help them hunt down soul beasts to obtain the fourth spirit ring. Although it was dangerous, they paid very well. So I agreed. Everything went well, but in a few days I helped them hunt a snow bear that was 3,000 years old. I thought that the matter was going to end, but I didn't expect that snow bear actually burst out a soul bone. That's a soul bone. It belongs to me as agreed. Therefore, I was very excited. But the young man who broke through the fourth ring hoped that I would sell him the spirit bone. The price could be higher. Originally, I didn't want to agree. After all, soul bones are something you can't find. But at that time, because I was hunting the snow bear under the premise of protecting those young people, so my consumption is too great, and I know that if they have a crooked mind, I can't resist it. So I promised them in extreme dismay, but never expected that these young people don't speak martial arts. Chapter 370 Li Ying, Yuhan awakens. Obviously, I have already negotiated, and when I get out of the far north, I will give me the money. As a result, after I relaxed, they even made a sneak attack on this honest man. At once, I was severely injured by them. If I hadn't reacted promptly, I would definitely die on the spot. Speaking of this, Li Bao's face is also full of grievances. When Li Bao said this, Ning Fengzi asked with some doubts, Boss Li, even in this way, you won't say that your cultivation base is abolished? Hearing this, Li Bao also heard his mind and continued to answer, indeed, even though I was seriously injured, I am also a soul king after all. And it is not that simple for them to kill me. After paying some price, I still escaped. However, in the extreme north, I am a soul king who is seriously injured and dying. What will happen even if I escape? Under normal circumstances, I will die in the far north within a few days. However, the road to heaven is inexhaustible. Just when I was about to be unable to hold on, I found a golden flower. There is a huge amount of energy in that strange flower, and there are several 100-year-old soul beasts guarding it. I thought it was a treasure. After I tried my last bit of strength to kill those soul beasts, I took that strange flower without even thinking about it, thinking about regaining some strength and saving my life. Having said this, Li Bao calmed down instead. After a short pause, Li Bao continued, as a result, that strange flower is indeed magical. The strength of my body was restored in just a few breaths. However, as the injury recovered, I was horrified to find that my spirit power was rapidly declining. At that time, I subconsciously summoned Yuhan, wanting to resist this strange situation. But even so, it has no effect. Even as the spirit power continued to decline, I clearly saw the spirit ring above my martial soul dissipating quickly. In the end, not only my own soul power disappeared, but even my martial soul turned into light spots and merged into my body. From then on, I could no longer summon a martial soul, let alone practice. Having lost my cultivation base, I didn't dare to stay in the extreme north, so I ran out of the extreme north for the first time. Then, after a turning point, he returned to Heavenly Sword City, inherited the family Devon, got married and had children. But it may be because I ate the flower. On the day that Yan Er awakened the spirit, The spirit was like me, transformed into light spots and merged into the body. At the end, Li Bao sighed helplessly. Even though the encounter made him an ordinary person who didn't even have a martial spirit, his life was saved. The only thing that made him unacceptable was that because of himself, his son could no longer become a soul master. When Wang Ran heard what Li Bao said, they were all surprised. Ning Fengzi and Bone Duo just felt that the world was so big, nothing strange. Even such things can happen. Lian Yuhan dissipated. It was a long time since I saw him. But Wang Ran didn't think so. According to Li Bao's description, that white exotic flower is obviously a rare treasure. Otherwise, it is impossible for a seriously injured person to recover in a few breaths. As for the disappearance of spirit power and the dissipation of martial spirit, is it really a bad thing? It's not necessarily true. Thinking of this, Wang Ran's eyes narrowed slightly. Waving his hand at Li Ying, Wang Ran said, "Li Ying, come here and I will check your body." Hearing Wang Ran's words, Li Ying glanced at his father subconsciously. Although very smart, Li Ying is only an 11 or 12-year-old child after all. Therefore, Li Ying was still very nervous after hearing Wang Ran's words, and wanted to ask his father's opinion. When Li Bao saw his son look at him, he gave him a kick and said anxiously, "My lord told you to go over, you don't have to hurry." Don't blame him for being anxious. Wang Ran is a title duo. This kind of existence can check his son's body. Maybe he can solve Li Ying's physical problems and embark on the path of spiritual practice. Although he has some money, his family has some connections, and he used to find many people to help check. But how can those people compare to title duo? He had found the strongest, but it was just a 6-round soul emperor. Today came the chance. A title duo deliberately helped Li Ying check his body. If he couldn't catch this almost at all, he would have been in vain for so many years. Li Ying didn't dare to hesitate at this time, and hurried to Wang Ran's. Wang Ran didn't say much, and put his hand directly on Li Ying's shoulder. A trace of energy flowed directly into Li Ying's body along Wang Ran's palm. Mixed with mental power, Li Ying's physical condition was directly and clearly reflected in Wang Ran's mind. Sure enough, the average Wang Ran expected. Unlike ordinary people, Li Ying has a peculiar energy in his body. Although very weak, it is evenly distributed in every corner of Li Ying's body. However, it is precisely because this energy is too weak after being dispersed, so ordinary people can't find it at all. Only after arriving at title duo could he discover a trace of anomaly. Is this the unawakened spirit? Wang Ran thought faintly in his heart. Under curiosity, Wang Ran also wanted to figure out what this peculiar energy was. Therefore, after clarifying the situation, Wang Ran not only did not stop the energy output in his hand, but on the contrary, he increased the energy output to draw the peculiar energy that spread all over Li Ying's body. Under the energy of Wang Ran, the weak energy quickly converged in Li Ying's body. In the eyes of outsiders, Li Ying's body at this time slowly released a golden light, and the brightness of this golden light continued to increase. Li Ying, as the client, did not pay attention to his physical condition, because he felt like he was immersed in a hot spring at this time. The comfortable feeling made him close his eyes subconsciously. However, this process only lasted a short time. As the light on Li Ying's body flashed fiercely, his arms suddenly turned into a pair of golden wings. The mouth also became like a bird becking. At the same time, a force of coercion rose sharply from Li Ying's body. Not the pressure of the strong, but the pressure from the blood. However, whether it was Ning Fengzi or Bone Duo, a group of strong abilities, together with the martial arts spirits were also top martial arts spirits. Therefore, Li Ying's coercion is of no use to them. Not to mention Wang Ran, even Ning Rongrong was protected by Wang Ran. Only August 1 Chinese network www.81zw.xyz was affected, only Li Ying and his father Li Bao. Chapter 371 Registered Disciple. Golden Winged Aping. Although affected by the coercion of Li Ying, Li Bao became excited, because Li Ying is now in a state of possessing a martial soul. Possessing a martial soul, although it is not the same as the martial soul of his family, but how is that? This shows that Li Ying can now summon a martial arts spirit, and he is no longer the original waste without a martial arts spirit. Ning Fengzi and Bone Duo also had a flash of surprise in their eyes. They could feel that Li Ying's martial spirit was definitely a top martial spirit. A strange brilliance even flashed in Ning Fengzi's eyes. He is now considering whether to invite Li Ying to join the Kibao Glazed Glass sect. Although Li Ying is a bit older now, he is definitely eligible to join the Kibao Glazed Glass sect with his top martial arts spirit. I just don't know if Wang Ran has any thoughts about Li Ying. After all, he also has a sect. If Wang Ran had it, then he could only give up. Thinking of this, Ning Fengzi glanced at Wang Ran calmly. As Wu Han awakened, Li Ying also opened his eyes with excitement. He could feel the enormous power contained in his current body. Compared with the previous self, that is simply a different existence. Moreover, he could still feel the existence of spirit power in his body. Not only awakened the martial soul, but also began to practice. This made Li Ying, who had been called wasteful for several years. His eyes were wet. Excited, Li Ying directly put away his martial soul, knelt in front of Wang Ran, kowtow all the time. Regarding Li Ying's performance, Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction. Although he didn't want anything, if Li Ying didn't even have any gratitude, he wouldn't be happy. Fortunately, Li Ying is not that kind of person. At this time, Li Bao also knelt on the ground and kept kowtow to Wang Ran. Wang Ran raised his hand slightly, dragged the Li family father and son, and then said, "Okay, don't have to be so polite." The father and son of the Li family, who were held up by Wang Ran, were still more excited and grateful than they were in their eyes. They really don't know how to repay Wang Ran's kindness. Money, Wang Ran is definitely not eye-catching, but they have nothing else. Li Bao's eyes flashed, and he said directly, "My lord, our father and son really don't know how to repay you for your great kindness. If you don't dislike it, let the children follow you and serve you as a cow and a horse." Here, Li Bao is also selfish. To be grateful to Wang Ran is certainly one aspect, but he also considers Li Ying's future. 11-year-old Li Ying had already wasted a lot of training time. If he can follow Wang Ran, nothing else, just a few casual instructions from Wang Ran, will be enough for Li Ying to benefit for life. Hearing Li Bao's words, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but give him a high look. This boss Li will seize the opportunity very much. If they could really follow Wang Ran's side, the Li family would have made a lot of money this time. Wang Ran also raised his eyebrows slightly. Although Li Bao was a little cautious, what he said was also very sincere. "Yes, sir, if you don't dislike it, I am willing to be a cow and a horse to repay and serve you." Hearing what Li Bao said, Li Ying also quickly spoke. For this kind of opportunity, Li Ying, who is already smart, can naturally understand one or two things. Hearing what Li Ying had said, Wang Ran touched his chin for a moment in thought. Li Ying's talent is good, and after several years of life, his temperament has calmed down. It's not impossible to put him in the door. Having made a decision, Wang Ran directly spoke to Li Ying. "Well, since you want to follow me, I don't need you to be a cow or a horse. I will accept you as a named disciple. If I am satisfied in the future, I am deciding whether to take you to my door. But you have to think about it clearly. Although we Tibetans can learn and practice with many people, but master, you can only worship one in your life. If the master is correct, you cannot vote for others. Otherwise, it is the crime of apostasy." Hearing Wang Ran agreed, the Li family and his son were overjoyed. This result has greatly exceeded their psychological expectations. Although he didn't formally worship Wang Ran, he was just a registered disciple. However, that was also a named disciple of title Du Liu O. If this kind of opportunity is known to others, it is estimated that the envious eyes will fall. As for the prerequisites that only one master can be worshipped in a lifetime, does this still need consideration? Not to mention that Wang Ran itself is their unattainable existence. Even Li Ying never thought of betraying. Therefore, Li Ying didn't even think about it, so he spoke directly. "The disciple has considered it clearly. The reason is that I will worship you as a teacher, and I will never betray in this life." The disciple saw master. With that, Li Ying knelt down again. Wang Ran picked up Li Ying and said, "You are still only my registered disciple. If I am satisfied in the future, I am going to accept you as an introductory disciple, and then hold an apprenticeship ceremony." "I understand, master. I will work hard and will not disappoint your kindness and trust." Hearing what Wang Ran said, Li Ying nodded and replied. Seeing that the matter was a foregone conclusion, Ning Fengzi could only secretly say a pity. However, he didn't care too much. He was just a genius, and the 7 treasure glazed glass sect was not short. Ha ha laughed. Ning Fengzi said, "It seems that this result is really happy for everyone. But Xiao Lying, you haven't introduced us to what your martial spirit is." Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Li Ying also hurriedly said, Yes, I haven't introduced my spirit to you yet, master. My martial soul is named Jinwing Daping, and it is a bird martial soul." Golden Wing Rock? Wang Ran was stunned when he heard Li Ying's words. He did not expect that. Although he knew that Li Ying's martial spirit was very powerful, he did not expect it to be a Golden Wing Rock. In the Duliu world, most of the types of martial arts are traceable, especially the beast martial arts, most of which can correspond to the type of soul beast. But in Duliu continent, There is no soul beast like the Golden Wing Rock. It seems that it was affected by the strange flower that Li Bao ate. Wang Ran thought faintly in his heart. As for Li Ying's words, Ning Fengzi and Bone Duoluo didn't feel much. There are more types of martial arts in Duoluo continent, and they are normal if they haven't heard of it. At this time, Ning Fengzi softly admired Li Ying's words. The Golden Wing Rock. I didn't expect to be another top martial arts soul that I have never heard of. Sure enough, the world is so big, there are no wonders. Boss Li, the martial arts passed down from your family is not simple. Hearing Ning Fengzi's admiration, Li Bao smiled embarrassedly. Their family's family martial spirit is not a top martial spirit like the Golden Winged Aping. Chapter 372 The Secret of Yuhan Sect. Master Ning, you have misunderstood. My family's family spirit is not a Golden Wind Rock, but a kind of beast spirit called the Golden Wind Bird. Li Bao explained. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi stroked his chin, then said, Goldwind Bird. It seems that Li Ying's martial soul has mutated, and it has mutated in a good way. This is a blessing. Wang Ran knew this for a long time, and said to several people, that's right, Li Ying's Golden Wind Rock should have evolved after being influenced by the strange flower that Boss Li ate. It stands to reason that Boss Li's martial spirit should have also evolved. It's just that the strange flower is not yet mature, so it needs external guidance. Well, Boss Li, let me check your body too. Wang Ran made this decision not because of how kind he is, but because Li Bao is Li Ying's father. Now Li Ying has already joined Zhangman, and may even be accepted as a disciple by Wang Ran himself in the future. Li Bao, as Li Ying's father, naturally exists on the Tibetan side. Moreover, if he did so, it would make Li Ying even more recognized and grateful to Wang Ran and Zhangman. As for Li Bao's future enemies, Wang Ran would not worry. Even if Li Bao had a top martial arts spirit, it was almost impossible for him to cultivate to the point where he could have an impact on Zhangman at such an age. What's more, even if Li Bao could cultivate to title Duoluo or even break through god level, Wang Ran can't handle him anymore. If you don't even have this confidence, Wang Ran should enjoy his life as early as possible, and talk about his great cause. Therefore, Wang Ran made this decision after careful consideration. After hearing Wang Ran's words, Li Bao's expression flushed with excitement. Although I have already seen it a long time ago, if I can become a soul master again, and have a top martial arts spirit like the Golden Wing Rock, who would refuse? Therefore, Li Bao walked to Wang Ran without hesitation. As before, Wang Ran carefully probed Li Bao's physical condition. However, no matter how Wang Ran searched, there was no trace of peculiar energy. Even if it increased the energy and mental power to check Li Bao's body, the result remained the same. After fruitless, Wang Ran frowned slightly. Seeing Wang Ran frowned, Ning Fengzi asked a few people in confusion, what's wrong? Is there any problem? As the person involved, Li Bao raised a heart to his throat and looked at Wang Ran nervously. As Ning Fengzi's voice fell, Wang Ran also took his hand from Li Bao's shoulder. Shaking his head helplessly, Wang Ran explained. Boss Li no longer has that martial arts energy in his body. It should be because the delay was too long and the energy dissipated. Therefore, there is nothing I can do. Hearing Wang Ran's words, the excitement on Li Bao's face instantly turned into loneliness. Nodded helplessly, Li Bao said, it's okay, my lord. In fact, I have already accepted this kind of result. But I still want to thank you for taking it. In this regard, Wang Ran is also very helpless. He had already planned to help Li Bao, but Li Bao himself had a problem. With a light sigh, Wang Ran didn't say much. Ning Fengzi said thoughtfully, is that so? According to the records of our 7 treasure glazed glass sect, the human spirit will go through a process of aggregation and dissipation without being awakened. Normally, the strength of the spirit will reach the highest when it is 6 years old, which is why the spirit awakening is usually when humans are 6 years old. After the peak period of the martial arts condensed, the unawakened martial arts will indeed gradually weaken. In addition, Boss Li was not born without awakening the martial soul, and this dissipating process might also speed up. Therefore, Wang Ranmian's speculation is still very likely. Hearing Ning Fengzi's explanation, everyone showed the same behavior. Even Wang Ran was no exception. This is the first time they have heard of such secret things. At this time, Li Bao no longer regretted that he could not become a soul master again. On the contrary, his heart was full of luck at this time. Fortunately, I met Wang Ran early. If only a few years later, maybe Li Ying's martial arts spirit will disappear. At that time, maybe Li Ying's son will not inherit Yuhan. If this were the case, then their Li family would have no hope of becoming a soul master family. Now that the matter is over, everyone is no longer entangled too much. Sit back to the table again. tasting this wine glass by glass. Li Ying, who was accepted as a named disciple by Wang Ran, is now waiting for a few people. Seeing whose wine glass is empty, I quickly pour a glass of wine. Ning Rong Rong looked at Li Ying, who had been standing by the table, and said crisply, "Brother Birdman, sit too. Don't keep standing." Brother Birdman, hearing Ning Rong Rong's name, coupled with her appearance of a small adult, Wang Ran couldn't help laughing. As for the title of Brother Birdman, Li Ying couldn't help his mouth twitching. Although his martial soul possessed his body, he would possess many appearance characteristics of a golden-winged roc. However, this is not his fault either. Aren't all the bird spirits like this? The name Birdman is really ugly. If he were to be called Li Ying by a bigger person, Li Ying would definitely think that he was scolding him. But the protagonist who said this was Ning Rong Rong, and they didn't mean to insult him at all. It was purely what this person thought. Therefore, he has no reason to care, let alone care. You say this is not annoying. Rubbing his face as if recognizing his fate, Li Ying seemed to foresee the title of Birdman, and he might be with him for a lifetime. It's okay, as a junior, I should be serving. After smelling his mind, Li Ying said seriously. But Ning Rong Rong wasn't happy anymore. Before, she could only watch Ning Fengzi entertain guests, and those guests were very cooperative. As a result, now she took the initiative to entertain Li Ying after imitating Ning Fengzi, but suffered Waterloo. How could this be possible? Therefore, Ning Rong Rong hugged Wang Ran's arm directly, and then began to shake it. While holding Wang Ran's arm and shaking, Ning Rong Rong said coquettishly towards Wang Ran, "Brother, please let Brother Birdman sit down." It's the first time Rong Rong entertained guests. How could he fail? Seeing Ning Rong Rong's appearance, Ning Fengzi, a senior daughter slave, twitched violently. Even if my daughter didn't look for herself, she actually acted like a baby to a stranger she had just met. Chapter 373 Random thinking. Ning Fengzi, didn't Wang Ran just give Rong Rong a gift? Didn't he treat Rong Rong a little better? Didn't it mean that he was a little stronger? Didn't it mean he was younger? Didn't he mean he was handsome? Thinking of this, Ning Fengzi's heart was shocked. Damn it, you can go on like this. Seeing Wang Ran's young and excessive face, Ning Fengzi suddenly felt a slight threat. Now that Ning Rong Rong is still young, it is impossible to have any accidents. But when Ning Rong Rong grew up in the future, it was time for the girl to cherish the spring. What if she fell in love with Wang Ran? You know, Wang Ran is definitely older than Ning Fengzi himself. Ning Fengzi didn't doubt this at all. And with Wang Ran's cultivation base, his appearance will definitely not change after 10 years. A young, handsome, powerful elder brother who treats himself so well. Under such conditions, there is absolutely no young girl who is just beginning to be able to resist the charm of such a man. Ning Fengzi used his own personality as a guarantee. This is absolutely the truth. If Ning Rong Rong really liked Wang Ran by then, Ning Fengzi would definitely think of it. Although Ning Rong Rong will definitely meet someone she likes in the future, she will also marry and be a wife. However, this object definitely cannot be Wang Ran. This is definitely not a good thing for Ning Rong Rong. And if this happened, how would he face Wang Ran? This is like your good brother, or even one of your elders suddenly telling you to marry your daughter. This thing is personally unacceptable. The more I thought about it, Ning Fengzi felt that the greater the possibility. The more I thought about it, the more confused Ning Fengzi's mind became. No, we must not let this happen. We must find a way to prevent it. Thinking of this, Ning Fengzi's eyes kept flashing, staring at Wang Ran, not knowing what he was thinking. Not only Ning Fengzi, Bone Duo was also mixed with mixed flavors. Although he doesn't have the kind of brain circuit of Ning Fengzi, he is not balanced inside. He was not an ordinary pet to Ning Rong Rong. Without offspring, he looked at Ning Rong Rong like his own granddaughter. Usually, only he and Ning Fengzi can enjoy such treatment as Ning Rong Rong acting like a baby. At most, +1 saw Duo. As a result, suddenly another person came to compete with him. How could there be unspeakable jealousy in his heart? I don't know the careful thoughts of Ning Fengzi and Bone Duo. At this time, Wang Ran's hair was straightened by Ning Fengzi and Bone Duo's murmur and strange eyes. What are these two guys doing? Isn't it just thinking about Yin Losi? The hairy Wang Ran, who was stared at by the two of them, couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, before he had a seizure, Ning Rong Rong, who felt that he was being ignored, directly increased his strength. After being shaken by Ning Rong Rong like this, Wang Ran didn't care that some of these were gone. Anyway, facing Shang Ning Fengzi and Bone Duo, Wang Ran was fearless. Now, let's hurry up and care about Ning Rong Rong. Wang Ran, who ignored Ning Fengzi and Bone Duo, directly rubbed Ning Rong Rong's head with his other hand, and said dumbly, "Okay, Rong Rong, don't shake it, I just let Li Ying sit down." Li Ying, You heard it too. Rong Rong asked you to sit down. When Li Ying heard Wang Ran's instructions, he did not dare to refuse, and went straight to the free side. However, his hand is still on the wine jar, ready to pour the wine at any time. Seeing Li Ying sitting down, Ning Rong Rong nodded in satisfaction and said sweetly to Wang Ran, "Big brother is really nice." After finishing speaking, he took a provocative look at Li Ying, as if to say that you didn't sit down just now. It's not weirdly obedient now. Seeing Ning Rong Rong's appearance, Wang Ran and Li Ying were dumbfounded. Even if it was Bone Duo, the careful thought just now had faded a lot. Only Ning Fengzi made his heart feel even worse. That's it for Ning Rong Rong now, and he will get it later. No, absolutely can't let this happen. Thinking of this, Ning Fengzi cleared his throat directly and said to Wang Ran, "Ahem, that Wang Ran Mian, I wonder what you think of the little girl." Upon hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Wang Ran became vigilant subconsciously. There is a conspiracy. Wang Ran's first reaction was this. However, no matter what he thought, he didn't think of any conspiracy. Slightly stabilized, Wang Ran said, "Sect Master Ning, this kid Rong Rong is very smart and very likable." "I don't know what you are trying to say." "Very likable." Hearing these words, Ning Fengzi's heart trembled. However, he also knew that Wang Ran's meaning was not the same as him. But who made Ning Fengzi's thinking go wrong? Subconsciously thinking too much. Forcibly stabilizing his mind and controlling himself. "Don't think too much," Ning Fengzi said again. He. Then relieved. Rong Rong is 4 years old this year, and he will awaken his martial soul in 2 years. Therefore, Zhong Menli had already started looking for teachers for Rong Rong. However, due to various reasons, it has not been settled. As for me, I don't have much time to teach Rong Rong because of my busy schedule. So, if you can, I hope you can accept Rong Rong as a disciple. Hearing what Ning Fengzi said, Wang Ran hadn't said anything yet. Bone Duo was a little dumbfounded. Looking for a teacher for Ning Rong Rong? Why doesn't he know this? Also, what is it that Ning Fengzi is busy with official duties, and there is not much time to teach Ning Rong Rong? Are you usually busy? Obviously a lot of free time. And didn't you say you want to teach Ning Rong Rong yourself? Why did he change his mind again? However, it was a good choice for Ning Rong Rong to worship Wang Ran as his teacher. Wang Ran is strong enough and generous enough. If Ning Rong Rong worshipped him as a teacher, the benefits would be indispensable. Thinking of this, Bone Duo gave Wang Ran a calm look. As for the previous doubts, he did not show it. Although I don't know what Ning Fengzi thinks, since he said it, he naturally has to cooperate. As a titled Duo, Bone Duo still had a strong control over his expression and emotions. Coupled with his skinny dignity, Wang Ran found no abnormalities at all. At this time, Wang Ran looked at Ning Fengzi with some doubts. Could this be the conspiracy? Wang Ran didn't resist accepting Ning Rong Rong as a disciple. He likes Ning Rong Rong, this little clever ghost, very much, and it would be a good choice if he accepts her as a disciple. But, is your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School so generous? This had just met, and I felt relieved to send my heir to the other side. Moreover, the dignified Cabal Yulai sect still lacks people to teach Ning Rong Rong. Chapter 374 Duo First Disciple. Therefore, Wang Ran asked doubtfully, "Sect Master Ning, are you serious? You heard the rules of Zhangman just now. If Rong Rong worships me as a teacher, you won't be able to worship others as a teacher in the future." Hearing what Wang Ran said, Ning Fengzi nodded sharply, and said seriously, "That's right, Wang Ran Mian, I really hope that Rong Rong will worship you as a teacher, and if I worship you as a teacher, I believe Rong Rong will not need another master." Ning Fengzi had said so, and Wang Ran naturally had no worries about the future. The reason he confirmed it again was nothing more than to prevent the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect from regretting in the future and all kinds of troubles. Now that Ning Fengzi has expressed his opinion, Wang Ran naturally has no estimates. Since Sect Master Ning has said so, I am naturally willing to accept this child Rong Rong. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Li Ying, who is Wang Ran's noted disciple, gave Ning Rong Rong an envious look. Because Wang Ran had already expressed very clearly, Ning Rong Rong was definitely Wang Ran's beginner disciple. Rather than being like yourself, you still need to wait until Wang Ran is satisfied before you can officially apprentice your teacher. However, he was just envious, and there was no dissatisfaction in his heart. He is a person who knows how to be grateful and a person who knows how to be satisfied. It was a fluke to be able to become Wang Ran's named disciple from a waste without martial arts spirit. He wouldn't be insatiable. He just felt jealous or even resentful because he felt that he was not treated by Ning Rong Rong. As one of the protagonists of the incident, Ning Rong Rong just looked at these adults in confusion. After a while, Ning Rong Rong reacted. It seems that her father just asked her to worship Wang Ran as a teacher, and Wang Ran also agreed. In this case, will I be able to meet Wang Ran often in the future? Thinking of this, a joyful smile appeared on Ning Rongrong's small face. For Ning Rongrong, it doesn't matter whether or not to worship a teacher, and she doesn't know what it means to worship Wang Ran as a teacher. However, as long as you can see Wang Ran often, it's good. Ning Rongrong had a natural closeness to Wang Ran. As for Ning Fengzi, after hearing Wang Ran's promise, he breathed a sigh of relief. Since Ning Rongrong had worshipped Wang Ran as his teacher, he naturally had nothing to worry about. Moreover, following Wang Ran, Ning Rongrong had a lot of benefits but no harm. With a relaxed mood, the smile on Ning Fengzi's face became more sincere. Haha, in this way, everyone is a family. I don't know if my Yanxia brought Rongrong back to the sect for the apprenticeship ceremony, or went to my Kibao Yulai sect. Ning Feng asked Wang Ran with a smile. Regarding Ning Fengzi's question, Wang Ran answered without even thinking. You don't have to go back to Zangman. I'm going to travel to the mainland this time. Let's go directly to the Kibao Glazed Tile School. Hearing what Wang Ran said, Ning Fengzi was not surprised, and directly responded, no problem. We were going to return to the sect originally. Let us leave this apprenticeship ceremony to our 7 Treasure Glass sect. You can rest assured that you will never lose your reputation. I just don't know when you are going to go to Kibao Glazed Glass sect. I have someone to send a letter in advance. Hearing this, Wang Ran slightly touched his chin and thought for a while, then said, well, I'll be walking around this heavenly sword city for a while and I'll be on the road with you. Hearing what Wang Ran said, Ning Fengzi nodded slightly, and then said to the Bone Duo on the side, Uncle Bone, you are the fastest. Could you please return to the sect in advance to pass the message? Hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Bone Duo hesitated slightly and said, Sect Master, if I leave, your safety? Ning Fengzi waved his hand indifferently, and replied indifferently, it doesn't matter Uncle Bone, there are still many spirit masters in the sect outside, so there is no danger. Moreover, we are all under Wang Ranmian, so there will be no danger. Hearing this, Bone Duo glanced at Wang Ran. Although Wang Ran is strong, it is precisely because of Wang Ran's strength that he is worried. After all, in the final analysis, Wang Ran was just someone who had just met. In case Wang Ran had any bad thoughts, Ning Fengzi and others would not even have the opportunity to resist without him. As for this, is Ning Fengzi not clear about it? No, of course Ning Fengzi knows. However, he chose to believe in Wang Ran. Ning Fengzi believed that he still had some understanding of people. He didn't see a bit of darkness in Wang Ran's body, so he believed that Wang Ran was not the kind of person with different appearances. He also believed that powerful people like Wang Ran had some pride in their hearts. Suspects do not believe. Believers do not doubt. Now that the decision has been made, we must do our best. In this way, Wang Ran can take a high look. Sure enough, as Ning Fengzi thought, as he uttered these words, Wang Ran really looked at Ning Fengzi a lot. No loss is to be able to be the role of the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tiles. This decisiveness and courage is extraordinary. Wang Ran sighed slightly in his heart, and then said, Bone Duo, just don't worry. With Wang, naturally, Sect Master Ning and the others will not be in danger. Hearing that Ning Fengzi and Wang Ran had both said so, Bone Duo didn't say anything more, just got up and left. As soon as he exited the door of the tavern, Bone Duo burst out with terrifying energy fluctuations. In an instant, Bone Duo disappeared in place. In order to avoid accidents, he must rush back to the sect as quickly as possible. Wang Ran looked at the disappearing figure of Bone Duo, only laughed, and said nothing. Looking up and drinking the last glass of wine, Wang Ran directly spoke to Li Bao. Boss Li, since Li Ying has become my registered disciple, I will take him away this time. Li Bao would naturally not refuse Wang Ran's decision. He directly agreed, and entrusted his only son to Wang Ran. And Li Ying was even more indecisive. He was originally a juvenile character, and he had long wanted to go out to see the outside world. After hearing Li Bao's statement, Wang Ran nodded and stood up directly. Sect Master Ning, let's go out and stroll around this heavenly sword city. Hearing what Wang Ran said, Ning Fengzi also laughed haha and stood up and laughed. Natural. Seeing Wang Ran and Ning Fengzi both stood up, Li Ying also quickly stood up, preparing to run behind Wang Ran. Upon seeing this, Wang Ran shook his head slightly at Li Ying, and then said, Li Ying, you should be alone with your parents first. This time, it is estimated that you will not have time to come back in 2 or 3 years. When I am ready to leave Heavenly Sword City, I will come back and bring you. Chapter 375 Questions of Ning Fengzi. Upon hearing Wang Ran's words, Li Bao quickly said, My lord, you don't have to worry about this. Li Ying's mother had a hard life. When he gave birth to Li Ying, He had a difficult delivery. I have nothing to confess, so just let him leave with you. Don't allow Li Bao to be in a hurry. Following Wang Ran's opportunity, he didn't want Li Ying to miss it. Although I know that Wang Ran cannot be unbelievable, but what if? If Wang Ran had forgotten this when he left, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Wang Ran looked at Li Bao's anxious look, really dumbfounding. Li Bao was worried that he would naturally be able to guess, but is Wang Ran like that kind of person who doesn't believe in words? Speaking of leaving with Li Ying, he will naturally do it. However, after Li Bao had said so, Wang Ran nodded in response. It just so happens that it saves some trouble. Alright, Li Ying, just join me. Li Bao just breathed a sigh of relief when Wang Ran agreed. With a somewhat embarrassing laugh, Li Bao confessed to Li Ying, asking him to follow Wang Ran well and learn more. Wang Ran didn't say much, and took Ning Rong off the stool, and several people walked out of the tavern directly. Li Bao also kept sending a few people out of the tavern, watching them disappear into the crowd. Li Bao was naturally reluctant to leave Li Ying. However, compared with Li Ying's future, this is something to be reckoned with. As Wang Ran's figures drowned in the crowd, the reluctance in Li Bao's eyes flashed away. With a somewhat relieved sigh, Li Bao turned and returned to the tavern. In the days to come, he can only live by himself. The tavern should be well run, and at least we should provide Li Ying with a little help. Various resources are indispensable for the road of cultivation. After leaving the tavern, Wang Ran and the others wandered aimlessly in the Heavenly Sword City. Only at this time, behind a few people, there were a group of soul masters, all of whom were from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. But after Ning Rong was tired from walking, he let Wang Ran hug him away. Although Ning Fengzi took the initiative to ask for it, it was a pity that he was directly rejected by Ning Rong. For this kind of thing, Ning Fengzi was very hurt. But Wang Ran was happy. Although Heavenly Sword City is the heavy city of the Stardew Empire, to be honest, there are not many places to visit. Wang Ran, who had seen the Big Bang of technology a long time ago, was able to attract him as a place with characteristics of the times like the Arena of Souls. Therefore, after shopping for a long time, Wang Ran and the others left Heavenly Sword City. Sitting on the carriage of the Cabal Yulai sect, Wang Ran patiently guided the cultivation of Ning Rong and Li Ying. Sitting opposite Wang Ran, Ning Fengzi also listened earnestly. Although what Wang Ran was talking about was just a little bit of basic cultivation knowledge, this bit of basic cultivation knowledge still gave Ning Fengzi a lot of inspiration for Duluo continent, which was seriously lacking in cultivation methods. It is precisely because of this that Ning Fengzi's emphasis on Wang Ran directly increased several levels. However, Wang Ran's teaching came to an end soon, because neither Li Ying nor Ning Rong had ever set foot on the road of cultivation. To impart too much knowledge at once is harmful to them but not helpful. As Wang Ran's guidance ended, Ning Fengzi took a long breath. After taking a deep look at Wang Ran, Ning Fengzi said with some emotion, "Unexpectedly, my Anxia's understanding of the path of cultivation is so profound. Even if it is me, I have benefited a lot from the theories that my Anxia just said." To Ning Fengzi's compliment, Wang Ran waved his hand indifferently and said, "Sect Master Ning is serious, and I just rely on the inheritance of the sect. If I really let me explore it alone, how could I have such an achievement?" To Wang Ran's humility, Ning Fengzi nodded irresponsibly and said, "Nevertheless, it is of no use if you don't work hard." But speaking of Zongman, I'm a little curious. Although the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect does not dare to say that he knows everything in the world, it shouldn't be unknown how the sect can possess such a powerful person. However, there is no record of our 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect about Zangman. Upon hearing Ning Feng's suspicious words, Wang Ran laughed. Then he said, "Sect Master Ning, the world is huge. It's only in Duluo Star, not just a little bit of Duluo continent. Although the Kibao Glazed Tile School is strong, how can it be possible to have all the information?" Star Duluo. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Ning Fengzi frowned in confusion. Wang Ran did not conceal it, and said directly, "It's true that Sect Master Ning said that the world under our feet is actually a spherical shape. As long as the strength is enough, one can naturally explore 1 or 2. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengzi nodded silently, wondering what he was thinking. After a long time, Ning Fengzi asked again, "Then according to what my Anxia said, there are still many continents on Duluo Star? Is it possible that the sect under my Anxia is the forces of other continents?" Wang Ran didn't mean to conceal it, and it was not a secret that could not be promoted anyway. Therefore, he directly replied, "As far as I know, Duluo Star should have 2 continents. However, our Tibetan Gate is not a force on another continent. To be precise, it should be regarded as a force in other worlds, but I have established another branch in Duluo Star." After listening to Wang Ran's explanation, Ning Fengzi's pupils contracted rapidly. This news is too shocking, even more shocking than the existence of another continent. Ning Fengzi had no doubt about the existence of other worlds. Divine residence and God realm are no secrets in Duluo continent. Especially the 7 treasure glazed tile school has a lot of records. Since the realm exists, it is not incomprehensible that there are other worlds. But if this is the case, Wang Ran's strength is probably not just as simple as Title Duluo. After all, Title Duluo didn't have the strength to leave the Duluo continent. God, at this moment, even Ning Fengzi, who is usually happy and angry, could not stabilize his mind. Wang Ran gave a helpless smile to Ning Fengzi's performance. He knew that the news was amazing, but no way. He couldn't keep concealing, and he didn't intend to conceal it. Sooner or later, the origin of Zangman will be exposed to the eyes of the world. Therefore, concealment is meaningless, and it may cause attacks from other forces and hinder the development of Tibet. Wang Ran is not the kind of person who desperately shrinks up and dare not face any risks. Instead of concealing the origin of the Zangman in order to prevent the slightest risk of being exposed to the eyes of the gods, it's not as good as the previous operation in the Stardew Great Forest, giving the humans of Duluo continent the same statement, making others pay more attention to it. In this way, there is no need to worry that soul beasts and humans will have different cognitions of Zangman in the future. Chapter 376. This is the result. In shock, Ning Fengzi chose to remain silent. Ning Fengzi is a smart man, so he didn't keep asking. Sometimes, when one's own strength has not reached a certain level, it is better not to know the secret news of that level. Sometimes the more you know, the more dangerous the situation becomes. And if Ning Fengzi asked him about some topics that Wang Ran didn't want to mention, it might affect the relationship between Kibao Yui sect and Wang Ran. Seeing that Ning Fengzi did not continue to ask questions, Wang Ran did not take the initiative to explain. As the two voices fell, the carriage fell silent for a while. As time passed bit by bit, Ning Fengzi's eyes still wandered, not knowing what he was thinking. However, suddenly Ning Fengzi turned his head to look at Ning Rongrong, because in his perception, external energy suddenly flowed into Ning Rongrong's body. Although the speed is very slow, although the number is small. However, don't forget that Ning Rongrong is just a 4-year-old child, and even Yuhan has not yet awakened. Under this precondition, the energy from the outside world started to slowly be absorbed by Ning Rongrong. You know, this can only be done by a soul master. Wang Ran taught Ning Rongrong and Li Ying a training method just now, but Ning Fengzi didn't care at all. That's it for Li Ying. After all, he has awakened his martial soul and possesses soul power, so he can cultivate normally. But Ning Rongrong is not. Even if he has the cultivation method, what use is it? It is impossible for her to practice. Originally, Ning Fengzi thought it was just that Wang Ran didn't want to be partial, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. If nothing happens, even ordinary people can practice the cultivation method taught by Wang Ran. If so, it would be terrible. Anyone can cultivate, not to mention the top powerhouse. Just the basic level spirit master can dominate one party. Thinking of this, Ning Fengzi's face changed and changed. Duluo continent, this is going to change. The Yuhan Hall that has dominated for countless years already has a terrifying opponent. However, with Wang Ran's existence now, the form of Duluo continent was developing in that direction, and it was no longer within his control of Ning Fengzi. Fortunately, their 7 treasure glazed tile sect has already boarded the big ship of Zangman. Even if the development situation is not friendly to the local forces in Duluo mainland, their 7 treasure glazed tile sect can still occupy a place. Thinking of the end, Ning Fengzi calmed down instead, and he even had some luck in his heart. After the thoughts became clear, Ning Fengzi's attention was also placed on his daughter Ning Rongrong. Now that Ning Rongrong was only 4 years old, he could already start practicing. When she awakened her spirit at the age of 6, her awakened spirit power would not be low. In this way, Ning Rongrong's road of cultivation is bound to be smoother. Thinking of Ning Rongrong's bright future, Ning Fengzi couldn't help but show a gratified smile. He understood that all of this came from Wang Ran's help. Therefore, Ning Fengzi directly bowed his hand to Wang Ran to express his gratitude. If it wasn't for the small space in the carriage, Ning Fengzi would definitely bow to Wang Ran. Under the crown, the little girl is really thanks to you. Although I had guessed that Wang Ran was a divine residence, because Wang Ran did not take the initiative to expose it, Ning Fengzi was very wise not to take the initiative to mention it. Facing Ning Fengzi's gratitude, Wang Ran waved his hand gently and said, Sect Master Ning does not need to be polite. Since I have accepted Rongrong as a disciple, I will naturally try my best to cultivate Rongrong. Hearing what Wang Ran said, Ning Fengzi felt even more grateful for the decision to let Ning Rongrong worship Wang Ran as his teacher. If Ning Fengzi was just a whim at first, now he is determined. However, the gratification on Ning Fengzi's face soon disappeared. Even with Wang Ran's training, Ning Rongrong's cultivation path will definitely go smoother than Ning Fengzi. But my family knows their own family affairs, and their inheritance martial spirit of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has inherent shortcomings. Even with Wang Ran's training, if Ning Rongrong wants to surpass the ancestors of the Kibao Glazed Glass sect, he still doesn't know how much effort will be required. Wang Ran was a little surprised when he saw Ning Fengzi's face darkening. What are these suzerains thinking in their heads now? Why did it happen? Moreover, it would be nice to just say something directly. Wang Ran is still happy to help his disciple. After all, with Ning Rongrong's talent, the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect will definitely be passed on to her in the future. And Ning Rongrong is also his direct disciple of Wang Ran and the core disciple of Zhangman. If that's the case, isn't the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect belonged to Zhangman? Therefore, Wang Ran directly asked, "What's wrong, Sect Master Ning? Is there anything embarrassing? If you don't mind, you can talk to me." Hearing Wang Ran's question, Ning Fengzi laughed helplessly, and then said, "It's not embarrassing, but I should tell you about this. My Anxia, you may not know that although our Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect is listed as one of the 3 sects on the Duluo continent, our Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect inheritance martial arts spirit has some inherent defects. The reason why the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is called the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is because our heritage martial soul is the Seven Treasure Glass Pagoda. Although the Kibao Glazed Tile Pagoda is called the first auxiliary martial spirit of the mainland, the Kibao Glazed Tile Pagoda has a fatal flaw. Each layer of the Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda can hold a soul ring. So our direct disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect can only cultivate to the realm of Soul Sage at most. Wrong, as a direct disciple of the Kibao Yulai sect, will naturally be the Kibao Yulai Pagoda in the future for the awakened spirit. Although it is an honor to worship you as a teacher, if you want to break through this inherent restriction, I don't know if it can be done. If you can't do it, no matter how talented Wrong is, no matter how smooth the road of cultivation is, you can only stop at Soul Sage." Finally, Ning Fengzi sighed involuntarily. However, he still has high expectations in his heart. Not surprisingly, Ning Rongrong's talent is bound to surpass him. Moreover, Ning Rongrong would go even further with his teacher Wang Ran. Therefore, Ning Rongrong can be said to be the existence that is most likely to break through the inherent limitations of the martial soul since the establishment of the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect. I really don't know how powerful the effect of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda will be after breaking through its own limitations. Ning Fengzi couldn't help but fell into imagination. Seeing so much Ning Fengzi in the play, Wang Ran couldn't help being speechless. He thought it was something that was related to the fate of the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect. And that was the end. Chapter 377 set out to solve Ning Rongrong's Yuhan flaws. Does Wang Ran know the shortcomings of the Kibao Glazed Tile Pagoda? That is naturally known. However, he didn't care about it. In the original book, Ning Rongrong broke through this restriction, although Wang Ran didn't know how to break through. However, this can be done with the power of Duluo continent itself. Can Wang Ran not be able to do it? Just kidding, let alone anything else. Right now, Wang Ran has no less than 2 ways to help Ning Rongrong do this. However, Ning Fengzi's words reminded Wang Ran, the cultivation rules of the Duluo plane have their own distinct characteristics. But Wang Ran didn't know much about this. His current knowledge of Duluo continent was all at the level of the novel on Earth. Moreover, even Wang Ran didn't finish reading the novel very much. Just read it. Roughly, he didn't even know some secret things. Wang Ran didn't even study the cultivation rules of Duluo continent. If he wants to teach the disciples of the Duluo plane with the greatest effect, he must study the cultivation characteristics of the Soul Master. Not to mention anything else, it is very necessary to solve the problem of Spirit Ring at once. The existence of the bestowed Spirit Ring shows that the Spirit Ring can definitely be artificial. Thinking of this, Wang Ran silently added new practice arrangements to his body. It just so happened that it was time to pass back the matter of accepting Li Ying and Ning Rongrong as disciples. As soon as the handprint was pinched, a burst of energy flashed away from Wang Ran's body. At the same time, in the Tibetan gate in the depths of the Stardew Great Forest, Wang Ran's body who was cultivating slowly opened his eyes. Well, Li Ying and Rongrong, do you still have the cultivation system of the Duluo plane? It seems that some will be busy next. Wang Ran, who was sitting cross-legged, spoke slowly. At the same time, on the carriage of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Wang Ran's movements also caused Ning Feng's doubts. My Anxia, who are you? Hearing Ning Feng's suspicious voice, Wang Ran said. Oh, I'm sending a message. It's not a big deal. As for the issue of Rong's martial spirit, you don't have to worry. I will solve it naturally. Hearing what Wang Ran said, Ning Fengzi at this time had no intention of paying attention to what news Wang Ran delivered. Now, all his attention was focused on Wang Ran's last sentence. My Anxia, you mean you have a way to solve the defects of the Kibao glazed tile pagoda? Ning Fengzi was shocked, and at the same time Ning Fengzi was also excited. What does this mean? It means that the 7 treasure glazed tile sect can finally produce a titled duo of the martial spirit 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Although the 7 treasure glazed glass sect already had 2 titled duo, the bone duo and the sword duo, the title duo with the direct line and the worship with the title duo level were completely 2 concepts. Moreover, this is the 7 treasure glazed glass pagoda, which is known as the mainland's first auxiliary system martial soul. If it reaches the title duo level, it will be terrifying. So, can Ning Fengzi not get excited? Wang Ran nodded directly when he saw Ning Fengzi's appearance and didn't confuse his appetite, and then said, naturally, although the Kibao glazed tile pagoda has congenital defects, it is not impossible to break through. Especially Rong is still young, and he has not yet awakened his spirit. In this case, it would be easier to break through the flaws of Yuhan. Hearing Wang Ran's admission, Ning Fengzi could no longer conceal his excitement. Wang Ran was able to make Ning Rong break through the congenital defects of the martial spirit, and naturally also make the other members of the Kibao glazed tile school break through. Although it's not easy to ask Wang Ran for help directly, but when Ning Rong is successful in his cultivation, isn't the promotion of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect going smoothly? Great. The pursuit of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect for countless years can finally be realized. Excited, Ning Fengzi's voice became a little louder involuntarily. Although the soundproofing of the carriage was very good, it did not spread outside, but Ning Rong and Li Ying who were cultivating were actually affected. The two opened their eyes, and Li Ying did not express anything because of his identity. In his heart, the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect is a great figure in the sky, and there is no need to offend him. But Ning Rong was different. She was lively by nature and would not be used to Ning Fengzi. Bad dad. What are you doing? Rong just felt the energy. When you were so scared, they all ran away. Ning Rong grumbled to Ning Fengzi in dissatisfaction. Hearing Ning Rong's words, Ning Fengzi showed an awkward smile on his face. In order not to affect the 2 little guys in the cultivation, he and Wang Ran kept their voices low at the beginning. As a result, he was so excited just now, he couldn't control it for a while. Therefore, facing Ning Rong's dissatisfaction complaint, Ning Fengzi could only apologize to Ning Rong in embarrassment. Seeing Ning Fengzi comforting Ning Rong in a low voice, Wang Ran and Li Ying couldn't help smiling. Especially Li Ying. At first he thought that Ning Fengzi, the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, was so close to fireworks, but it turned out to be no different from his father. Involuntarily, Li Ying's affection for Ning Fengzi also increased a bit. Seeing the smiles of Li Ying and Wang Ran, Ning Fengzi was also embarrassed. That's it for Wang Ran, but Li Ying also saw his embarrassing appearance today, which is really embarrassing. However, he was just embarrassed and had no other thoughts. And the key thing is that Ning Rong is still angry with him now. Let's hurry up. After all, it is his little princess. Seeing Ning Rong still angry, Wang Ran also smiled and said, Rong, stop getting angry. Your father didn't mean it. Oh. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Ning Rong happily responded. Seeing Ning Rong's well-behaved look, the smile on Ning Fengzi's face froze. He felt a mouthful of old blood pouring into his throat, but it didn't come out. Whose little padded jacket is this after all? Wang Ran didn't care about Ning Fengzi's expression, waved to Ning Rong and said, Rong, come to master. Master will give you something good. Hearing this, Ning Rong's eyes lit up instantly. Good thing. Is it as beautiful as you pay? Without hesitation, Ning Rong climbed directly from the seat, and ran towards Wang Ran with his cuffs. Hugging Ning Rong, Wang Ran directly took out a concentration pill from his cuff. As the concentrating pill was exposed to the air, a strong aroma of the pill swept across the entire carriage in an instant. Just smelling the fragrance, Ning Fengzi felt a slight looseness in the bottleneck of his cultivation base. If he had eaten it, Ning Fengzi had no doubt that his cultivation could be improved by several levels. Chapter 378 Ning Rong's martial arts flaws are resolved. Li Ying's determination. Smelling this fragrance, Ning Rong couldn't help swallowing. Master, is this for me? It smells so good. Ning Rong looked straight at the pill in Wang Ran's hand. She swears that this is the most special fragrance she has ever smelled. Wang Ran chuckled lightly, then said, yes, This is what the master gave you, eat it. With that said, Wang Ran directly put the pill on Ning Rong Rong's little hand. As soon as he took the medicine, Ning Rong Rong couldn't wait to put it into his mouth. Following the entrance of the medicine pill, the concentrating pill directly turned into a warm current and slid down Ning Rong Rong's throat. Wang Ran directly wrapped Ning Rong Rong's body with energy, helping her absorb the effects of the concentrating pill. Concentration pill is a good thing. When in the Hokage plane, many disciples of Zhangman cannot do without the help of concentration pill to break through the 6 levels. The strength of Liu Dao converted to Duluo plane, that is titled Duluo. It was originally mild in medicinal properties, and had the concentration pill that consolidates the essence and strengthens the soul, which is definitely enough for the current Ning Rong Rong to make up for the inherent martial arts defects. However, even if the effect of the concentrating pill was milder, it was still enough to support the breakthrough of title Duluo. Ning Rong Rong's current small body, if there is no one to protect it, not to mention that too much energy will cause the body to explode and die. At the very least, Ning Rong Rong could be seriously injured. Even, it will damage the foundation. After all, Ning Rong Rong is too young, but only 4 years old. In order for Ning Rong Rong to absorb the pill perfectly and prevent Ning Rong Rong from hurting the foundation, Wang Ran would be so careful. As the pill turned into a warm current and entered his body, Ning Rong Rong felt his body was soaking in a hot spring. At every moment, there are countless energies into your body. Feeling comfortable, Ning Rong Rong couldn't help humming softly. She didn't know what Wang Ran meant when he asked him to take the medicine, but she felt very comfortable now. However, Ning Fengzi and Li Ying were very clear about what was changing in Ning Rong Rong. Ning Fengzi's eyes were full of expectation, and Li Ying's eyes were full of envy. Wang Ran naturally saw the performance of the two. Ning Fengzi naturally didn't have to say anything. As for Li Ying, as Wang Ran's disciple, although he was named, Wang Ran would not favor one or the other. For Li Ying, Wang Ran will naturally make arrangements after Ning Rong Rong's martial arts flaws are resolved. Therefore, he didn't say much at this time, but kept paying close attention to Ning Rong Rong's physical condition. A little bit of time passed, and with Wang Ran's help, Ning Rong Rong smoothly absorbed the concentration pill. With the absorption of the concentration pills, the spirit power in Ning Rong Rong's body had already condensed a lot. Judging from the level of Duluo continent, it should have a level 5 or 6. From being able to absorb energy just now to the current level of 5 or 6, it only took a few hours. This speed is not unpleasant, but this is just incidental. With Wang Ran's help, this concentration pill was mainly used to strengthen the cohesion of Ning Rong Rong's spirit and martial soul. As for the enhancement of soul power, it was just incidental. This was so, and Ning Rong Rong's spirit power was still greatly improved. It can be predicted that Ning Rong Rong's spirit and martial soul at this time have been greatly improved. Sure enough, under Wang Ran's investigation, the part of the peculiar energy that represented Wuhan in Ning Rong Rong's body was already much richer. Even the quality has improved a lot. As for the soul, I stared at it and didn't know how much. If it were to be seen by a strong native of Duluo mainland, Ning Rong Rong's spirit power was no less than ordinary soul sect. After ascertaining Ning Rong Rong's physical condition, Wang Ran let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Ning Rong Rong was already asleep in Wang Ran's arms. When Ning Fengzi saw that Wang Ran had stopped his movements, he quickly asked, "Under my An, how is Rong Rong's situation?" Seeing Ning Fengzi's impatient look, Wang Ran showed a relaxed smile, and then said, "Don't worry, Sect Master Ning, Rong Rong's current martial arts defect has been made up. Moreover, the soul has also been greatly enhanced, and when it comes to cultivation in the future, the cultivation speed will definitely increase a lot." Hearing what Wang Ran said, Ning Fengzi's heart suddenly became relaxed, and a joyful smile appeared on his face. In Ning Fengzi's heart, Ning Rong Rong's flaws in his martial arts were more meaningful than his own. Wang Ran didn't explain much to Ning Fengzi. After the voice fell, he directly spoke to Li Ying. "Xiong, although you are only my registered disciple now, I will not favor one or the other. However, your situation is different from Rong Rong. If you use soul condensation pill now, you can't achieve maximum utilization. Therefore, I will wait until you are ready to break through title Duluo before giving your share. Of course, now that you are also starting to cultivate, cultivation resources are bound to be indispensable. This bottle is a pill for cultivating the essence, although it cannot directly increase the soul power, but it has a miraculous effect in consolidating the essence. It can increase the monk's background and accelerate the speed of cultivation. For low-level monks, it is one of the last spiritual pills. You take 1 tablet a week, and I will give it to you after it is used up." With that, Wang Ran directly handed Li Ying a jade bottle. In the jade bottle lay 10 round Peiyuan Dan. because he wanted to train low-level sects. Wang Ran carried a lot of this kind of basic medicine. After Li Ying heard Wang Ran's words, a warm current surged in his heart. He didn't doubt that Wang Ran would deceive him. He was just a registered disciple. Compared to Wang Ran, it was as small as a piece of gravel, and Wang Ran had no need to deceive him. Even if Wang Ran said nothing, he wouldn't feel resentful. But now, as his master, Wang Ran also explained it specifically to him. This can only show that Wang Ran really regarded him as his junior. This made Li Ying, who had not had any care for his elders except his father since childhood. How could he not be moved? The touch in his heart made Li Ying, who was already very clever, not knowing what to say for a while. Stretching out his hands, Li Ying quickly took the jade bottle that Wang Ran handed over. "I understand, master." Li Ying nodded towards Wang Ran earnestly, took Yiping's hand and tightened unconsciously. At this moment, the closeness in his heart towards Wang Ran has increased indefinitely. "I secretly vowed in my heart that I must repay Wang Ran well in the future and never let Wang Ran down." Chapter 379 Arrived in Kibao Yulai sect. Wang Ran, who handed Li Ying Pei Yuandan, did not speak. Holding Ning Rong Rong, Wang Ran gently closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap. After so many years, he hasn't had a good rest for a long time. Although only a clone, he can also feel the feeling of taking a good rest. Although Tanjian City was a border city of the Staluo Empire, it was very close to the Dandu Empire, but it was still far away from Kibao City. Therefore, Wang Ran and the others still walked on the road for nearly 4 days. This is also because the horses of the Kibao Glazed Glass sect are all low-level spirit beasts. Although the time on the road was not short, everyone did not feel bored because of the existence of Ning Rong Rong, a living treasure. In the past few days, Ning Fengzi also discovered another thing that was surprising. That was Li Ying, who turned out to be innately full of soul power. You know, Li Ying's awakening Yuhan was already 11 years old. Although it has the bonus of top martial arts, at this age, awakening martial arts is already very good to be able to reach level 3 or 4. And Li Ying is actually full of soul power. For this result, how could Ning Fengzi not be surprised? If this allowed Li Ying to awaken his martial soul when he was 6 years old, wouldn't he be able to break through the 10th highest level of innate soul power? But for this result, Wang Ran didn't feel any surprise. After all, Li Ying's martial arts spirit was awakened by him personally, and the way of awakening was completely different from ordinary people. Li Ying's martial soul was guided by Wang Ran himself with his own energy. Inevitably, a trace of Wang Ran's energy remained in Li Ying's body and was absorbed by his martial soul. Although it was only a trace, the level of Wang Ran's energy was completely beyond the limits of this planet. Okay. Therefore, it is completely understandable that Li Ying can possess innate soul power. Even under the influence of this trace of Wang Ran's energy, Li Ying's martial arts still possessed a touch of the divinity mentioned by the Duo plane. Of course, because Wang Ran had previously helped Ning Rong Rong absorb the concentration pill to make up for the defects of his own martial arts. Therefore, after Ning Rong Rong's martial soul awakens, it will also have a touch of divinity. This touch of divinity can completely make their spirits stronger than other owners of the same spirits. Because Li Ying is innately full of spirit power, Ning Fengzi suggested that he would first turn to help Li Ying obtain the first spirit ring. Li Ying was moved by this proposal. However, Wang Ran refused. Although the realm cannot be broken through now, the enhanced spirit power will always accumulate in the body. After obtaining the spirit ring, these accumulated spirit powers would burst out of Li Ying's body, raising his realm. Therefore, there is no difference between acquiring or not acquiring a spirit ring, other than possessing a spirit ability. And if Li Ying accumulates for a while at this stage, his foundation is bound to be even deeper. Moreover, if he obtains spirit rings now, Li Ying can obtain at most one spirit ring that is about 500 years old. However, if he accumulates for a period of time, with the help of Zhangman's bodybuilding technique and the Shangpei Yuan Dan, Wang Ran is confident that Li Ying's first spirit ring can reach the level of a teenager. Even though it was only a few hundred years of improvement, the bonus to physical fitness of a 100-year spirit ring and a 1000-year spirit ring was completely different. Moreover, if Wang Ran can parse out the mystery of the spirit ring during this period of time, Wang Ran can completely tailor a set of spirit rings for Li Ying. A complete skill system is better than a skill system assembled together. Therefore, Wang Ran rejected this proposal. Although Li Ying was not fully aware of Wang Ran's plan, since Wang Ran had made such a decision, he would naturally not object. Wang Ran disagreed, and Ning Fengzi would naturally not insist. On the road of cultivation, Wang Ran is undoubtedly the senior among the seniors. They would not use their relatively shallow knowledge to question Wang Ran's intentions. Therefore, in addition to daily eating and drinking, all of them have been on their way to the Kibao Glazed Glass sect in the past few days. Finally, with a soft voice from the coachman, the advancing carriage steadily stopped in front of the gate of Kibao Yulizong. Sect Master, the sect is here. As the coachman's voice fell, Wang Ran slowly opened his closed eyes. Ning Fengzi stood up smilingly and said, Xia, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is here, let's get off the bus. Yeah, finally home. Before Wang Ran could answer, Ning Rongrong couldn't wait to jump up from the carriage seat. While shouting, Ning Rongrong was about to run out of the carriage. In the past few days, he was suffocated. Seeing that Ning Rongrong was not big or small, Ning Fengzi directly scolded, Rongrong, you can't be so rude. No wonder Ning Fengzi scolded Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong was Ning Fengzi's heart. If it had been in the past, let alone scolding in such a situation, it would have taught Ning Fengzi not to carry it. What's wrong with the improper etiquette? As the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect, Ning Rongrong would have no problem even if he was domineering. But it doesn't work now. What Wang Ran showed has already allowed Ning Fengzi to raise him to the most important person to the Kibao Yulai sect. Therefore, Ning Fengzi has been cultivating Ning Rongrong's etiquette issues these days. Although the effect was minimal, not only Ning Rongrong didn't care about his words, but even Wang Ran was trying to justify Ning Rongrong. However, he still has to say what should be said, and he still has to do what should be done. The result is not important, it is a question of attitude. Sure enough, the development of things is still the same as these days. Facing Ning Fengzi's scolding, Ning Rongrong made a grimace at him indifferently. Wang Ran also immediately said, it doesn't matter, Sect Master Ning Rongrong is still young, so there is so much manners. Hearing what Wang Ran said, Ning Rongrong happily ran off the carriage. Ning Fengzi has become accustomed to this situation these days. So he just laughed helplessly, and then said to Wang Ran, under the crown, let's get off the car too. Okay. Wang Ran nodded slightly, then got up and walked out of the carriage. Ning Fengzi and Li Ying are close behind. As soon as the three got out of the car, a loud voice followed. I have seen the sovereign. Outside the carriage at this time, in front of the gate of the 7 Treasure Glass sect, hundreds of disciples of the 7 Treasure Glass sect were standing there respectfully. That voice just came from these people's mouths. The leader was just the middle-aged man wearing a white robe, who had already been standing next to Bone Duo, who had returned early. At this moment, the one who was able to stand side by side with Bone Duo didn't have to think about it, and knew that it was another titled Duo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect. Sword Duo. Chapter 380. The 7 Treasures Liulai sect is one of the 2 titled Duo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect. Chen Xin's heart was full of curiosity at this time. He wanted to see for himself what kind of character Wang Ran was. 3 days ago, when Bone Duo brought back news that Ning Rongrong was going to apprentice Wang Ran, Jian Duo thought it was old Bone and then joked with him. After all, I never heard any news that Ning Rongrong would be looking for a master. Moreover, Wang Ran's name has never been heard in the small circle of title Duo. However, under the vowed guarantee of Bone Duo, Sword Duo couldn't help but believe it. Even though he and Bone Duo sometimes don't give face to each other, I'm afraid that no one is more familiar with Bone Duo than Sword Duo. So Sword Duo also knew that Bone Duo wouldn't make jokes about such things. With the confirmation of the news, the entire Kibao Glazed Glass sect became busy. Although it was just such a small matter as Ning Rongrong's apprenticeship. However, Ning Rongrong's identity is destined, and this apprenticeship must be impossible to handle simply. Not to mention anything else, at least the disciples of the entire sect should be notified. In addition, the major forces that are close to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect also need to invite them to come and watch the ceremony. Therefore, most of the disciples of the Kibao Glazed Glass sect have been busy with this matter in the past few days. Don't look at the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect that gathered outside the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect, but within the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect, there are still a large number of messengers from other forces. The disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect gathered now were all specially greeted by Bone Duo and Sword Duo the moment Ning Fengzi's carriage entered the city. The whole 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect's high-level meaning is very obvious, that is, to give face to Zhu Wang Ran, an unknown powerhouse. Otherwise, how could Ning Fengzi, who has always been loc, return to the sect to be such a big show? Therefore, even though the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect were all saying hello to Ning Fengzi at this time, most of their eyes were on Wang Ran. Those curious gazes seemed to want to find out what is so peculiar about Wang Ran. Ning Rongrong, who had already gotten off the carriage ahead of time, was being held in his arms by a beautiful woman. The position of the beautiful woman was very high, only half a position behind the two-titled Duo. Ning Rong Rong, who was held in her arms by the beautiful woman, couldn't help but struggle. She just came back, and she didn't have any fun, so she was held in her arms and waited honestly, which was really annoying. However, the beautiful woman was Ning Rong Rong's mother. Although Ning Rong Rong was sulky, she still had to accept it honestly. The beautiful woman holding Ning Rong Rong was also curiously looking at Wang Ran beside Ning Fengzi. She came from the Dandu imperial family, although after marrying Ning Fengzi, she was no longer a member of the imperial family, but a member of the Seven Treasure Glass sect. However, this does not prevent her from wanting to recruit a few more talents for the empire. According to the news from Bone Duo, the teacher Ning Fengzi made Ning Rong Rong worship was not an ordinary title Duo. Even Bone Duo couldn't understand Wang Ran's depth at all. Therefore, after Wang Ran got out of the carriage, the senior members of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, including the two titled Duo Bone and Sword, and Ning Fengzi's wife, all walked towards them. At this moment, Wang Ran felt a lot of eyes rest on him as soon as he got out of the car. Regarding the curiosity of everyone, Wang Ran didn't express anything. He still had a calm expression on his face. The occurrence of this situation had long been his expectations. Thinking of the opposite, he is now somewhat interested in Bone Duo and Sword Duo. Wang Ran now wants to study the cultivation system of Duo continent. Bone Duo and Sword Duo are undoubtedly one of the best research objects. Therefore, watching Jian Duo and others approaching oncoming, Wang Ran showed a kind smile. Uncle Tinga has long said that my Anxia has a good face, and it really deserves its reputation at first sight today. Holding Ning Rong Rong, the beautiful woman said with a smile. She is a smart person. Although she knew Wang Ran was not easy from Bone Duo's mouth, she couldn't help but feel a little agitated when she saw Wang Ran's appearance. That's why she said hello. Although it sounds like a compliment to Wang Ran, it is a little bit of temptation to say so. At the very least, from Wang Ran's next words, one can tell whether he is as young as his appearance. Hearing the tentative meaning in the beautiful woman's words, Ning Fengzi, who had already guessed about Wang Ran's strength in his heart, quickly explained, "My Anxia, this is my wife Xue Yu. Don't think too much about it." Xue Yu has no other thoughts. Regarding Xue Yu's careful thinking, Wang Ran could naturally guess one or two. However, he would not care too much. So after hearing Ning Fengzi's explanation, Wang Ran just smiled, and then said, "It doesn't matter Sect Master Ning," but it made Madame Xue Yu laugh. The beauty of this world does not know the geometry. This thing is not a big scene. The first time she heard Ning Fengzi speak, Xue Yu understood that Ning Fengzi attached great importance to Wang Ran. Now, when I heard Wang Ran gave me a step, I didn't mean to tangle with the gift. Taking out the attitude of the hostess, she said openly to Wang Ran, "Haha, my Anxia was joking. I am a woman who does not know much about cultivation, but I believe you and Uncle Bone and Uncle Jian will have many topics in common. So, if you have a chance, you can get closer and closer. As for now, let's go in quickly, but there are many people in the sect who want to witness the demeanor under the crown." Hearing Xue Yu's words, Bone Duo and Sword Duo kindly bowed their hands towards Wang Ran and expressed their kindness. Ning Fengzi even expressed his approval and invited Wang Ran to enter the Seven Treasure Glaze Glass sect. Similarly, Wang Ran couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sure enough, Xue Yu should not be underestimated to be the mistress of the Seven Treasure Glaze Glass sect. This performance can be called a wonderful person. Now that several people have said so, Wang Ran didn't want to stand here all the time and let people watch like a monkey. He nodded directly, and followed Ning Fengzi into the Seven Treasure Glaze Glass sect. The Kibao Glaze Tile School is located in the core area of Kibao City, with some tall walls outside, which looks like a city in a city. The internal buildings of the Zongman are mostly ancient castle buildings. The whole sect revealed a feeling of simplicity and richness. And as he officially stepped into the gate of the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect, Wang Ran also truly felt the strength of the world's most wealthy sect. Chapter 381 Xue Yu invites people to meet in just a short time. Wang Ran felt that there were no less than 10 guards hidden in the dark on the short road he had walked. And the strength of these guards is pretty good. Counting it this way, it doesn't count if the guards on the surface are removed. For a simple secret guard, how many are there in such a big Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect? The reason for the arrangement of so many guards is, of course, that there are too many people from other forces in the Kibao Glazed Glass sect today. For these people, it is not only necessary to ensure their safety, but also to prevent people from getting in with bad intentions. Therefore, the guarding power of the entire 7 treasure glazed glass sectors increased tenfold. Of course, it is not clear to these Wang Ran. At this time, he was being pulled by the enthusiastic Ning Rongrong to introduce the environment of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Although most of Ning Rongrong's mouth came out of the beautiful place, what games could be played? But Wang Ran still laughed and listened to Ning Rongrong's introduction to himself. Therefore, walking from the gate of the 7 treasure glazed glass sector to the rest courtyard prepared for Wang Ran, the group walked for half an hour. At this time, most of the people had already retired, leaving only the 2 titles Duo, Ning Fengzi, and a few servants to accompany them. Of course, Ning Rongrong doesn't count. After reaching the entrance of the courtyard room prepared for Wang Ran, Xue Yu spoke respectfully, "My Anxia, this is the rest room for you, and your disciple has arranged it next to you. If there is any need, let the next people prepare." In order to prevent Xue Yu from doing any silly things like testing Wang Ran again, Ning Fengzi had quietly passed through Wang Ran with Xue Yu on the road just now. Hearing Ning Fengzi's description of Wang Ran, a mysterious and powerful influence had already been established in Xue Yu's heart. Moreover, Wang Ran also took action to solve Ning Rongrong's Yuhan flaws. This made her as a mother extremely grateful. Therefore, she now speaks to Wang Ran, unconsciously bringing honorifics. Wang Ran nodded, expressing his satisfaction with this residence. Seeing Wang Ran's satisfaction, Ning Fengzi also smiled and asked, "It's fine if my Anxia is satisfied. I don't know when my Anxia is going to start Rongrong's apprenticeship ceremony, so I have to make preparations." Upon hearing this, Wang Ran glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was alive and kicking, and said with a smile on his face, "As soon as possible. I don't have much time to stay in one place." Hearing what Wang Ran said, Ning Fengzi said directly, "In that case, it's better to hit the sun instead of choosing a day. Just today. I have to let people prepare now, and I can start after an hour or two." Although the time is too tight, there is a rush in etiquette. However, in the past few days, Ning Fengzi has already seen that Wang Ran is not too concerned about these etiquettes. Since people don't care, they will not add to people's congestion. Sure enough, Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction after hearing Ning Fengzi's words. "In that case, then trouble sect Master Ning. Ha, nowhere. Time is running out. I will take Rongrong and them down to prepare now. You will take a rest first, and I will let Xue Yu inform you when the time comes." When Wang Ran agreed, Ning Fengzi said straightforwardly. After finishing speaking, Wang Ran nodded and left the courtyard with a few people, leaving only the servants to wait on them. As Ning Fengzi left, Li Ying couldn't help but asked, "Master, Sect Master Ning is so enthusiastic." Wang Ran gave Li Ying a little speechlessly, and he was still a child. Although he is smart by nature, he is still too simple. Ning Fengzi is also the lord of the sect, and his enthusiasm for Wang Ran is due to Wang Ran's great strength. Moreover, the powerful Wang Ran is also preparing to accept Ning Rongrong as a disciple. If you try with someone else, let alone enthusiasm, it's the same thing to ignore you. In the final analysis, strength determines everything. However, Wang Ran also by 5200 www.bqg5200.xyz didn't have the mind to explain this to Li Ying. When he grows up and has enough experience, he will naturally understand this truth. Don't think about it so much. It just so happens that you are also starting to train and practice. In the past few days, it is time to learn theoretical knowledge, and it is time to take action. I'll watch it by the side, and I will point it out to you if there is a problem. Hearing what Wang Ran said, Li Ying also let go of the emotion in his heart, and nodded seriously at Wang Ran. Then in the courtyard, he meticulously practiced the bodybuilding method that Wang Ran had passed into his mind. Wang Ran did not enter the room to rest either, but stood aside to guide Li Ying. Seeing this scene, the few servants who were in charge of serving the two could not help but a few traces of envy flashed in the eyes of Li Ying. No one doesn't want to become a soul master, but unfortunately they don't have the talent to become a soul master, so they can only honestly be a subordinate. But as for Li Ying, not only can he become a soul master, but he also has a strong and responsible master to guide his cultivation. You can even become the same brother and sister with your own eldest lady. It's like shopping around, and people are dead. Under Wang Ran's guidance, Li Ying made extremely rapid progress. At this time, he could feel that there was no muscle in his whole body, and there was a strong sense of tearing and pain. However, these swelling and painful sensations quickly recovered under the effect of the washing of energy in the body and the Peyuan Dan that he had eaten before. Li Ying could feel that his physical fitness was increasing little by little, and because of the reasons just started, this progress is extremely obvious. This feeling of becoming stronger gave Li Ying a feeling of addiction. However, this time did not last long, and his cultivation was interrupted because Xue Yu brought a middle-aged man to visit Wang Ran. Mian, I don't know if you have time. A distinguished guest wants to visit you. Hearing the sound coming from outside the door, Wang Ran also stopped Li Ying's practice, who was practicing. He had expected someone to visit this kind of thing a long time ago. Whether it was because he was going to visit Duluo continent or his development after Tibet, he would not shy away from people who wanted to know himself. What's more, this referee is the wife of the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect, Ning Rongrong's mother, and Wang Ran will not save her face. Turning around, he said to the few people who had been waiting behind him, invite your wife and the so-called distinguished guests in. Hearing Wang Ran's instructions, the people didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly went to the door and invited Xuan. Soon, Xue Yu took a middle-aged man into the courtyard. Chapter 382 Emperor Xue. The man looks like he is in his 30s, but he has a strong sense of superiors. Although she was standing behind Xue Yu, her majestic temperament could not be concealed. Of course, more importantly, Wang Ran couldn't help but have some thoughts because the face of the middle-aged man was somewhat similar to Xue Yu. Xue Yu was born in the Dandu imperial family. Wang Ran had already understood this before. Now, Xue Yu personally invited people to see him, and he was still a man of high authority. This person's identity can be known without guessing, and he is a member of the Heavendu imperial family. Even if he was bolder, he might be the emperor of Heavendu. After all, in Duluo continent, title Duluo is an existence standing at the top of the food chain. Even the emperor of a country must be treated with courtesy. Otherwise, it would really provoke a title Duluo, especially the title Duluo as a lone ranger. Then, even a powerful empire will hurt your bones. Mrs. X don't know who this is? As soon as Xue Yu and the other two stood firm, Wang Ran asked directly. Hearing Wang Ran's question, Xue Yu did not sell Guanzi, and directly replied, excuse me, this is my cousin and the emperor of the Heavendu Empire, your majesty Xue. Hearing Xue Yu's introduction, Wang Ran's eyes flashed with a clear look. Sure enough, Emperor Dandu. Wang Ran thought faintly in his mind, but he did not speak, just turned his head to look at Xue. As the emperor of Heavendu, Xue has never looked at him so directly since he became the throne. However, he didn't mean to be angry. After all, Wang Ran's strength was title Duluo, and his status was not below him. And the most important thing is that the world is so big, but the Heavendu Empire does not even have a title Duluo, which makes Heavendu one of the two empires very embarrassed. Look at the other star, not only has a title Duluo, but also a member of the royal family. Looking at my family again, if it hadn't been for the existence of the Spirit Hall and the fact that the Heavendu imperial family had made friends with the three sects, Xingliu would have already killed him. Xue is a wise man. He never knows his identity when he shouldn't. Therefore, he immediately put down his figure and took the initiative to greet Wang Ran. I have seen my Anxia, and I have long heard that Rongrong's teacher is an extraordinary powerhouse. I saw it today and it was extraordinary. After that, Xue's Yuguang caught a glimpse of Li Ying, who was sweating profusely, and felt that he should take the initiative to find more topics. So he paused for a while and continued to speak. Is my Anxia just teaching his disciples to practice? It's an honor to honor the child to have such a master. Hearing Xue's compliments, Wang Ran's impression of Xue improved a lot. After all, no one wants to listen to good things, even Wang Ran. Xue's status is not low, but now he doesn't know his identity, and puts his posture very low. It's hard not to make people like this kind of person. Therefore, Wang Ran also showed a kind smile on his face, and said towards Xue, Your Majesty is polite. I don't know what is going on in my little courtyard, Your Majesty. Seeing Wang Ran's appearance, Xue was also relieved. Sure enough, what I did just now was correct. Wang Ran is a person who eats soft but not hard. If his posture is not so low, it is estimated that Wang Ran's first impression of himself will drop by several points. With ease, the smile on Xue's face became more sincere, and she patiently explained her intention to Wang Ran. My Anxia, it is true that I am here this time to hope that you can join our Heavendu Empire. My Anxia should also know that the form between our Heavendu Empire and Xingliu Empire is not optimistic. If it weren't for the suppression of the Spirit Hall, a great war would break out soon. But the difference in military strength between Tandu and Xingluo was too great. Not to mention the gap between the low-level soldiers. It is only the top powerhouse. Our Heavendu Empire is not Xingluo's opponent. The successive emperors of the Star Luo Empire all had the strength of title Du Luo. And the last emperor they have abdicated is also one of their heritage. It was only on the surface. Xingluo had 2 title Du Luos of the power attack system. But our Heavendu Empire didn't even have a title Du Luo level worship, which made us occupy a disadvantaged position in the battle of the Star Luo Empire. Therefore, this time I will take the liberty to invite you to join our Heavendu Empire. Don't worry. As long as you join our Heavendu Empire, the entire Heavendu Empire will spare no effort to help you. You only need to help us tide over the difficulties when we are in danger. After hearing Emperor Xuai's explanation, Wang Ran rubbed his chin with great interest. As the emperor of an empire, don't you need to check the identity of the other party if you invite the strong? If Wang Ran plots against the Tandu Empire, wouldn't Xuai become the sinner of the entire Tandu? Moreover, the Heavendu Empire does not have a title Du Luo, but he clearly remembered that Heavendu Empire should have a title Du Luo with the title of Poison. Wang Ran was confident that his memory would not go wrong, and Xi obviously couldn't deceive herself on such things. So, now Poison Du Luo shouldn't be worshipped by the Heavendu Empire. In other words, Poison Du Luo has not broken the title Du Luo level, it is just a contra. Looking at it this way, the situation of the Heavendu Empire has indeed been a bit sad in the past few years. However, even if the situation of the Heavendu Empire was a bit more embarrassing, Wang Ran would not be able to join the Heavendu Empire. Although Xuai promised that the entire Heavendu Empire would support Wang Ran, does Wang Ran need it? He obviously doesn't need it. However, limited cooperation with Tandu Empire is okay. As for the degree of cooperation, it depends on the sincerity and performance of the Heavendu Empire. Therefore, Wang Ran asked with a hint of curiosity on his face, "Your Majesty is not afraid that I will have a plot against Tandu? If I were recruited into the Tandu Empire, I'm afraid that no one in Tandu can stop me, right?" Xi sighed helplessly when he heard Wang Ran's slightly joking words. For these, how could Emperor Xuai ignore it? In fact, as early as 3 days ago, that is, when the news reached the Heavendu Empire imperial family, Xi began to consider this matter. He sent a large number of people to collect Wang Ran's news. But where did Wang Ran have any news for them to collect? And it was only 3 days. Therefore, it is obvious that the entire Heavendu Empire has gained nothing. At this time, Xi already had the same guess that Ning Fengzi had when he first met Wang Ran. That is, Wang Ran is a hidden title Du Luo. Chapter 383 I want your throne. Will you give it? For such an existence, there is excuse for not finding the news. However, the status of such a hidden world powerhouse is also somewhat of great benefit to the Heavendu Empire. At the very least, Wang Ran could not be a member of the Star Luo Empire and Yuhan Palace. And most importantly, Wang Ran also accepted Ning Rongrong as his disciple. Who is Ning Rongrong? Those are the relatives of Ning Fengzi and Xue Yu. If you count it, it's his Xuai's niece. Now that Wang Ran accepted Ning Rongrong as his disciple, he would naturally get closer to the Heavendu Empire. Under such circumstances, what are you still thinking about without hitting the iron while it is hot? Even if Wang Ran didn't want to join the Heavendu Empire, he had the relationship between Ning Rongrong and the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect, and coupled with the good fate he took today, how could Wang Ran play a black hand against the Heavendu Empire? Besides, the Heavendu Empire doesn't even have a title Du Luo, so what kind of bicycle does it need? Therefore, after 3 days of careful thinking, Xuai made this decision. However, thinking so, it is impossible for Xi to say that. Without thinking at all, Xi said directly, "My Anxia is joking." How could a person who can be regarded as a guest of honor by the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect be so despicable? I believe my Anxia must be an upright person, and naturally he does not have these concerns. Besides, if my Anxia is interested in something, I will naturally try my best to help you win it. To a strong like you, it is worth all our efforts to fight for. The words are very good, and they all show their respect for Wang Ran, and there is no flaw at all. It was as if this were his true words. In this regard, it can only mean that he is worthy of being an emperor of a country, and his face is thick. At the same time, Wang Ran couldn't help laughing when he saw Xi's reckless look. Although he also knew that Xi definitely didn't think so, but he couldn't bear to speak nicely. However, seeing Xi look like this, Wang Ran couldn't help but joked, "Oh, anything? What if I want your Heavendu Empire's throne?" As Wang Ran's voice fell, the expressions of everyone present froze. Although Wang Ran was a little joking, no one knew what Wang Ran meant, especially Xi, someone who only knew Wang Ran from others. After all, How could Wang Ran's existence be joking with them in this fact? Is it possible that Wang Ran is serious? But the throne. Can this thing be asked for? Even Li Ying, who admired and respected Wang Ran, looked at Wang Ran awkwardly, a pair of stunned eyes, as if asking Wang Ran again, "Are you serious?" Xue Yu also looked directly at Wang Ran, and her mind was in chaos at this time. Wang Ran wants the throne. Although she has long ceased to be a member of the Tandu Empire, she also grew up in the Tandu Empire. Now, Wang Ran actually wants to ask for the Heavendu Empire from the royal family. Are you serious? Are you not afraid of Emperor Xue getting angry? Compared to the incredulous expressions of others, Emperor Xue was embarrassed at this time. He never expected that Wang Ran could ask such a thing. Look, is this still human work? However, he just said what Wang Ran wanted, and he tried his best to win it over. Now people want the throne under their butt. Wouldn't it be extremely embarrassing if they refused? If Wang Ran misunderstood that Xue was deceiving himself, and then had a relationship with Tandu, then there would be no place to cry. Don't say that he can't be the lord of the throne. The emperor is his. If he is determined to pass the throne to Wang Ran, no one else can do it. As for whether it will cause chaos in the Heavendu Empire, is this the reason? However, if you agree, it's not a problem. He wanted to invite Wang Ran to join the Heavendu Empire, but he didn't want to surrender the entire Heavendu Empire. If he really did that, what face would he have in Xue to meet his ancestors? This rejection is not, nor is it not rejected. In embarrassment, Xue fell into silence directly, thinking about gains and losses in his mind. When Wang Ran saw this, he didn't say much, but looked at Xue with fun. However, he also knew that his request was too embarrassing. Wang Ran was very satisfied with Xue's consideration for such a long time. At the same time, he also thought of giving Heavendu Empire a little benefit. Cooperating with the Heavendu Empire, it is good to recruit the disciples of the Tibetan sect at once. At least it can snare a group of geniuses for the Heavendu Empire. Moreover, because they inherited the favor of the Heavendu Empire, those disciples who have newly joined the Tibetan sect will also think of this clarity after they have attained their cultivation base. So, after a moment of silence, he was ready to speak to resolve this embarrassment. However, before he could speak, Xue suddenly said, "If you really want to be the emperor of the Heavendu Empire, it's not impossible." As Xue said a word, everyone was almost choked to death. Even Wang Ran is no exception. I agreed, even agreed. That's the throne. It's not a cat or a dog. How can you agree to it casually? Although Wang Ran is very strong, he hasn't reached this point, right? Wang Ran was also not lighted by the thunder. What's the situation of Emperor Xue? His brain twitched. This thing can also agree. When everyone was still at a loss for Monk Chang'e, Xue continued to speak. However, I need to promise a few things like me. First of all, my Aunt Xia needs to marry my uncle Wang's daughter Xue Ying as his wife. At the same time, when my daughter X reaches adulthood, she will be her queen. The future throne must be inherited by the offspring of the two of them. Of course, it is best for my Aunt Xia and X's children to succeed. Of course, the most important thing is that the subordinate needs to strive to be a holy monarch, and wait until Before Xue had finished speaking, she was interrupted by a violent cough. The source of the sound is not someone else, but the protagonist, Wang Ran. At this time, Wang Ran was really afraid of Xue. He never expected that he was just joking, and Xue actually agreed. Is the throne so worthless now? Can even give it away? And, can you buy one get two free for this thing? The throne and Jiang Shan didn't say anything, but also sent his wife. No matter what Xue Ying said, listening to the meaning of Xue's words, he should be an adult. But what does X mean? If you remember correctly, X should be about the same age as Ning Rong. For such a small child, you can still do things like marrying her as a wife. Moreover, this is your own girl. Do you think this Xue is still a person? This is simply not a human job. Chapter 384 Tibetan Academy. Xue, who was interrupted by Wang Ran, looked at Wang Ran with a questioning expression on his face. Wang Ran straightened his expression, concealed his embarrassment, and refused decisively. I appreciate your Majesty's kindness, but I don't want to mention the throne. I was just joking. Your Majesty should also know that I have a sect, and I am still the master of the Tibetan sect. Therefore, it is impossible to join the Heavendu Empire. Hearing Wang Ran's explanation, Xue felt disappointed. He had made the decision to abdicate just now, but Wang Ran did not intend to join the Heavendu Empire. Although the result of Wang Ran's refusal was as expected by Xue. However, Xue was still very depressed when he really missed such a strong man. However, knowing that Wang Ran was the master of the Tibetan gate also made Xue breathe a sigh of relief. In this case, at least there is no need to worry about Wang Ran joining the Star Luo Empire. With a helpless sigh, Emperor Xi said regretfully. In that case, it's really nagging. After speaking, Emperor Xi was about to leave. However, he hadn't said his goodbye yet, and he was attracted by Wang Ran's next words. However, I have an idea here. I don't know what your majesty wants. Upon hearing Wang Ran's words, there was a turning point, and Xi suddenly became energetic, and she couldn't wait to ask. Oh, I might as well speak and listen. Wang Ran chuckled, then said, Your Majesty, that's the case. We Zangmen as short as 3 years, as long as 10 years later, we will begin to recruit disciples. And I have always adhered to the principle that the doormen are more expensive than the more expensive ones, so every time I recruit too many doormen in this way, I need to select disciples on a large scale. Therefore, I am going to cooperate with the Heavendu Empire to establish an academy in the territory of the Heavendu Empire to complete the preliminary selection of disciples. I hope that your majesty can give me some convenience and support in policy. Of course, the Heavendu Empire can also get some benefits. After all, the academy has been established, and a large number of soul masters will definitely be recruited to study. Among these people, only a few can join the Tibetan Gate. As for the rest of the students, I also have the confidence to make them better under the cultivation of Zangmen. As long as these people are willing, I will let them join the Heavendu Empire and serve the Heavendu Empire. In this way, it is a win-win situation. I don't know what your majesty thinks about this. After listening to Wang Ran's words, Xi fell into a moment of deep thought. To be honest, the existence of the Soul Master Academy is not lacking in the Heavendu Empire, and these Soul Master Academy also provided a lot of talents for the Heavendu Empire. In the eyes of ordinary people, in the words described by Wang Ran just now, the benefits that the Heavendu Empire can get are actually very much overlapped with other Spirit Master Academy. In other words, the efforts and gains of the Heavendu Empire are not proportional. However, Xi didn't think so. Of course, just from the description, the benefits that the Heavendu Empire could get seemed irrelevant. However, let Wang Ran say that the talents cultivated in Tibet are really the same as those provided by other places, not to mention anything else. To be able to give birth to a powerful existence like Wang Ran, there is no need to question the background of Zangmen. In the same way, the talents carefully cultivated by Tibetans are definitely much better than those cultivated by other academies. What's more, once they agreed to this suggestion, then the Heavendu Empire and Zangmen were in touch. Some of the same group of students in the academy joined the Heavendu Empire, and some successfully visited the Tibetan Gate. However, the former classmate friendship of these people will not disappear over time. As time goes by, the connection between Tandu and Zangmen will become deeper and deeper. For the Heavendu Empire, although it has disadvantages, it also brings more benefits. It is undoubtedly a great help for enhancing the strength of the Heavendu Empire. Xi is a hero, and he is confident that he can suppress those shortcomings. Therefore, Xi made a decision after only a moment of thinking. Xiamen, regarding your ideas, we Tandu are happy to help. After I will go, I will issue an order as soon as possible to start building academies in the major cities of Tandu. Hearing Xi's decision, Wang Ran's face also showed a smile, nodded, and said to Xi, this is a wise choice, and I believe you will understand it in the future. However, there is no need to establish so many colleges for the time being. At present, the teachers in Zangmen are not so strong, and the potential of each student must be fully tapped. So, it is enough to create one temporarily. However, I hope this college can be established in a relatively quiet place. Hearing Wang Ran's instructions, Xi agreed without even thinking about it. He promised that he would choose a mountain outside of Tandu city as the academy's address. Moreover, people will work overtime and strive to complete the work within half a month. Wang Ran naturally agreed to such a promise. Although it took a long time, he was not in a hurry now. If there is some trouble left, he is naturally happy. After agreeing on the details, Xi immediately resigned. Although the result and the purpose of his coming were not hopeful, it was a happy situation for everyone. Xi left. Xi Yu didn't stay much, and then left. Wang Ran continued to guide Li Ying's practice in the yard, and as time went by, Xi Yu came again. It's just that this time she didn't bring someone to visit, but the apprenticeship ceremony was ready. Now, come to invite Wang Ran, the protagonist, to pass. This time, Wang Ran experienced the most cumbersome and solemn apprenticeship ceremony in his life. To be honest, if it weren't for Ning Feng's arrangement, Wang Ran would have left the field early. Without him, it is too much trouble. It's not that the apprenticeship ceremony is cumbersome, but the main reason is that there are too many visitors. Just accepting their blessings will waste a lot of time. Such a thing is tantamount to torture for Wang Ran. He thought that Duluo Continent's apprenticeship ceremony was just a simple cutscene. After all, It was not mentioned in the original work. But I didn't expect it to be so serious. To know this, Wang Ran would not agree at the beginning. What Wang Ran didn't know was that apprenticeship in Duluo continent was indeed not a matter of hype. Ordinary people apprentice, bowing, and worshipping a teacher is enough. The reason why this time was so grand, apart from Ning Rongrong's identity as the little princess of the seven treasures Liu Lizong, was more of Ning Feng's careful thinking. Chapter 385 Qian Renxu. Over the years, the Wuhan Temple has become more and more powerful, and the Clear Sky School, which is also one of the three sects, has now closed the mountain. This undoubtedly makes the rest of the forces, the new students, vigilant. Now, Ning Rongrong has been apprenticed to Wang Ran, which is also an opportunity for the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect to increase his deterrent power. When Ning Fengzi made such a big move, he just wanted to convey that their Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect had another powerful ally. With an extra title Duluo, if the Spirit Hall wanted to deal with the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect, it would have to pay a little more. In this way, if Wuhan Palace wanted to deal with the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect, it would naturally have to think about it. This was also the result Ning Fengzi wanted to see. For this reason, Wang Ran naturally did not know. At this time, he went back to his courtyard directly after the apprenticeship ceremony was completed. To deal with some strangers, Wang Ran didn't have this thought yet. After returning to the courtyard, the heat gradually dimmed. Wang Ran sat in the courtyard quietly drinking tea. Because Ning Rongrong was too young and had experienced a lot of things, he had fallen asleep at this time and did not follow Wang Ran. And Li Ying, even more exhausted because of his practice, Wang Ran did not squeeze his potential and let him go to rest early. As for those subordinates, they were sent away directly by Wang Ran. Therefore, at this time, Wang Ran was just sitting quietly in the courtyard. With a cup of tea underwater, the moon also appeared in the sky. I don't know if it's almost 15, the moon in the sky is unusually round. Wang Ran looked up at the bright moonlight, his eyes blurred. Although he had accepted reality a long time ago, looking at the cold full moon, Wang Ran thought of all kinds of things on the earth. After all, it was the place where he was born and raised, and Wang Ran still had an unforgettable feeling. I don't know if I have the opportunity to go back and see my former friends in the future. Suddenly, Wang Ran was stunned. Boom boom. After some time, Wang Ran was called back to reality by a knock on the door. After a sudden return, Wang Ran gave a helpless smile. I really don't know if it's because of my old age that I feel a little sentimental. After rubbing his face, Wang Ran calmed down his mood, and then said, "The door is open, come in." As Wang Ran's voice fell, the gate of the courtyard was also knocked from outside. Driving is not someone else, it's really the Emperor Xui who came to visit before. However, he came with a teenager this time. With the opening of the door, Xui walked quickly to Wang Ran and said, "My Anxia, it is presumptuous to visit late at night, and I would like to ask Heihan." The teenage boy also followed the footsteps of Emperor Xui closely, standing in front of Wang Ran respectfully. For some reason, the boy seemed very nervous. Regarding the youngster's nervousness, Emperor Xui had clearly noticed it. However, he did not forget it. Because of the teenager's nervousness, it appeared after he said that he would take the teenager to visit a powerful title Duluo. In Xue's eyes, the young man was so nervous because he was facing title Duluo. After all, even though he was born expensive, the title Duluo hadn't been seen by the young man for so many years. However, the facts are not so simple. The boy at this time was almost breaking down. This plan has just begun, so why is it suddenly faced with such a test? Although the whole cards were sufficient, the opponent was a title Duluo, so it would be revealed if not sure. However, the task can't be given up easily, so just bite the bullet and try it. Wang Ran didn't feel much about it. After all, he just knew the outline of the story of the Duluo plane, and couldn't remember the details. Therefore, facing Xui's greetings and the teenager's nervousness, Wang Ran just waved his hand gently, and then said, "Nothing to interrupt. I don't know why your majesty is here." Hearing Wang Ran's question, Xui didn't sell Guanzi, and said straightforwardly, "My Anxia, let me introduce to you first, this is my eldest son Xking, the prince of the Dandu Empire." With that, Xui pulled the nervous Xking directly and pulled him in front of her. Following Xui's movements, Xking's body became visibly stiff, but it was soon hidden. It can be seen that he is very nervous at this time, and has a slight rejection of Xue's movements. Xui didn't think much about this. However, Wang Ran raised his eyebrows slightly. The prince? A strange thought flashed in Wang Ran's mind, not astonished at the identity of Prince Xking, but astonished at Xking's gender. Although Wang Ran sighed just now that he was getting older, it was just a joke. Wang Ran is still very young now, and his old eyes are still far away from him. Therefore, Wang Ran could easily see that Xking was not in the body of a man, but in the body of a daughter. Moreover, Xking's appearance seemed to be affected by something. However, Xi now vowed to introduce Xking as the eldest prince. What does this show? This snow-clear river is not the other snow-clear river. The color of surprise faded, and Wang Ran slowly remembered the information of Xking in his mind. It seems that Xking was killed by someone, and then he was wrapped up by Qianrenxing of Yuhan Hall. In that case, this Xking is Qianrenxiu. Shouldn't that reveal her? After all, he and the Heavendu Empire are now in a cooperative relationship. Although the color of surprise in Wang Ran's eyes only flashed away, it was still caught by Xking. No, Qianrenxiu. It was broken and he found it. At this time, Qianrenxiu's heart was shaken. Although it was only a flash of gaze, Qianrenxiu was very sure and exposed herself. Regardless of his birth, no matter the future, after all, he is just a teenager. Qianrenxiu panicked now. She understands what the consequences of being discovered are. I don't know if I will lose my life, but it will definitely cause a conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Heavendu Empire. Although she also carried a titled Duo level guard, because of the need to enter the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, the 2 titled Duos were all hidden outside and it was impossible to help him. As a result, Qianrenxiu couldn't keep calm anymore. However, after all, she had received the best training. Although Qianrenxiu was panicked, she still wanted to fight for that line of life. Hello, my Anxia, I am Xking. I am glad to meet you. Before Wang Ran was about to expose Qianrenxiu spoke first. At this time, her eyes were full of pleadings, and I hope Wang Ran will not expose her. Chapter 386 Xi's Request. The Conspiracy of Yuhan Palace. At this moment, Qianrenxiu was betting, and the relationship between Gambling King and Tandu Empire was not so good. Because of the Emperor Xi's back, Xi didn't see the pleading in Qianrenxiu's eyes at this time, and Wang Ran, in the face of Qianrenxiu's pleading, the words he was about to export also stopped. Qianrenxiu's bet was not wrong. Wang Ran's relationship with Tandu Empire was not so good that she had to break her. In Wang Ran's view, whether Qianrenxiu or Xi, the two are essentially the same. Moreover, fighting is also the norm in human history. Even if Wang Ran breaks through Qianrenxiu, there will still be hundreds of Renxiu, one Renxiu. Endless layers. So let's go with the flow. If Xi could find out, then everything would be fine. If he can't find it, that's his life. Thinking of this, the words in Wang Ran's mouth changed from dismantling Qianrenxiu to normal greetings. King, right? I know. I don't know what is the matter with His Majesty Xi and his beloved son. Qianrenxiu's body suddenly loosened when Wang Ran said this. He knew that his own barrier was over. And Xi, who didn't know about this, also smiled and said, My Anxia, that's the case. You are not planning to establish an academy outside Tandu City. I am here this time to hope that you can bring King into the academy and cultivate it. Of course, if you look at Shang King, I hope you can bring King into your sect and become a disciple like Rong. Xi's words were very sincere. He didn't know that King had been replaced by a civet cat. In his opinion, King is still the old prince and his favorite son. He is also the legal heir of the future Tandu Empire. Xi asked Wang Ran to accept King, first, to better cultivate King, hoping that the Tandu imperial family could also produce a titled Duo in the future. The second is to find a backing for King to ensure that he can grow up steadily. Although the Heavendu Empire and the Star Luo Empire were different, the battle for the throne in the imperial room was not so bloody. However, no matter how gentle it is, there is a limit. The throne is touching, such a temptation, not to mention the brothers' renunciation. It is not surprising that they turn against each other. Although King is excellent, Xi's other sons are not fuel-efficient lamps. A harmonious royal relationship, that only exists in the novel. If King could worship Wang Ran as his teacher, then his future position as Emperor Tandu would be firmly established. It's not that Xi's eccentricity, but that way, at least there will be no brothers against their goals. When it comes to the position of Xi, apart from the prosperity of the country, family harmony has been the greatest pursuit. When Wang Ran heard Xi's request, he was naturally able to guess his thoughts. Taking a deep look at Xi in his eyes, Wang Ran said softly, There is no problem for King to enter the college to study. As for the problem of accepting disciples, well, let King stay with me for a period of time today, and I will see his potential. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Xi's eyes lit up a bit. With Wang Ran's strength and status, if he didn't have the intention of accepting disciples, he didn't need to say that at all, just refused. But now, Wang Ran did not refuse, which shows that as long as King has good potential, then there is a great opportunity to join Wang Ran's sect. As for the potential of King, Xy is still a little confident about this. In other words, King is also a hard-to-find genius in the Tanda royal family. Therefore, Xy did not hesitate at all, and directly agreed. In this case, King has been in trouble during this period of time. When you make a decision, just let King go back to Tanda City and let me know. I retire first. After finishing speaking, Emperor Xy turned and left Wang Ran's courtyard directly, without being muddled. With the departure of Emperor Xy, Qian Renxiu was completely dazed at this moment. I originally thought that the effort of the Kibao Yulizong was the best time to replace King. Although some of King's little secrets have not been found out, it is not hurtful. As a result, this has just succeeded in transposition, and the trend of the plot is developed towards an uncontrollable situation. First visit the powerful Wang Ran, and then ask her to worship Wang Ran as a teacher. The most important thing is that after Wang Ran discovered his identity, he has not yet refused. Qian Renxiu is lost. What should she do next? I originally wanted to go back and left the Heavendu Empire, the place of right and wrong, but now Wang Ran left it directly. What will happen next, and how should she deal with Wang Ran? Standing in place, Qian Renxiu's mind was messed up now like a mess. Seeing Qian Renxiu sitting on pins and needles, Wang Ran chuckled softly, then sat on the stone bench in the courtyard and said, "What's wrong? Even the great prince of the Heavendu Empire dared to pretend to be so entangled in front of me." With that, Wang Ran poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. Upon hearing Wang Ran's words, Qian Renxiu came back to her senses in shock, biting her scalp and stuttering, under the crown, I have no choice but to do this." Forcibly, Wang Ran shook his head indifferently, and then continued, "Don't be tensed. Sit down and talk. I didn't expose you just now, and I won't do anything to you when I stand." As Wang Ran's voice fell, Qian Renxiu cautiously reached the opposite side of Wang Ran. "Drink tea?" After Qian Renxiu sat down, Wang Ran asked casually. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxiu shook her head quickly and said number. Wang Ran didn't care about Qian Renxiu's cautious appearance, took a sip of tea and asked directly, "Let's talk about it. What is your identity, and what is going on with your compulsion?" Qian Renxiu struggled for a while when she heard Wang Ran's question. But now it is Wang Ran who serves as Dozu, and she serves as fish. After tangling for a while, Qian Renxiu answered honestly, "My name is Qian Renxiu, the granddaughter of Yuhan Hall." This time replacing King was the task of Yuhan Palace. Qian Renxiu did not say what the specific task was. Wang Ran also understood that Qian Renxiu didn't say anything. Naturally it was a big conspiracy involved. After taking a deep look at Qian Renxiu, Wang Ran said lightly, "Task to replace King. Are you ready to take over the throne of the Heavendu Empire? How to do it? Find a way to kill Xi." Qian Renxiu's face changed drastically as soon as Wang Ran said. Looking at Wang Ran in shock, Qian Renxiu asked strangely, "How is it possible? How can you know?" Chapter 387 The two big Dulua who sneaked in. Qian Renxiu's brain supplement facing the shocked Qian Renxiu. Wang Ran shook his head indifferently, and asked, "Why, do you think it's hard to guess?" Upon hearing this, Qian Renxiu fell silent. Indeed, the evidence is on the surface, and things are really not hard to guess. Wang Ran didn't care about the conspiracy of Yuhan Palace. After all, no matter how big a conspiracy is, it is just a normal factional fight between humans. Since the world cannot be destroyed, it is nothing. Wang Ran did not want to intervene in such a fight. Therefore, Wang Ran just asked rhetorically, and continued to speak, "Okay, since you can see through your identity, don't hide it. I am still safe here. Moreover, I don't like people hiding their heads in front of me." Wang Ran said so. Qian Renxiu didn't intend to keep hiding it. She also knew that if she still hides her head and shows her tail, it will only cause Wang Ran's displeasure. Qian Renxiu still didn't want to put herself in danger. So with a thought, the spirit bone skill she had been maintaining disappeared instantly. As the spirit bone skills dissipated, Qian Renxiu's figure also changed tremendously. Not only has his height increased a bit out of thin air, but his skin tone has also become fairer. Originally Xking's image was quite white, but Qian Renxiu's original complexion was even fairer than Xking's. Of course, the most important thing is that face that has become so soft that I don't know how much. At the same time, Emperor Xi, who had left Wang Ran's courtyard, also left Kibao Yulai sect with his entourage. From his overflowing face, it can be seen that he is in a very good mood. However, as Xi left, The two figures hidden in the dark outside the seven treasure glazed glass sect were not calm anymore. Snake Spear, have you spotted Miss? A thin man outside the Kibao Yuli sect asked seriously at another taller person beside him. The tall man called Snake Mao was also serious, frowning and replied, no, the lady didn't come out. Could something unexpected happen? Hearing this, the thinner man said anxiously, I just said it's not a good time. You still support my lady when she makes a decision. In case Miss has an accident, let me see how you face the big offering. Okay, Porcupine, now is not the time to complain to each other, you must first confirm the comfort of the lady. After Snake Lance heard what the Porcupine said, he did not refute it. After all, what the Porcupine said was the truth. However, now they can't help but say something more. They must act as soon as possible. The Porcupine also knew this truth, so he didn't say anything but took a serious look at the Kibao Glazed Tile School. The seven treasure glazed glass sect is very dangerous, and the title duo of the two powerful attack systems cannot be resisted by the two Menksons who have just stepped into the title duo gate. Therefore, the Porcupine said seriously towards the Snake Spear, I'm better at escaping, so I will sneak into the seven treasure glazed glass sect for a while, looking for the whereabouts of the young lady. You stay outside to meet me. Snake Spear only frowned when the Porcupine said so. Without hesitation, Snake Spear immediately said, no, the seven treasure glazed tile school has two title duo. If Miss Yi is really discovered, it is impossible for you to keep the young lady from the two title duo. So in order to prevent accidents, we two act together. Moreover, if we two act together, we can have a care. Hearing Snake Spear's words, the Porcupine gave it a little consideration and agreed. He also understood that what the Snake Spear said was the truth. Not daring to hesitate, the two immediately turned into a shadow and sneaked into the seven treasure glazed glass sect. Kibao Yulizong, in Wang Ran's courtyard. Looking at Qian Renxiu's true shape, Wang Ran raised his brows in surprise. I have to say that Qian Renxiu's appearance is very beautiful, and even among everyone Wang Ran has seen, she ranks in the forefront. Moreover, Qian Renxiu's body also exudes a sacred temperament. However, these were not what surprised Wang Ran the most. After all, even if Qian Renxiu was beautiful, Wang Ran wouldn't have any crooked thoughts. The reason why Wang Ran raised his eyebrows in surprise was because of the peculiar energy fluctuations in the torso when Qian Renxiu was dispelling her disguise. Soul bones? Wang Ran muttered to himself. I have to say that spirit bones, something unique to the duo plane, still have some special features. If Wang Ran did not investigate carefully, he would not be able to see the true face of Qian Renxiu. I could only perceive that Qian Renxiu had concealed his true appearance. It seems that in addition to the study of spirit rings, spirit bones will also need to be studied carefully in the future. Wang Ran thought silently in his heart. Although Wang Ran was only muttering to himself, his voice also passed into Qian Renxiu's ears. She thought Wang Ran was asking herself, so Qian Renxiu did not hide it, nodded directly, and said, yes, my disguise is relying on the skills of the torso bone. Telling the truth is also helpless for Qian Renxiu. Soul bone is very precious, her soul bone is even more precious, because her soul bone is part of the angel suit. If it is lost, it is unexpected that the angel suit is incomplete. However, she also knew that it was useless to hide in front of Wang Ran. Qian Renxiu didn't believe that with Wang Ran title duo's strength, she would not be able to see the secret of her soul bone. Therefore, rather than forcibly concealing, it is better to speak out openly. After all, Wang Ran is a powerful title duo, and he still has inheritance, so he should be full of soul bone accessories. Maybe, Qian Renxiu muttered silently in her heart. However, how would she know that Wang Ran was not from duo continent at all? He couldn't even be called a soul master. How could he have all the soul bone accessories in his body? However, Wang Ran didn't care about this either. After all, no matter how strong the soul bone is, no matter how strong the soul bone suit is, can it still be no better than wearing a magical weapon? Although Wang Ran couldn't refine a true artifact, the magic artifact robe on his body was comparable to the artifact on the duo plane. Therefore, Wang Ran wouldn't have greed for Qian Renxiu's soul bone. From this point, Qian Renxiu bumped into it by accident. Therefore, after hearing Qian Renxiu's answer, Wang Ran just smiled and did not answer the question. He also knew that Qian Renxiu had misunderstood. However, Wang Ran did not explain, but directly changed the subject and said, looking at you, you're 11 or 12 years old at most. How could Yuhan Palace entrust such an important task of plotting a large empire to you? Even if the Pope in the Yuhan Temple is faint, he won't say that he entrusts the future to you as a kid. right? Chapter 388. Kian Renxu's shock. Kian Renxu fell silent all at once when she heard Wang Ran's words. Through her expression, Wang Ran could see that there was something hidden in this matter. Indeed, there is a hidden sense in this. Kian Renxu is very entangled now. She is a strong person. She doesn't want to tell anyone about herself. Because of that, it's just a cowardly catharsis. However, now that Wang Ran asked, she didn't dare not answer. After a long time, Kian Renxu took a long breath, as if she had made some determination. Looking up at Wang Ran's gaze, Kian Renxu calmly said, "This is not the Pope's plan, so this is not the task that the woman gave me. But I took the initiative to ask Grandpa to ask." Upon hearing this, Wang Ran frowned slightly in surprise. Is it another faction battle? It seems that the Spirit Hall, the #1 power in Duo continent, is not that stable inside. Your grandfather? Let me think about it. It seems to be Kian Daliu. Why, is he at odds with the Pope? Wang Ran took a sip of tea and continued to ask Kian Renxu. Wang Ran's question obviously involved the secrets of Yuhan Hall, so Kian Renxu still hesitated in the face of danger. However, Wang Ran was able to name Kian Daliu, but Kian Renxu was very surprised. After all, Kian Daliu has been ahead of the current era for dozens of hundreds of years, and has long since escaped the world. Except for the upper level inside the Yuhan Hall, the outside world almost forgot Kian Daliu's name. Now that she heard her grandfather's name from Wang Ran's mouth, Kian Renxu had to wonder if Wang Ran knew her grandfather. This situation is not impossible. After all, even though Wang Ran was young, as a title duo, how could he be 50 or 60 years old? Although this age was still a junior in front of Kian Daliu, Bauchi Wang Ran had an intersection with Kian Daliu. Therefore, when faced with Wang Ran's question, he did not answer the question immediately, but asked in confusion, "Does my Anxia know my grandfather? I don't know what the title of my Anxia is. Maybe Grandpa mentioned you to me." Obviously, after Wang Ran uttered Kian Daliu's name, Kian Renxu, who was full of brains, started thinking of a relationship. Unfortunately, Wang Ran has nothing to do with Kian Daliu at all. The reason why he knew his name was only because the third young master had described the relationship between him and Kian Renxu, which Wang Ran remembered. Therefore, facing Kian Renxu's careful thoughts, Wang Ran just chuckled and said directly, "Don't worry about the little guy. Your grandfather and I don't know each other, and we haven't had any intersections. Just ask a question." As for my title, I said I am not title duo. Do you believe it? Oh, although it is the first time to hear the term brain supplement, it is not difficult to understand. Therefore, Kian Renxu's mood became a little depressed when Wang Ran said this. I thought it would be a relationship, but I just thought too much. As for Wang Ran's saying that he was not a title duo, Kian Renxu didn't believe it. Regarding his strength, Bone Duo and 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect had already come to a conclusion. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Ning Fengzi and Cabal Yulai sect to agree to Ning Rongrong worshipping Wang Ran as their teacher. Now that Ning Rongrong had both been apprentices, it could only mean that Bone Duo and 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect had already determined Wang Ran's strength. Moreover, Wang Ran could even see through his disguise. How could he not be a title duo? After all, the spirit bone camouflage skill of the angel suit is such that even ordinary title duo can't find flaws. Unless it is a level 9 tiny in limit duo or a title duo who specializes in spirit. This point has already been tested in the Yuhan Palace. In Kian Renxu's view, Wang Ran was too unlikely to be an ultimate duo, and should be a title duo specializing in spirit. Because Kian Daliu once said that without God's gift, the possibility of human beings breaking through to the limit duo is really too small. The reason why Wang Ran didn't tell himself his title was because he didn't want to let himself know who he was. After all, every title duo in Duo continent had been filed in the Spirit Hall. However, now that Wang Ran has said so, Kian Renxu can only answer honestly. The relationship between the Pope and my grandfather is indeed not very harmonious, but it is also a conflict. As for the reason, I am not quite sure. It may be that woman who has too much desire for power. When talking about the Pope, Kian Renxu's eyes flashed with an uneasy expression. Even at the end, the word Pope was replaced by the woman. Wang Ran could see what the story was between Kian Renxu and Pope Bibi Dong. Wang Ran didn't know what this story was. He hasn't read the whole novel seriously, he only knows a general idea. But he still remembered most of the character relationships. If you remember correctly, Kian Renxu and Bibi Dong seem to be mother and daughter. It is strange enough that the father-in-law and the daughter-in-law are at odds with each other. How come Kian Renxu, who is now a daughter, still has such a big opinion on Bibi Dong? Wang Ran was a little puzzled. although he had been pure-hearted for many years. But one of the essence of human beings is not gossip. No powerful person can escape this essence. Therefore, Wang Ran asked with interest, Pope Bibi Dong should be your mother? How do you look like you have a big opinion of her? Gian Renxiu's expression instantly changed when she heard Wang Ran's words. Only a few people knew that Bibi Dong was her mother, even in the Yuhan Hall. How could Wang Ran know that there were some Wang Ran's eyeliners in the titled Duliuo inside the Spirit Hall? But this shouldn't be the case. The titled Duliuo who knew their identity were definitely the confidants of the Martial Soul Palace. It can even be said that they can have today's achievements, absolutely inseparable from the cultivation of the Yuhan Palace. No matter how they looked at it, they weren't sure to betray the Spirit Hall. Seeing Gian Renxiu, whose face changed drastically, Wang Ran could also guess that Gian Renxiu was thinking too much. Shaking his head helplessly, Wang Ran immediately explained, Don't think too much, I learned this news by accident. If you don't mind, just talk to me. If you don't want to say it, I will not force you to say it. Hearing Wang Ran's explanation, Gian Renxiu's expression eased a lot, but she wasn't really stupid enough to believe what Wang Ran said. Although Wang Ran didn't have the need to lie to him, he had to be defensive, just in case. However, so far she has only felt kindness in Wang Ran's body. Originally, Wang Ran started asking questions, and the kindness of cooperation made her want to confide to Wang Ran the depression that was suppressed in her heart. Chapter 389 Gian Renxiu. After taking a long breath, Gian Renxiu suppressed the thoughts in her heart, and slowly said to Wang Ran, There is nothing to say. Although she is my biological mother, but she is not worthy to be a mother. Maybe she is a good pope and a good master to outsiders, but to me, she has never been a qualified mother. Since I can remember, she has always been cold to me. I also felt cruelty in her body, the kind of hatred that I can't wait to kill me. I longed for her care, but since I was little, my grandfather was only by my side. All she can give me is a cold face and disgusting eyes. Since she didn't want me, why did she give birth to me? When I took this task this time, I wanted to tell him that even without her, the Spirit Hall could still develop better. Her so-called pride, the so-called first pope, is just a joke. Although Gian Renxiu's words were very stable, Wang Ran could tell that Gian Renxiu's words were full of various emotions. Anger, resentment, incomprehension, desire. Wang Ran took a deep look at Gian Renxiu. Although she contained a lot of emotions, Wang Ran was still confused when she saw more of this 11-year-old girl. Wang Ran didn't know what kind of stories existed between Gian Renxiu and Bibi Dong, but he knew how cruel such a result would be to a child. With a helpless sigh, Wang Ran spoke softly and said calmly, Don't be too sad. Although you don't know the secret between you and Bibi Dong, at least you still have a grandpa who cares about you. Hearing Wang Ran's comfort, Gian Renxiu's eyes almost couldn't help but tears. Obviously there is nothing to do, but Wang Ran will comfort her. As her biological mother, Bibi Dong brought her only chills. Gian Renxiu is a strong person in Anon's eyes. This point, even the many worships in the worship hall have to admit. Since recognizing the reality, Gian Renxiu has not shed any tears, even if she encounters a major blow. Even just now, when she talked to Wang Ran about her depression, she was still able to hide her fragility in her heart. But now, just a word of comfort from Wang Ran almost made her not strain that nerve. Was it because of Wang Ran's affinity for something? Gian Renxiu didn't know, and she didn't want to figure it out. She is a little flustered now, because she didn't want anyone to see her fragile side. Gian Renxiu hurriedly closed her eyes, repressed the grievances in her heart, and controlled the tears that were about to gush and did not flow out. Gian Renxiu did not speak, nor did Wang Ran. All of a sudden, the courtyard fell into silence. After a while, Gian Renxiu opened her eyes again. Now she has successfully adjusted her mentality. The expression also returned to a cold, indifferent look. Looking at Wang Ran, Gian Renxiu pretentiously said, You don't need to comfort me, I am not sad. For me, some grandpa's caring company is enough. As for the woman, I don't care. Seeing Gian Renxiu pretending to be strong, Wang Ran felt a little bit emotional. Does it matter? How can that be possible? For anyone, this can't be indifferent. Even this is probably the biggest knot in Gian Renxiu's heart. However, Gian Renxiu did not make it clear, and Wang Ran did not go to uncover her scars. He sighed inwardly. Wang Ran said, I won't say much about this issue, as long as you can see it. Gian Renxiu also let out a sigh of relief when she heard Wang Ran was not ready to pull back and forth on this issue. In response, Wang Ran just shook his head and continued to speak. Now let's talk about your Heaven to Empire problem. Do you want to continue to perform the mission, or do you know the Spirit Palace? After venting just now, Qian Renxiu's mood has also improved a lot. Coupled with Wang Ran's sense of kindness and affinity, Qian Renxiu didn't have the initial restraint when faced with Wang Ran's problems. A slightly surprised look at Wang Ran, Qian Renxiu asked back, "Aren't my Anxia going to tell Emperor Xi about me?" Wang Ran gave Qian Renxiu angrily. "Why, if he wants to reveal a person's identity, he still needs to be sneaky. If I want to tell Xi your identity, I just said it, can I put it in the future? I am not a member of the Heavendu Empire. In my opinion, the struggle between you is nothing more than a normal phenomenon in human history. I care about this kind of thing." Qian Renxiu smiled embarrassedly when she heard Wang Ran's words. Indeed, if Wang Ran wants to expose her, there is no need to wait until later. Just now is the best time. Not only can he gain Xi's favor, but it can also improve Xi's judgment of his strength. Now that Wang Ran would not expose her, and also made it clear that he would not care about the game between himself and the Heavendu Empire, then the previous plan could be changed. It is hard to find someone who meets Wang Ran. Qian Renxiu can't believe that she can meet a second person who can see through her at a glance. If the luck is really bad, it is estimated that Qian Renxiu is staying in the Wuhan Hall to practice honestly, and it is possible to get confused. Besides, after preparing for so long, how can you give up because of a small accident? If she simply gave up, how would she face Bibi Dong when she went back? He came to perform the task with a vow, vowing to beat Bibi Dong in the face. The result was not much, so he fled back. Wasn't that going to make Bibi Dong despise it? Originally Bibi Dong's coldness was enough for her to bear it. If he despised him for this again, where would her Qian Renxiu's face remain? Therefore, Qian Renxiu thought for a while and said, "Originally, I planned to return directly to the Martial Soul Palace, but now that my Anxia is not going to reveal my identity, then I am still going to continue my mission." Hearing Qian Renxiu's words, Wang Ran nodded gently. Wang Ran didn't feel surprised by her choice. If Qian Renxiu had given up, it would not only prove that Wang Ran had misunderstood others, but also that her expectations would be greatly reduced. "Since you are going to continue to stay in the Heavendu Empire to perform your tasks, what do you think of Xi for letting you enter the Tibetan Academy and even worship me as a teacher?" Wang Ran asked Qian Renxiu. That's right. He is greedy for Qian Renxiu. Of course, Wang Ran is not a pervert. He is not greedy, he just wants to accept Qian Renxiu as an apprentice. Chapter 390 He Fang Xiao Xiao. Whether Qian Renxiu's talent is good or not, there is no need to question it. With only preliminary contact, Wang Ran could see that Qian Renxiu's talent was unique in the entire Duluo continent. Even Ning Rongrong and Li Ying, who possess top martial spirits and even a trace of divinity in their martial spirits, are far behind in their cultivation talents. What's more, Qian Renxiu's character Wang Ran also appreciates it very much. That's why Wang Ran asked this question. However, after hearing Wang Ran's question, Qian Renxiu was not excited. Although Wang Ran had the idea of accepting Qian Renxiu as a disciple, Wang Ran didn't mean to brag about himself. Therefore, in Qian Renxiu's eyes, Wang Ran was nothing more than a titled Duluo who was better at mental power. Is the less titled Duluo? Nature is extremely rare. However, that is only relative. For Wuhan Palace, titled Duluo is not a lot, but it is definitely not a lot. It can be said that half or more of the titled Duluo in the entire Duluo continent are concentrated in the Spirit Hall. In these titled Duluo, as long as Qian Renxiu wanted to, she could worship anyone as a teacher. Moreover, Qian Renxiu didn't think Wang Ran would give herself any additional guidance on the 19 limit Duluo Qian Dalius teachings that came down in the same line. Therefore, facing Wang Ran's question, Qian Renxiu only hesitated for a while, and said, "About what the Emperor Xi said, I think." That's right, Qian Renxiu wanted to refuse. In her opinion, joining the newly established academy in Zangman is enough to deal with Xi. There is no need to tie yourself to Wang Ran's side because of this. Although the words of apprenticeship might make Wu Hundian get close to Wang Ran, but if Wang Ran and Wu Hundian have any suspicion in the future, the same might make Qian Renxiu get caught in the middle. The Wuhan Palace does not lack the friendship of a titled Duluo like Wang Ran, so it is better to avoid the trouble that can be avoided before he can figure out Wang Ran's attitude. Even the slight hesitation just now was only because Qian Renxiu was afraid that Wang Ran's face couldn't hold her face, and she became angry from embarrassment. However, thinking of Wang Ran's kind attitude, Qian Renxiu was relieved again. Besides, Wang Ran didn't make it clear that he would accept her as a disciple. He just gave her a mouthful. "Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I understood it wrong, thought too much, and said that I was rejected as a result of my apprenticeship?" Therefore, under various factors, Qian Renxiu chose to refuse. However, before she could say anything, Wang Ran's brows suddenly frowned. Gian Renxiu, who had been watching Wang Ran, was shocked. What's wrong? Hasn't he refused yet? Is Wang Ran unhappy? As soon as her thoughts rose, Gian Renxiu's throat was caught in her throat just as she wanted to speak. As a result, before she had any doubts, Wang Ran's cold words came out of her mouth. He Fang Xiao Xiao, dare to peep at me at night. With that, Wang Ran stretched out his palm directly outside the courtyard. Suddenly, a terrifying energy wave radiated from Wang Ran's palm. In the next second, two large holes suddenly appeared in the courtyard wall, and the culprit soul beast that caused these two big holes was lying in front of Wang Ran in embarrassment. The two embarrassed figures are not bystanders, they are the snake Mao Duluo and the porcupine Duluo who sneaked into the Seven Treasure Glass sect before. The two of them didn't know whether they should say good or bad luck. Their goal was to look for Gian Renxiu, but they found it in the fourth place of investigation. Under normal circumstances, this luck cannot be said to be bad. After all, the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School is really too big. Even if the courtyard where Wang Ran lives is not 100, there are 80. In the absence of intelligence, it is not a simple matter to be able to find one's own target at the fourth exploration location. Unfortunately, this courtyard belongs to Wang Ran. The two are powerful title duo, but their power is only for ordinary people. Although Wang Ran is only a clone now, the Spurfish Duluo and Snake Mao Duluo are no different from ordinary people in front of him. At most, a little more energy is wasted. Therefore, even though Wang Ran didn't deliberately perceive the surrounding situation, he was still discovered by Wang Ran when the two were just getting close. Two title Duluo appeared outside the seventh courtyard, and they were not yet Bone Duluo and Sword Duluo. No matter how you look at it, how do you feel that the two have no good thoughts? Therefore, Wang Ran was not polite, and directly invited the two of them. At this time, the Snake Mao Duluo and the Porcupine Duluo were quite depressed. They didn't know what was going on, and they were immediately caught. Although Wang Ran didn't try his best, he didn't deliberately take care of the two. Therefore, under Wang Ran's slightly violent pleas, both title Duluo suffered internal injuries. Lying on the ground, both the Porcupine Duluo and the Snake Mao Duluo squirted blood, and then they asked for mercy without raising their heads. Senior, forgive me, we didn't mean to disturb you. Can't tolerate them not begging for mercy. Wang Ran's strength is beyond their imagination. Just now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Ran didn't make any effort at all. The snake grass and the porcupines as title Duluo can naturally be seen. Wang Ran, who couldn't do his best, dealt with both of them as if dealing with a little chicken. It was just a contact, and they were injured if they couldn't even resist. If this makes Wang Ran angry, wouldn't they lie down with all their strength? At this moment, the two were even wondering whether Wang Ran was stronger than the great worship Qian Daliu. But no matter how Wang Ran compares with Qian Daliu, Wang Ran is an existence they cannot afford. Hard Wang Ran, unyielding to the death. Hey, as a wise man, who is so tough? Therefore, the two of them agreed very carefully. As for the face, what is it and can it be eaten? Speaking of it, admit counsel to the strong, not ashamed. At this moment, Gian Renxiu was also stunned. Originally thought Wang Ran was unhappy with her hesitation or rejection, but it turned out that someone was watching. Even if someone spied, the person was still his own guard. This was not an ordinary guard, but the two title Duluo sent by Qian Daliu to protect her. As a result, as the two title Duluo, they now apologized to Wang Ran in such embarrassment. Gian Renxiu was still aware of the strength of the Porcupine Duluo and Snake Mao Duluo. Although all of them had just entered the title Duluo level not long ago, their strength was only level 91. However, the two of them were the 95th level title Duluo together, and they were both able to fight. But now, the two of them couldn't even resist in front of Wang Ran. Chapter 391. I do what this shows. It shows that I have made a mistake in my estimation of Wang Ran's strength. Gian Renxiu wouldn't be surprised if Wang Ran was fighting head, using his mighty mental power to crush Snake Mao Duluo and Pork Dolphin Duluo. But now, Wang Ran just stretched out his hand to subdue the two with his powerful strength. How could this be what a title Duluo who specializes in mental power could do? Is it possible that Wang Ran is also an extreme Duluo? No wonder he didn't have any awe for Grandpa Qian Daliu in his words. Both are extreme Duluo, no one is reasonable to respect the other. If this is the case, then the conclusion just now has to be revised. In Gian Renxiu's mind, one thought after another flashed quickly. However, this is not the time to talk about these. After all, the Porcupine Duluo and Snake Mao Duluo were also the guards given to her by the Qian Dao school, and they were Qian Dalia's true henchmen. Therefore, The most urgent matter is to explain the situation to Wang Ran and beg for mercy. Without hesitation, Qian Renxiu quickly opened her mouth and explained to Wang Ran, "Xia Mian, please atone for your sins. These two are my guards. They should be worried about me when sneaking into the 7 treasure glazed tile school." Hearing Qian Renxiu's voice, the snake Mao Duluo and the porcupine Duluo, who had been bowing their heads, also raised their heads in surprise. "Miss, why are you here?" From the beginning, because they were afraid of Wang Ran's hands, the two did not raise their heads at all, and they did not dare to release their mental power to perceive the surrounding situation. Therefore, the two of them didn't even know who was in this small courtyard. Suddenly discovering that my own lady is actually present, and she has something to do with this mysterious powerhouse, which made the nervous two people surprised and relieved. At the very least, his situation is much safer. Faced with the doubts of the Spurfish Duluo and Snake Mao Duluo, Qian Renxiu did not answer, but just said, "Two seniors, now is not the time to talk about this. I will tell you when I have a chance." After speaking, Qian Renxiu looked at Wang Ran again, waiting for his decision. At this time, Wang Ran also knew that the two fellows, Snake Mao Duluo and Siberian Dolphin Duluo, were Qian Renxiu's people. Therefore, Wang Ran did not embarrass them, and said directly, "In that case, you should get up first." Obtaining Wang Ran's order, the porcupine Duluo and the snake Mao Duluo were shocked, and quickly got up from the ground. At this time, the gate of the courtyard was also slapped from outside. There are many guards of the Kibao Yulizong, especially for guests like Wang Ran. Therefore, the sound just made has already alarmed the guards of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. Worried about something unexpected, they hurriedly used the fastest speed to ask, "Mian, you have nothing to do, right?" Hearing the sound of inquiry coming from outside the door, Wang Ran cast a faint glance at Snake Mao Duluo and Pork Dolphin Duluo. At this glance, the hairs of the two of them almost exploded. Wouldn't Wang Ran want to hand them over to the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Both of them couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, "Pench www.xbqg5200.me." However, Wang Ran didn't have this plan. After casting a glance at the two of them, Wang Ran calmly spoke to the people outside. "It's okay. When I first practiced, I accidentally made a movement." Hearing this, the guards of the doorman were also relieved. Fortunately, Wang Ran is fine. You must know that he is Ning Rong Rong's master. If there is any dissatisfaction, they will be punished. However, is the noise caused by this practice accidentally so loud? No wonder Ning Rong Rong can approve of his teacher. It is really extraordinary. The guards murmured in their hearts, but they didn't dare to ask more. After knowing that there was nothing wrong with Wang Ran, they hurriedly left. As for going in and checking, they don't have the guts. Why, people say it's okay, don't you believe it? Didn't see the sect master's wife and Emperor Danda coming. Do you have to ask for instructions before you can enter? After the guards of the Kibao Yulizong left, Wang Ran waved at the wall where the 2 large holes were broken. Suddenly, the broken stones directly blocked the 2 big holes, and then under the influence of Wang Ran's energy, they directly merged with the wall. The whole wall looks no different from before. This thing that the Naruto ninja can do on the Naruto plane, straightened the eyes of Qian Renxiu and the others. In addition to relying on the power of Yuhan, they have not seen anyone who can do such a thing out of thin air. Could it be that Wang Ran's martial soul is related to the earth element? A faint guess flashed in the hearts of several people. However, they also know that this is just a little thing that is not worth talking about now. Therefore, after Wang Ran repaired the wall, the Spurfish Duluo and Snake Mao Duluo quickly opened their mouths and thanked them. Thanks to the predecessors for helping. If the 7 treasure glazed glass sect finds out, I'm afraid there will be a fight. In response, Wang Ran waved indifferently. Although he has a close relationship with the 7 treasure glazed sect now, the Snake Mao Duluo and the Pork Dolphin Duluo are not here to target the 7 treasure glazed sect. There is no need to hand them over to Kibao Yulai because of this little matter. If by then, he really got involved and exposed Qian Renxiu, wouldn't he be too busy before? Okay, you two tell me what's going on. After waving his hand to expose the topic, Wang Ran asked directly. The Porcupine Duluo and Snake Mao Duluo glanced at Qian Renxiu, and then asked Qian Renxiu if she could tell. Facing the two people's question, Qian Renxiu nodded directly and said, "I already know my identity. There is nothing to conceal." Whatever you ask, the two seniors just answer directly. Hearing Qian Renxiu say this, Snake Mao Duluo and Pork Dolphin Duluo breathed a sigh of relief. They were also worried that if they needed to hide some secrets, Wang Ran would be unhappy. Now that Qian Renxiu has said so, there is nothing to worry about. Ask what to say, Don't worry about any secrets that need to be covered up. Without hesitation, he directly spoke out his willingness to sneak into the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect. After listening to the two, Wang Ran was also a little bit dumbfounded. After all, the culprit is myself. If he didn't leave Qian Renxiu behind, the Spurfish Duoluo and Snake Mao Duoluo would not sneak into the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect without any problems. Even if she hadn't accepted Ning Rong as a disciple, Qian Renxiu, who couldn't find the right time, would not start her actions so early. He shook his head helplessly, and Wang Ran had to let this matter go. Speaking to Qian Renxiu again, stop talking about it. What you want to say at the beginning, just say it again. I do. Chapter 392 Qian Renxiu Apprentice? Hearing Qian Renxiu's words, Wang Ran only felt two big question marks flashing in his mind. Yes, she is willing. What is she willing? But Snake Mao Duoluo and Pork Dolphin Duoluo, who heard Qian Renxiu's words, looked at Wang Ran and Qian Renxiu in horror. Originally Qian Renxiu showed his original face, and the two of them didn't think there was any problem. But now they don't think so. Qian Renxiu should have used Xking in the Kibao Glazed Glass sect, but now he has recovered to his original appearance. At the age of 11 or 12, he has developed very well in Duoluo continent. Now there is an 11-year-old girl, and she is still a rare beauty. Whether it is appearance or temperament, they are all chosen from a million. This kind of existence is enough to touch the heart of an old man. Could it be that Wang Ran fell in love with the young lady and asked her if she wanted it? And young lady, under the threat and intimidation of this powerful man, gave in? The Porcupine Duoluo and Snake Mao Duoluo speculated frantically in their hearts. In fact, at this time, the two had already determined this idea in their hearts. After all the evidence now points to their guess. Whether it was Wang Ran's willingness to protect them, or Qian Renxiu's appearance in Wang Ran's courtyard, it all faintly explained that Wang Ran definitely had an idea for Qian Renxiu. So at this moment, the two have made a determination to die. If Wang Ran forced Qian Renxiu, even if the two of them were to save their lives, they would also protect Qian Renxiu from threats. Thinking of this, the Porcupine Duoluo and Snake Mao Duoluo directly protected Qian Renxiu behind them, and said nervously, "Miss, don't worry. Even if the two of us sacrifice our old life, we will never let you be wronged." Seeing the appearance of Snake Mao Duoluo and Pork Dolphin Duoluo, Wang Ran was immediately speechless. What are all this? This has just helped you out, but in the end you regard him, Wang Ran, as the bully leader. Seeing Wang Ran's doubts, Qian Renxiu also realized that she had said something wrong. Wang Ran never said that he would accept himself as a disciple. It was just his own conjecture. As a result, there were too many things I was thinking about just now, and I didn't react to it for a while, so I just agreed. The behavior of Snake Lance Duoluo and Swordfish Duoluo made Qian Renxiu blush even more. Indeed, the three words she just said are too easy to make people think. Qian Renxiu, who reacted, quickly explained, "Oh, Senior Snake Lance, Senior Porcupine, you have misunderstood. I didn't accept the grievance. Things are not what you think." Hearing Qian Renxiu's words, the Spurfish Duoluo and Snake Lance Duoluo gave Qian Renxiu suspiciously, trying to determine if she was threatened. In case Qian Renxiu is not voluntary, they will definitely do it the first time. However, what Qian Renxiu said was the truth, so how could it be seen that there was a problem? Qian Renxiu nodded quickly, and then hurriedly said, "Of course, I didn't lie to the two seniors." After speaking, Qian Renxiu did not speak to the Snake Lance Duoluo and the Pork Dolphin Duoluo to explain, and quickly walked to Wang Ran. She wanted to explain to Wang Ran as soon as possible, so as not to cause Wang Ran's dissatisfaction because of the behavior of the Spurfish Duoluo and the Snake Lance Duoluo. Therefore, Qian Renxiu, who walked quickly to Wang Ran, forced her to explain. "Senior, what I mean is that I am willing to enter the academy to study. Of course, if you don't dislike it, I also hope to worship you as a teacher." Although Qian Renxiu was very mature, she blushed when she spoke. Don't get me wrong, it's not shy, it's simply embarrassment. Although he was forced to return to Yuan, he was not fake. Wang Ran saw Qian Renxiu's appearance and the meaning of her words, and guessed her previous thoughts. Unconsciously, watching Qian Renxiu's embarrassment, Wang Ran gave a soft smile. Hearing Wang Ran's laughter and seeing Wang Ran's eyes that seemed to see him through, Qian Renxiu's embarrassment became even worse, and his face became more ruddy. Fortunately, Wang Ran didn't tease Qian Renxiu about this, which eased Qian Renxiu's embarrassment a lot. After hearing what Qian Renxiu said, Wang Ran paused for a while and said, "Have you figured it out? It doesn't matter if you just enter the Tibetan Academy. However, if you want to worship me as a teacher, you who participated in the wrong apprenticeship ceremony should also know the rules. At that time, you will have no regrets. After listening to Wang Ran's words, Qian Renxiu nodded firmly, and then said, "Of course, since I have said it, I have naturally considered it." After Qian Renxiu finished speaking, Wang Ran didn't say anything yet. Snake Lance Duoluo and Pork Dolphin Duoluo whispered to Qian Renxiu, "Miss, you have to think about it. Although this person is very strong and worthy of being wooed, he still needs to be cautious when he apprentices. Moreover, you have some great worship instructions. There is no need to find yourself a master." Qian Renxiu just shook her head after hearing the words of the Spearfish Duoluo and Snake Lance Duoluo. Although the Snake Lance Duoluo and the Swordfish Duoluo knew that Wang Ran was very strong, they did not have enough intelligence to guess Wang Ran's specific strength. But she was different. Based on her own experience, Qian Renxiu had reason to suspect that Wang Ran was an extreme Duoluo. Even if it wasn't, he was still a peerless powerhouse above rank 9 Tice even, and he was the kind with very strong mental power. This kind of existence, even if it is not limit Duoluo now, will be able to break through to limit Duoluo sooner or later. An extreme Duoluo was already worth fighting for at any price in the Spirit Hall. Moreover, worshipping an extreme Duoluo as a teacher is also a great opportunity for Qian Renxiu. The Porcupine Duoluo and the Snake Lance Duoluo, seeing Qian Renxiu were too determined, couldn't say anything more. Qian Renxiu is a smart person. Although she is still young, she will never be impulsive in dealing with things. This, as Qian Dalia's confidant, was very clear when he watched Qian Renxiu grow up from a young age. Now that Qian Renxiu is doing this, she definitely has some plans of her own. Perhaps there are secrets that I don't know. Therefore, the two chose the default. Seeing that Qian Renxiu had made a decision, Wang Ran smiled happily. "Since you have already figured it out, I am naturally very happy to accept such a talented disciple like you." Qian Renxiu also breathed a sigh of relief when Wang Ran agreed. She was also worried that it was her own wishful thinking before, but Wang Ran also had this intention. From this point of view, although Wang Ran is strong, his personality is still a bit arrogant. Chapter 393 one level taller than your grandpa. Thinking of this, Qian Renxiu couldn't help laughing out loud. She felt that her newly worshipped master was unexpectedly cute. Wang Ran naturally didn't know Qian Renxiu's thoughts. He saw Qian Renxiu smile, and thought she was happy because she succeeded in apprenticeship. Uncontrollably, a hint of joy flashed in my heart. Unexpectedly, he didn't show all his strength and still had such a big charm. With a light cough, Wang Ran interrupted Qian Renxiu, who was snickering, and said, "Okay, don't be happy. Although I have decided to accept you as a disciple, your initiation ceremony should be simple." Just so. Although the two of them are not strong, but there is no way, let them be a testimony. But you are still king on the bright side. You want to let Emperor Xy know what the result is. You can decide for yourself. Following Wang Ran's words, Qian Renxiu put away the smile on her face and nodded seriously. And the Snake Spear Duoluo and the Porcupine Duoluo were also full of black lines. What does it mean that the two of them are not strong? Yes, they are indeed quite weak compared with Wang Ran. But they are also title Duoluo anyhow. They can disregard the title Duoluo of most spirit masters. There are only a few titled Duoluo in the entire Duoluo continent. What does Wang Ran's disgust and disdain in his tone mean? Don't take Wawatu as dry food, okay? And don't take the 91st level title Duoluo as a title Duoluo. However, the two of them just complained in their hearts. They didn't have the guts to say it. Nodding depressed, the Spearfish Duoluo and Snake Lance Duoluo happily took over the witness mission. It happened that there was still tea in the courtyard, and Wang Ran directly held Qian Renxiu's apprenticeship ceremony here. After the formal apprenticeship, Wang Ran told Qian Renxiu about the existence of Zhangman, and at the same time told her that he also had a named disciple. Finally, Wang Ran also formally taught Qian Renxiu the Taoism. Of course, because Qian Renxiu was already a spirit master, and her level was not low. Therefore, Wang Ran also taught Qian Renxiu several spells, all of which were in harmony with the attributes of Qian Renxiu's spirit. Of course, in Duoluo continent, it is more appropriate to call it a self-created spirit ability. After getting the Dao Fa, Qian Renxiu opened her mouth wide in surprise. With just a simple attempt, she was able to determine that her cultivation speed was faster than that. Moreover, the soul power cultivated through Taoism is much higher in quality than the soul power cultivated through meditation. In the long run, even an ordinary spirit master can rival the top genius of Duoluo continent. Even Qian Renxiu couldn't help but want to teach this cultivation method to her grandfather Qian Daliu. She believes that with this cultivation method, Qian Daliu is likely to take the last step. However, this idea only disappeared in an instant. Wang Ran has already said that this is the core cultivation method of Zhangman, and it is impossible to spread it outside. Moreover, even if he wanted to teach Qian Daliu, he was powerless. Because along with the cultivation method, there is an extremely powerful restriction. Although this prohibition would not harm Qian Renxiu, it would be impossible for Qian Renxiu to open the mouth and teach the others. Qian Renxiu said that he could understand this. After all, he had just worshipped the entry. If Wang Ran had no defense at all, I would have doubts in his heart. Even if she were Wang Ran, she might have to do it. And those spells also shocked Qian Renxiu. Because every spell is a powerful skill that can be used as the 9th spirit ability. Although because of her lack of strength, the power she used was definitely not as good as Title Duo's 9th spirit ability. But compared to ordinary spirit abilities, the power of these spells is beyond doubt. Moreover, these spells can be controlled by the output of soul power. As long as Qian Renxiu is willing to spend his blood, she can definitely burst out strength far beyond her own realm. With such a characteristic, I'm afraid that even the chaotic cloak hammer technique of the Clear Sky School, which is known as the world's first self-created spirit ability, can't match. Of course, the most important thing is that these spells and Qian Renxiu's fit are quite high. It seems to be tailor-made for her. Qian Renxiu wouldn't be foolish to think that Wang Ran only had these self-made spirit abilities. It was just that these self-created spirit abilities were most suitable for Qian Renxiu herself, so Wang Ran would pass them on to him. I'm afraid that these powerful self-created spirit abilities are just an inconspicuous corner of the Tibetan sect's background. After easing her heart, Qian Renxiu suddenly thought of a problem. The self who was only taught the tip of the iceberg. As long as he mastered these things, he could be much stronger than his previous self. So with such a cultivation method and so many powerful self-created spirit abilities, Wang Ran's strength has reached that point. At this moment, Qian Renxiu's heart was as if countless ants crawled over her body. Itchy curiosity was infinitely amplified. Qian Renxiu couldn't help but asked, "That my yan master, I want to ask you a question." Faced with Qian Renxiu's sudden change of words, Wang Ran didn't care. He just glanced at it a little, and said, "What question? Ask." Qian Renxiu did not hesitate, and said directly, "That is, Master, where is your strength?" Hearing that, the snake lance Duoluo and the pork dolphin Duoluo who had been waiting by the side also raised their ears. They also heard the things Wang Ran told Qian Renxiu about the Tibetan gate. Even the process by which Wang Ran taught Qian Renxiu Dao and several spells were in his eyes. However, because Wang Ran taught directly with spiritual power, it was impossible for the two of them to learn secretly. However, this does not affect their curiosity. After Qian Renxiu was taught those cultivation methods by Wang Ran, her expression was shocked, and shocked. Originally, they were curious about Wang Ran's strength because they had no resistance in Wang Ran's hands. Now because of Qian Renxiu's performance, he is even more curious. Therefore, as soon as Qian Renxiu asked a question, they pricked up their ears, wanting to hear the answer. Wang Ran naturally didn't care about the performance of the porcupine Duoluo and the snake lance Duoluo. After he heard Qian Renxiu's question, he didn't mean to hide it. However, you can't say it straight, or you will appear to be pretending to be B. Although this is the case, it cannot be seen by readers. So, after thinking about it briefly, Wang Ran answered directly, "My strength is one level higher than your grandpa." Chapter 394 Introduction to Li Ying. One level higher. Wang Ran's words undoubtedly set off a stormy sea. No one knows what strength Qian Daliu is better than Qian Renxiu, and the snake lance Duoluo and pork dolphin Duoluo enshrined in the hall of worship with Qian Daliu were naturally well aware. The 9 level title Duoluo was the absolute power ceiling of the entire continent. In addition to the legendary mansion, Qian Daliu is definitely the culmination of mankind. To put it bluntly, in front of Qian Daliu, Snake Lance Duoluo and Imperator Duoluo are no different from a waste. Starting from the 95th level, each level can be regarded as a great realm. It can be said that as long as Qian Daliu thinks, he can kill the two of the assassin Dolphin Duoluo and the Snake Lance Duoluo without losing his power. But now, Wang Ran actually said that his strength was one level higher than Qian Daliu. Isn't that the legendary divine residence? As for whether Wang Ran would lie to them, the three of them did not question because it was completely unnecessary. Snake Lance Duoluo and pork dolphin Duoluo would surely pass this news back to the spirit hall. According to Qian Daliu's personality, he would definitely come to look for Wang Ran after he heard the news. If Wang Ran deceived them, this lie would naturally be self-defeating. Therefore, a few people would naturally not think that Wang Ran would be so boring to deceive them with such inferior lies. At this moment, the eyes of the Spearfish Duoluo and Snake Lance Duoluo changed when they looked at Wang Ran. In addition to respect and fear, there is still a trace of awe. Qian Renxiu's expression changed even more directly. After all, he was still young, and he hadn't reached the state of mind of the Snake Lance Duoluo and the Swordfish Duoluo. At this time, her face was full of excitement. At first, I just thought that Wang Ran was an extreme Duoluo. Although it was also very happy, it was not irreplaceable. After all, Qian Daliu is also a limit Duoluo, and because of the baptism of gods, the martial arts configuration far exceeds that of ordinary people. Therefore, at the beginning of the apprenticeship, I was more concerned about winning Wang Ran. It's different now. Wang Ran is a divine residence. It's not the illusory existence in the legend, but a living divine residence walking on the mainland. Worshipping an extreme Duoluo as a teacher and worshipping a divine residence as a teacher are two completely different concepts. If Qian Renxiu was standing at the starting line at the beginning, he is already standing in the center of the track now, leading half of the others. In this situation, how can Qian Renxiu not be surprised and unhappy? Apprenticeship can be said to be the most fortunate thing in Qian Renxiu's life. Even if she grows into the top existence of the entire Duoluo plane in the future, she still firmly believes this. If she hesitated or even refused before, then she would completely embark on another road full of thorns and uncertain future. While Qian Renxiu, Spearfish Duoluo and Snake Lance Duoluo were still rejoicing and shocked, Wang Ran said softly, "Okay, don't inquire about the east here. Inquire about the west. Xiexu will stay in my small courtyard for the past 2 days, just to be able to practice together with Xiao. After 2 days, I will take him directly to Tanda City. You too, whether you return to the Martial Spirit Hall to report information, or go back to Tanqing to wait, decide for yourself. I will not keep you." Hearing Wang Ran's words, Qian Renxiu nodded obediently without any hesitation. As for the Snake Lance Duoluo and the Pork Dolphin Duoluo, Wang Ran pierced through their careful thoughts, revealing a touch of embarrassment. However, Wang Ran had already issued the eviction order, and they also understood that Wang Ran didn't care about this little thing, and left as soon as they knew it. As for Qian Renxiu's safety, they didn't worry at all. Just kidding. Where in the entire Duoluo continent would be safer than staying with Wang Ran? There is a divine residence to protect. I'm afraid that the power of the entire Duoluo continent will not be able to hurt Qian Renxiu. After the Porcupine Duoluo and Snake Lance Duoluo left, Wang Ran took a sip of still warm tea and said to Qian Renxiu, "It's getting late, just find an empty room to rest. Until tomorrow morning, I will start to guide you in your cultivation." When Wang Ran said this, Qian Renxiu did not refuse, so she went to find an empty room to rest. However, the twists and turns of today's experience made Qian Renxiu unable to feel sleepy at all. Lying on a strange bed, Qian Renxiu tossed and turned and couldn't sleep at all. What happened today is like a dream, so unreal. Not long after he assassinated the great prince who pretended to be the Tandu Empire, he was dragged by Emperor Xy to visit a top powerhouse. After being seen through, the strong man did not reveal her, and accepted her as a disciple. The point is that this top powerhouse is actually a living divine residence. All this made Qian Renxiu feel a burst of illusion. Lying on the bed, Qian Renxiu only felt that today was so unreal. She didn't fall asleep deeply until midnight. Fortunately, Qian Renxiu, who was a soul master, had good physical fitness and was able to maintain sufficient energy when she got up the next day. If you change to an ordinary person, you will definitely be depressed for a whole day. Early the next morning, Qian Renxiu met Li Ying under Wang Ran's introduction. At this time, Qian Renxiu had also resumed her disguise. Wang Ran also did not introduce her true identity, so in Li Ying's view, the new disciple Wang Ran received was the eldest Prince King of the Heavendu Empire. This identity made Li Ying a lot of restraint, but this restraint quickly faded, because Qian Renxiu pretended to be the Prince Tandu, but she was very kind to Li Ying. This is certainly related to Xing's gentle and generous personality, but also inseparable from the relationship with Li Ying, a disciple of Wang Ran. Of course, the reason for the complete disappearance of Li Ying's restraint was that Wang Ran officially accepted him as a disciple. It's not a registered one, but a formal apprenticeship. Although Wang Ran said that he would be tested for a period of time, it was also to prevent Li Ying from losing himself due to the change of identity. Said it is a test. In fact, it is more to run Li Ying's disposition. However, the contacts these days have also made Wang Ran see that Li Ying's character will never become arrogant and domineering because of his sudden rise in identity. Therefore, it is not a problem to accept him directly. After all, Now Wang Ran is not only the only disciple Ning Rongrong beside him, but also Qian Renxiu. If this goes on, a long time is not a good thing for Li Ying. The treatment is the same, but the identities of the named disciple and the direct disciple are different. Prolonged comparison might still make Li Ying feel a little bit inferior. Chapter 395 Fengzi. Let's get another one. This was not what Wang Ran wanted to see. He was trying to blend Li Ying's mind, not to destroy Li Ying. Therefore, it was logical that Wang Ran officially brought Li Ying into his sect. Li Ying, who was officially accepted as a disciple by Wang Ran, also came from his heart. He had already planned to be tested by Wang Ran for a few years. After all, he hadn't started cultivation at the best age and had no noble background. As a result, it was only a few days before Wang Ran officially let him get started. This made Li Ying's heart full of gratitude to Wang Ran. At the same time, because of the change of identity, Li Ying's heart is also full of confidence. However, this is also the confidence in my heart. On weekdays, Li Ying's requirements for himself have become stricter, and at the same time he has cultivated more seriously. Wang Ran treated him well, so naturally he didn't want to disappoint Wang Ran, and this can only be achieved through stricter requirements. For Li Ying's performance, Wang Ran used to take it in his heart. In this regard, he was even more satisfied with Li Ying. After staying in the Kibao Yulai sect for 5 or 6 days, Wang Ran was about to leave. In the past few days, he has been guiding the practice of Li Ying and Qian Renxiu. Of course, Ning Rongrong has been running to Wang Ran's courtyard for the past few days, bringing a lot of laughter and joy to this small courtyard. The entire senior level of the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect is happy to see the result. After all, after Ning Fengzi returned, he had already discussed Wang Ran's strength carefully with everyone. How could the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect refuse to be able to hold the thigh of a god's residence? Even if it hadn't been for fear of causing Wang Ran's displeasure, they had long asked Wang Ran to enroll their children in Wang Ran's school. What's more, they all want to recommend themselves to see if they can apprentice. On the day when Wang Ran was about to leave, Ning Rongrong cried and clamored to leave with Wang Ran. Regarding this, Wang Ran was very happy, not in vain that he was so kind to Ning Rongrong. As for the entire Kibao Yulai sect, apart from Ning Fengzi, he was also happy to comment on this scene. However, Ning Fengzi felt very uncomfortable. Although he knew that Wang Ran was very strong, he was still Ning Rongrong's master, and there was no problem with having a good relationship with him. However, Ning Rongrong is his little padded jacket. Now he felt that his little padded jacket was gone. However, Dandu City was not far from the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect. If you wanted to see Ning Rongrong, it wouldn't take long to get there. Thinking about this, Ning Fengzi felt better. Originally, Wang Ran didn't intend to leave with Ning Rongrong. After all, Ning Rongrong was still too young. Staying with him and staying at home had no effect on cultivation. However, seeing Ning Rongrong's pitiful little eyes, Wang Ran's heart softened and he left with her. Of course, when Ning Rongrong missed home, he would send Ning Rongrong back to life for a while. In other words, a 4-year-old child still needs the company of his parents and relatives. Wang Ran didn't want Ning Rongrong to lack fatherly and maternal love. Although she is her master, there are some feelings that cannot be replaced. When the group of 4 left the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect, the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect's senior officials came out to see them off. Originally, the Kibao Yulai sect was planning to send a few carriages to Wang Ran, but Wang Ran refused. I made some carriages along the way. Although it was comfortable, I missed all the scenic figures along the way. Wang Ran originally wanted to travel around the Duluo continent, but if he took a carriage, he would not put the cart before the horse. Besides, Wang Ran is not in a hurry. Even in a hurry, is there any carriage faster than him? Watching Wang Ran and the others leave, Ning Fengzi sighed helplessly. Seeing Ning Fengzi's appearance, X covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. After sharing the same bed for so many years, how could Xue Yu fail to see Ning Fengzi's thoughts? Fengzi, don't be depressed. Rongrong just followed her master out of the house, and it's not that he won't come back. Your Excellency Wang Ran also said that when Rongrong missed home, he sent her back to life for a while. Although she was comforting Ning Fengzi, Xue Yu's expression was full of jokes. Ning Fengzi didn't care about his wife's jokes, but said helplessly, of course I know this, but Rongrong is so old and it is the first time to leave home alone. I can't help but feel a little melancholy. Moreover, when Rongrong misses home, who knows how long to wait. When Ning Fengzi said this, Bone Duo, Jan Duo and others were speechless. At this moment, they thought of Ning Rong Rong's performance in the past few days. It's really like running to Wang Ran when there is nothing to do. It doesn't seem to be annoying at all. Staying with Wang Ran all day, I felt a little reluctant to think about it. Even the closest parents on weekdays, Bone Duo and Jian Duo, were all left behind by her. Under such circumstances, Ning Rong Rong would guess for a while. He really couldn't remember them. Thinking of this, the corners of the mouths of several people twitched. I really don't know how Wang Ran did it, so that Ning Rong Rong likes it. Is it possible that there really are child physiques in this world? That's the kind of physique that children are born to like. Several people couldn't help but think. If Wang Ran knew what a few people thought, they would definitely tell them aloud. Yes, absolutely. He has seen a living example. That is -1. Although it can't be said that the first side is so scary to make children close. But this guy is really incomprehensible. Except for the failure case of a certain pillar, no matter whose child comes to -1, as long as -1 spends some time, he will definitely become a fanatic. Even the undercover you sent over, this guy can instigate you. Unfortunately, Wang Ran didn't know the thoughts of several people. At this time Xue Yu, after a moment of silence, suddenly raised her head and said seriously, Fengzi, I think Rong Rong will definitely not spend too much time at home in the future, or we will have another one. Hearing Xue's words, Ning Fengzi's melancholy just disappeared. Although this is very reasonable, is this the place to talk about this kind of problem? How can you say this in the house with the door closed? Ning Fengzi is also the lord of the sect at any rate, and he is also a face-seeking person. He was embarrassed to talk about having children so openly. Okay. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Ning Fengzi subconsciously glanced at the high-level 7 treasure glazed glass sect around him. It was as if these people hadn't heard what Xue Yu said just now, looking at the sky, looking at the sky, looking at the ground. They just didn't look at Ning Fengzi and Xue Yu. With a straight look, Ning Fengzi quickly pressed down the embarrassment in his heart, coughing lightly and said, Ahem. Let's talk about this later. Chapter 396 Wang Ran's careful thinking. Xue Yu nodded inconspicuously to Ning Fengzi's words. Ning Fengzi saw Xue Yu opened her mouth, and wanted to say something the most, so she quickly said, Okay, everyone is gone, let's go back quickly, there are still a lot of things in the sect waiting for you to deal with. After finishing speaking, Ning Fengzi hurriedly walked towards the sect, and stayed longer. He was afraid that if Xue Yu said more tiger and wolf words, then he would be embarrassed. When everyone saw Ning Fengzi leaving in a hurry, they all looked at each other, but they didn't say anything, they just followed back. After Wang Ran left the Kibao Glazed Tile School with 3 disciples, he didn't waste much time. The distance between Kibao City and Tanda City is very close, and there is no scenery worthy of nostalgia on the road. Therefore, after walking out of Kibao City for a while, Wang Ran wrapped the 3 disciples with energy. In the next second, the 4 of them disappeared directly outside Kibao City. Seeing this scene, the guards and civilians outside Kibao City who had witnessed all of this opened their eyes in shock. Obviously there were 4 figures just now, but they disappeared in an instant. What a powerful soul master this is. He can do it. No wonder the entire Kibao City has been spreading this for a while, saying that the little princess of the Kibao Glazed Tile School has worshipped an incredible person as a teacher. Seeing it today, it really is. Naturally, Wang Ran and the others did not know the shock of these people. At this moment, they came outside of Heavenly City. The next moment they left Kibao City. Seeing the sudden transition in front of them, Qian Renxiu and Li Ying were still shocked. What's the difference between the speed of this hurrying and teleporting, and it's still teleporting at a super long distance? If this is put in battle, it is simply unsolvable. However, both of them knew Wang Ran's strength now, so although they were shocked, they could easily accept it. As for Ning Rong Rong, that didn't mean any shock at all. She just felt that the transfer from Kibao City to Heavenly City was very fun and exciting. If used to describe it, it's like riding a roller coaster. However, Ning Rong Rong and the others didn't know what a roller coaster was. However, this does not affect the excitement and pleasure they feel from it. It was like now, after standing firm, Ning Rong Rong directly pulled Wang Ran's arm, and said with excitement, Master, it was a lot of fun just now, let's play again. Okay. Being pulled by Ning Rong Rong's arm, Wang Ran looked at Ning Rong Rong dumbfounded. Qian Renxiu and Li Ying also looked at Ning Rong Rong dumbfounded. For this little elf ghost, they all like it from the bottom of their hearts. However, let Wang Ran take Ning Rong Rong to play, the 2 of them couldn't do it. Therefore, Qian Renxiu squatted halfway in front of Ning Rong Rong and said softly, Rong Rong, Master is very busy. Can we play again next time? Yes, Wrong, master still has something to do, let's wait for the next time to play. Li Ying also opened his mouth to respond. Hearing what the two said, Ning Rong pouted a little depressed. However, she is also a sensible child. When she heard Qian Renxiu and Li Ying say that Wang Ran still had something to do, although she felt a little depressed, she still said in a good manner, "Okay, Brother King and Brother Ying. Then let master do things first, and then play with Rong when you are free." Seeing Ning Rong's lovely appearance, Wang Ran couldn't help touching her head. Glancing at Qian Renxiu and Li Ying, a smile suddenly appeared on Wang Ran's face. Seeing Wang Ran's weird smile, Qian Renxiu and Li Ying shivered subconsciously. What happened? How do they feel that Wang Ran's smile is a bit ill-intentioned? Sure enough, their guess was correct. With a smile on his face, Wang Ran immediately said to Ning Rong, although master has something to do now, your brother King and brother Ying are fine. And they also have a lot of time on weekdays. Unfortunately, I taught them so many fun things that they didn't learn. Otherwise, they can play with you. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Ning Rong's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, Brother King and Brother Ying can also play with her. Although the master said that he had taught Brother King and Brother Ying, many of them did not learn. But they are very good, and they will definitely learn soon. Thinking of this, Ning Rong directly patted his little chest, and said with a vow, "Master, don't worry. Brother King and Brother Ying are so good, and you can learn the fun things you teach faster. Then they can play with me." Hearing Ning Rong's words, Wang Ran's smile became even greater, and he said again, "I also believe this is the case. If so, I will give Rong the task of supervising your cultivation by Brother King and Brother Yan. You should carefully supervise their cultivation, and strive to let them learn and understand as soon as possible, so that they can play with Rong. It is good." Regarding Wang Ran's words, Ning Rong didn't even think about it, so he agreed directly. Upon hearing this, Wang Ran looked at Qian Renxiu and Li Ying with a smile, and said, "King, Xiaoying, what do you think?" Qian Renxiu and Li Ying both opened their mouths, not knowing what to say. Look, what is Wang Ran doing? What does it mean to teach them something interesting? Yes, it is really interesting and powerful. However, that thing is not so difficult. It takes a lot of effort just to learn. Now Wang Ran actually allowed them to be able to play with Ning Rong, and let Ning Rong supervise them. Is this supervision? This is debt collection. They were sure that as long as they didn't learn it for a day, Ning Rong would follow them in a hurry. And from time to time, I looked at them pitifully and with tears in my eyes. Isn't this killing them? Originally, their daily training arrangements were very intensive, so that they would definitely have to play 12 minutes every day. Qian Renxiu is a little better. After all, her cultivation base is still strong, her soul power control is also good, and her cultivation will naturally be much faster. But Li Ying was dumbfounded. Now, he is only a 10th level spirit warrior, and he hasn't even obtained a martial spirit. Moreover, Wang Ran had no intention of letting him acquire a martial arts spirit, although he could still feel that he was getting stronger every day. But more of it was physical. Under this circumstance, it is as difficult as heaven to allow him to practice those difficult techniques. Chapter 397 The captain of the city guard, Zhang Ouah, draws people's hearts to Xking. Seeing Qian Renxiu and Li Ying hesitating, Wang Ran couldn't help but stared, and said with a somewhat joking expression, "Why, don't you want it? Or you don't want to play with Rong?" Hearing Wang Ran's words, Ning Rong's eyes were a little moist for an instant, and he looked at Qian Renxiu and Li Ying blankly, without saying a word, just staring like that. Being stared at by Ning Rong, Qian Renxiu and Li Ying's faces twitched. Especially Li Ying, at this time he has the desire to die. What is this called? This is forcing people to go to Liangshan. Seeing that Ning Rong was about to cry, Qian Renxiu hurriedly laughed and then said, "How is this possible? Rong supervises my cultivation. Of course I am willing. Besides, I also want to be able to play with Rong sooner." Hearing Qian Renxiu's words, Ning Rong's face suddenly showed a smile, and then looked at Li Ying. Li Ying was also helplessly covering his face when he saw it this way, and said with a certain fate, Rong, don't worry, I will definitely practice hard, and try to take you to play with you sooner." Hearing that both of them agreed, the tears in Ning Rong's eyes disappeared all at once, and then he said cheerfully, "It's great, I knew that Brother King and Brother Ying would definitely agree to me." Seeing Ning Rong's happy look, Qian Renxiu and Li Ying still smiled even though they could not tell. At this moment, a group of heavily armed soldiers ran over not far away, and the target was Wang Ran. It turned out that just when Wang Ran and the four of them arrived outside Tandu City, they had already attracted the attention of pedestrians. However, Judging from the way the four people dress and appear suddenly, they cannot be ordinary people at all. Therefore, those pedestrians who found the four did not dare to ask questions. However, being afraid to ask does not mean that they will not care. After spotting Wang Ran's four, those people rushed to the gate of the city and reported the situation to the soldiers guarding the city. Therefore, a team of well-equipped soldiers will come towards them. Seeing this scene, Li Ying, who just wanted to say something, directly suppressed his own words. Questions can be asked at any time. It is better to solve the immediate situation first. But Li Ying didn't worry about anything. After all, Qian Renxiu's current status is the Prince of the Heavendu Empire, the future Emperor of Heavendu. Within a few seconds, the group of soldiers arrived in front of Wang Ran. As Wang Ran appeared before them, all the soldiers put on a defensive posture. At this moment, a man with significantly better equipment came out of the team. You don't need to guess. This guy is the captain of this group of soldiers. Sure enough, the man looked at Wang Ran and said solemnly, I am the captain of the 1st Brigade of the 7th Army of the Skydo City Guards. I received a report that there were suspicious people here. Now, please give up resisting and accept the examination with peace of mind. With that, the man walked directly towards Wang Ran. However, Wang Ran's identity has not yet been determined, and he does not know whether it is in danger. Therefore, his eyes are full of vigilance, and his body has been in a tight turn. As long as Wang Ran and others make any resistance, he will choose to do it the first time. However, just as the man was walking towards Wang Ran, a humming sound suddenly sounded. Presumptuous, don't step back quickly. Naturally, Qian Renxiu said this sentence, or she said it as King is. Hearing Qian Renxiu's words, the man was obviously taken aback. Stopping, following the direction of the voice, the man looked directly at Qian Renxiu. To be honest, Qian Renxiu felt a little familiar when he came just now, but he didn't think of anything for a while. After all, King is the eldest prince of the Dandu Empire, and he usually stays in the palace. The guards of the city, except for the few big brothers at the top, are basically impossible to contact. King. The man had only seen King from a distance, and had no clear impression at all. What's more, Lianxing www.lcds.info. What's more, how could the Prince of the Heavendu Empire appear alone outside of Heavendu City? Therefore, although the man thought Qian Renxiu's appearance was a bit familiar, he didn't remember who she was. In the confusion, the man directly wrinkled, and asked Qian Renxiu seriously, who are you? Why do you stop my routine inspection? Qian Renxiu was not angry when asked by the man. It's just the captain of a city guard. It's normal not to know the young King. After all, before King had come into contact with state politics, he still stayed in the palace to practice and study. Therefore, Qian Renxiu didn't say much nonsense, and just threw a token toward the man. Seeing the token thrown by Qian Renxiu, the man frowned and subconsciously caught it. A casual glance, only this glance directly changed the man's face. The token is not a side, it is the prince token that represents the prince. King is also the prince. The captain of the city guard finally remembered where he had seen King's appearance. Wasn't it the boy behind Emperor Xy when he accompanied his boss to the palace to report on the work of the city guard? It's just that King was smaller and more immature in appearance. Without a trace of hesitation, the man directly knelt in front of Qian Renxiu, subordinate Zhang to see His Royal Highness, and hope that His Highness will forgive him. Zhang is very uncomfortable now. He usually doesn't have a chance to see His Royal Highness, but now that he finally saw him, he still left such a bad impression. His Royal Highness, such a big figure, he didn't even recognize him. I didn't recognize them, and I personally led the team to search them. This is really playing a lantern in the toilet, looking for death. You know, after receiving the report, you shouldn't personally lead the team. Now I only hope that His Royal Highness won't be the kind of little bleat character, otherwise, his own future may be ruined. Just when Zhang was in a state of anxiety, Qian Renxiu glanced at Wang Ran. Feeling Qian Renxiu's gaze, Wang Ran knew that she was asking whether she cared or not. How could Wang Ran care about this kind of thing? Shaking his head, Wang Ran directly signaled Qian Renxiu to deal with it by herself. Upon seeing this, Qian Renxiu also showed a generous smile on her face, personally helped Zhang up, and then said, "What's the crime of Captain Zhang? The head of the palace lives in the East Palace. It is normal for Captain Zhang not to know the palace." Thinking of the opposite, the Empire is in need of a conscientious person like Captain Zhang. Heavendu City has your guardianship, so this palace can rest assured. Only Father can rest assured, and the thousands of people in Heavendu City can rest assured. Chapter 398. Enter the palace being supported by Qian Renxiu himself, and hearing Qian Renxiu's gentle voice again, Jang said in his heart that he was not moved that it was fake. This is the Prince of the Heavendu Empire. How can he not be heartwarming because he can treat him like this? His Royal Highness, your words are serious. This is just the job of your subordinates. Now Jang his face is full of emotion, and his voice is full of fear. Gyan Renxu nodded irresponsibly, and then said, although it is your job, there are not many people who can do their job well. Indeed, although it is called the two empires of the Du-Luo continent together with the Xing-Luo Empire. But compared with the Star-Luo Empire, the inside of the Heaven-Du Empire is indeed much more rotten. Therefore, what Gyan Renxu said is also true. However, even so, Jang was still very moved. This is completely brought about by status. If an ordinary person praises him, he will definitely not feel anything. Your Highness is serious. Are you going back to Tandu City? I will you back. Jang is a person who knows how to advance and retreat. It is already a great honor for Gyan Renxu to tell him so much. If you continue to talk about this topic, it will inevitably make Gyan Renxu's impression of him greatly diminished. Therefore, he didn't continue to delay Gyan Renxu's time. He just spoke. Gyan Renxu laughed softly when she heard this, and said directly, then trouble Captain Jang. After I go back, I will definitely tell my father that there are outstanding talents like you in the empire. Hearing this, Jang became excited in an instant. He knew that he was hugging his thigh this time, and he was still the kind that could reach the sky. Although from now on he has also been branded with the Prince faction, but for him, this is a great blessing. Excited, Jang directly expressed his willingness to serve the prince. After speaking, Jang directly arranged his men to protect Wang Ran and his party in the middle. Regarding Jang his performance, Gyan Renxu nodded in satisfaction. Although it was more of a win-win move just now, Jang is really good. At the very least, the brain is very easy to use, and you can continue to draw in later. However, that's all for the future. After Jang arranged the arrangements, Gyan Renxu directly said to Wang Ran, Master, let's set off. I believe that the Emperor will be very happy if he knows that you are here. Hearing Gyan Renxu's words, Wang Ran nodded gently, and walked directly in the direction of Tandu City. Upon seeing this, Gyan Renxu and several people hurriedly followed. As for Jang and other soldiers who did not know Wang Ran's identity, they all looked at Wang Ran in surprise. They had already guessed Wang Ran's identity in their hearts. After all, among the group of four, Wang Ran was clearly the leader. To be able to let His Royal Highness follow him, his status must be very high. But they never expected that Wang Ran would be Gyan Renxu's master. However, because of their low status, they didn't dare to think more, and quickly followed a few people, escorting the four of Wang Ran, heading towards Tandu City. With Jang his escort, Wang Ran and the others quickly entered Heavendu City. There was even no admission inquiry. Of course, it wasn't that Jang worked for personal gain, but Gyan Renxu's identity was placed here. Why, I can still suspect that His Royal Highness is a spy. After entering Tandu City, Jang did not follow the four because he still had to defend the city and did not dare to leave his post without authorization. The four of them didn't care about this. Under the leadership of Gyan Renxu, the four of them walked toward the Imperial Palace while wandering around in Duxing on this day. As the capital of the Heavendu Empire, Heavendu City is undoubtedly the first city of the Heavendu Empire. Not only is the city huge, but it is also more prosperous than other cities. Even the Seven Treasure City where the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect is located is somewhat different from Heavendu City. Wang Ran and Gyan Renxu were okay. They were not shocked by this bustling scene. After all, one who has more knowledge and one is used to it. But Ning Rongrong and Li Ying are different. Because of his age, Ning Rongrong likes this bustling city very much. So as soon as they entered Tandu City, they dragged Wang Ran and the others to run around. And Li Ying was completely shocked by the prosperity of Heavendu City. Although his hometown, Heavenly Sword City, is also a heavy city, he also stayed in Kibao City for a while. But in terms of liveliness and prosperity, Tandu City is even worse. The novel things around have already made Li Ying, a little guy who hasn't gone out much, look dazzled. With two excited disciples, Wang Ran slowly walked towards the inner city palace of Heavendu City. After a short period of effort, the four people walked to the vicinity of the palace. From a distance, Wang Ran and the four saw the towering exterior wall of the palace. By the time the four came outside the palace, someone had already been waiting here. When the four of Wang Ran arrived, the servants waiting here quickly knelt down and said, The slaves and maids paid respect to His Royal Highness and several adults. Your Majesty has been waiting for a long time. He also invited His Royal Highness and several adults to come with the slaves. Wang Ran was not surprised that Xue sent someone to greet him early. If Xue couldn't receive news about the trivial matter of the prince entering the city, then he wouldn't be able to become the emperor of a big empire. So seeing this scene, Wang Ran nodded slightly, and then said, "I'm tired, please lead the way." Hearing that, those servants quickly got up and walked towards the palace with Wang Ran and others. The guards of the palace had also received the news a long time ago, so they didn't intercept Wang Ran at all and let them go directly. Following behind the people, Wang Ran slowly looked at the layout and structure of the Heavendu Palace. I have to say that as one of the two empires, the Heavendu Empire, the palace is still very spectacular. Although due to the limitations of the times, the structure of the palace is somewhat simple. But both the materials and the craftsmanship are not bad. After turning left and right for a long time, Wang Ran and the others came to the outside of the palace. As soon as he arrived, Xue walked out of the palace directly. As he walked, he laughed and said, "My Anxia is finally here, but it makes me wait." Seeing Xue's enthusiasm, even though he knew that he was looking at his own strength, Wang Ran still responded with a smile. "Your Majesty is polite. Let your Majesty wait for a long time, and please forgive me more." After Wang Ran finished speaking, Qian Renxiu and the others also took a step forward, paying respects to Xue. "My son King, pay respect to his father." Li Ying Ning Rong Rong, "See your Majesty." "No gift, no gift." Xue waved to the three of them and said. Chapter 399 Wang Ran's picture name. After speaking, Emperor Xue directly invited Wang Ran and said, "I didn't wait long for what was said under my an. Let's stop standing outside and talk in the house." After speaking, Xue made an invitation gesture to Wang Ran. Wang Ran gave Xue a deep look. As expected to be an emperor, the level of speaking is different. If ordinary people came, it is estimated that if Xue said this, a feeling of embarrassment would definitely arise. Unfortunately, this person is Wang Ran. I want to make him embarrassed by this little trick. So let's give up. Therefore, Wang Ran didn't say anything, and walked into the hall with three disciples. Xue didn't care. After Wang Ran and the others entered, they also returned to the palace. In the hall, Emperor Xue and Wang Ran talked a lot. When it came to the affairs of the country and the people of the Li people, Xue asked Wang Ran a lot of questions, completely unprepared. Wang Ran didn't hide it, and gave Xue many suggestions. Originally Xue only wanted to use this to open up the topic, but the more she talked, the more shocked she got. Even if Wang Ran's cultivation level is high and profound, he is so proficient in the handling of national affairs. Therefore, the more I asked Xue, the more invested he became, and he even forgot about asking about Qian Renxiu's situation at the beginning. After more than an hour, Ning Rong Rong yawned boringly. Upon seeing this, Wang Ran gave a helpless smile. He has only seen a lot of things about those countries, just casually speaking. As a result, Xue still cast in, pulling him to ask endlessly. This question has passed so long. Wang Ran twisted his neck, then said, "Your Majesty, it's too early. I have to go to the newly built academy. I wonder if I can send someone to take me to see it." Hearing Wang Ran's words, Xue also recovered from the input of the conversation just now. With an embarrassing laugh, Xue said, "Haha, I was abrupt, and delayed the crown so long. Well, don't send anyone anymore. I personally take the crown and go down to see the college built." After that, Xue stood up directly, taking Wang Ran and preparing to go out. Upon seeing this, Wang Ran quickly said, "Your Majesty doesn't need to, just find someone to take me over. I believe that your Majesty also has many questions to ask King, so I won't waste your time." Hearing Wang Ran's words, Xue laughed, but did not refuse, and said directly, "Indeed, I have some questions I want to ask King." That being the case, come here, take the crown to the newly built academy. Hearing what Xue said, Wang Ran chuckled lightly, and said to Qian Renxiu, "King, you should accompany your father first, and I will take Xiaoying and Rong Rong to the academy first." "Yes, master." Qian Renxiu quickly agreed. Wang Ran didn't stay too much, and left with Li Ying and Ning Rong Rong. After Wang Ran walked away completely, Xue quickly asked Qian Renxiu, "King, do you already worship Wang Ran as your teacher?" Qian Renxiu felt uncomfortable when she heard that after Xue had left Wang Ran, she didn't even have a respect for him. However, her current identity is King, and she must focus on Xue and Standu Empire. Therefore, Qian Renxiu's unhappiness did not show up, but calmly answered, "That's right, father. The next day you left, I will apprentice your teacher. Hearing Qian Renxiu's words, a smile suddenly appeared on Xuai's face. The success of Xing's apprenticeship was a great thing for the Heavendu Empire. Although Wang Ran is not a member of the royal family, he is at least in touch now. As long as there is contact, there will be a lot more room for operation in the future. Thinking of this, Xi said directly, King, now that you have worshipped Wang Ran as your teacher, you must maintain your relationship with him. Don't worry, father, I understand. Qian Renxiu quickly replied. Hearing Qian Renxiu's answer, Xi nodded in satisfaction, and then asked, tell my father, how did you apprentice your teacher? Hearing this, Qian Renxiu did not hesitate, and said directly, father, it's like this. After you left that day, my master first probed my talents, and then asked me some views on the country. For those questions, I answered honestly. Master was very satisfied with my answer, saying that if I could become an emperor in the future, I would definitely be a good emperor, which would be a good thing for the people of Dandu. Therefore, my master decided to accept me as a disciple. The reason was that Qian Renxiu had already thought about it, and she had also asked Wang Ran. Although it is very simple, but in some cases, simplicity is normal. Sure enough, after hearing what Qian Renxiu said, Xi frowned first, and then smiled soon after. After a satisfied glance at Qian Renxiu, Xi said, if I'm not wrong, the questions Wang Ran asked you must be about the relationship between civilians and officials or the royal family. Qian Renxiu showed a shocked expression when she heard Xi's words. Of course, most of this shock was pretend, and the rest was for Wang Ran, because Xi's answer had already been expected by Wang Ran. With a shocked expression, Qian Renxiu asked Zhao Xi, pretending to be surprised, how did you know the father? The question my master asked me at the time was, if I were the emperor, how should I solve the current plight of civilian life and the corruption and luxury of officials? Seeing Qian Renxiu's shocked appearance, Xi showed a complacent look, and said to Qian Renxiu with some pride, King, it's actually not difficult to guess this question. Wang Ran is very ambitious. Of course, he is not an ambition for power and desire, but an ambition for clarity. Accept you as a disciple, if you do not meet his expectations, but your talent is not good. But if you meet or exceed his expectations and become a holy emperor, then his credit is indelible. It is such a great reputation to be able to cultivate a holy emperor. But this is good, at least he will not interfere too much in empire affairs through you, and will try to train you. Xi is very confident. In his opinion, a person who can refuse to become the emperor of a country is definitely not a person with strong desires for power. And Wang Ran's current behaviors, whether it is building an academy or cultivating Xing, have proved that he wants a title. That's why he said so confidently. However, Qian Renxiu sneered disdainfully when she heard Xi's vowed words. Wang Ran's picture name. Chapter 400. Covering an area of mountain. If this object was changed to another person, maybe Qian Renxiu would believe it. But Wang Ran, let it go. Wang Ran is a real divine residence. If he wants a name, he will naturally have countless reputations as long as he shows his strength in a small amount. However, although Qian Renxiu's heart was very disdainful of Xi's words, she did not refute. After all, she was meant to fool Xi. Therefore, after hearing what Xi said, Qian Renxiu's face showed the same expression. Then he said, it turned out to be so. I understand, father. Hearing what Qian Renxiu said, Xi laughed twice, and said with some relief, King, you can understand, but Wang Ran is indeed a worthy person, so you are bound to maintain your relationship with him in the future. However, your own strength is the truth, and your own practice must not fall behind. I believe that with Wang Ran's training, you will go further. Hearing this, Qian Renxiu nodded seriously. Seeing this, Xi continued to speak. Okay, don't stay with me for too long. Go to Wang Ran early, so you can't let him think that our royal family is slack. As soon as Qian Renxiu heard this, she long ago didn't want to stay in front of Xi, so she just left. Seeing Qian Renxiu's leaving figure, Xi's eyes were full of satisfaction and expectation. The Heavendu Empire had been weak for a long time, and even the surrounding principalities were somewhat disobedient. Although he is the emperor of Heavendu, his difficulties are really not small at all. However, now Xing has revealed a bright future. I believe that when Xing grows up, Tandu Empire will really rise. However, how did Xi know that his eldest son, whom he had high hopes for, had already been replaced by a civet cat? At the same time, Wang Ran and others followed the palace guards who led them to the outskirts of Heavendu City. As the Tandu City gate appeared in front of everyone, Li Ying asked curiously, Master, where is the college you are going to build? It's going to be out of the city soon. Upon hearing this question, Wang Ran just shook his head gently. The college was built by Xy, and Wang Ran did not deliberately release his mental power to search, so Wang Ran didn't know where the college was built. The guards who led them knew exactly this. Therefore, the guard smiled and explained to the three, "Several sirs, the college that your majesty built for you is because it covers a huge area and time is tight. Therefore, a small hill was opened directly outside Tandu city to build the college. You know, in our entire Tandu Empire, only the Tandu Imperial Academy has this treatment. However, because the time is too short, although there are a large number of soul masters, but now it is only the construction of the overall framework. The various mimicry cultivation environments have not yet started." Upon hearing the guard's explanation, Wang Ran couldn't help but admire Xy's courage. Before he knew Qian Renxu's apprenticeship, he was still willing to pay for it. If Qian Renxu or Xing did not apprentice a teacher, then the Heavendu Empire would undoubtedly have a sense of adversity. I have to say that Xy can really be called a hero. It's just a pity, Xy's luck is really not so good, and Yu Hundian is eyeing her. Otherwise, with his governance, coupled with an excellent next generation, maybe the Heavendu Empire can really overtake a corner. Shaking his head, Wang Ran threw the thought out of his head, and then said, "It's really troublesome for your majesty, but I don't worry about the mimicry cultivation environment or something. When the time comes, I can solve it by myself." Hearing Wang Ran's words, the guard just nodded undeniably. Without saying anything, he took a few people out of Heavendu City. The college Xy built for Zhangman, although it was outside of Tandu City. However, strictly speaking, it was still within the envelope of Heavendu City. Therefore, the distance from Tandu City is not too far. In addition, the guard was also a soul master with a strong cultivation base, so a few people quickly called to the hill where the academy was. Looking at the mountain range in front of him, Li Ying asked with some uncertainty, "Shiwaizu, wouldn't it be this hill you said?" Hearing Li Ying's question, the guard surnamed Zhu sent by Emperor Xy nodded as a matter of course, and then said, "Yes, this is the new college ordered by your majesty." Seeing the look of the guard's surnamed Zhu, Li Ying couldn't help being a little speechless. It was because he felt that his knowledge was broad enough, but he was still suppressed by the pride of the Heavendu Empire. This is still a hill, this is almost as big as a small town. Okay, what do you mean by the way you take it for granted? Could it be possible that Li Ying is a legendary villager, who doesn't understand the boldness of the city people? Compared to Li Ying's surprise, Wang Ran and Ning Rongrong didn't have any special thoughts. One is young and doesn't care at all, the other is really knowledgeable. Just a mountain range as an academy, he used an island as a sect before. Touched Li Ying's head and soothed him. Wang Ran looked at the surrounding environment a bit. Although not top-notch, it's not bad. Nodded in satisfaction, Wang Ran directly said, "Not bad, let's go up and take a look." After speaking, Wang Ran hugged Ning Rongrong and walked directly towards the mountains. Upon seeing this, Zhu Shiwai quickly followed. When he reached the middle of the mountain, Wang Ran had already seen the front entrance of the academy, and at the same time, some people who looked at him were busy constantly improving the academy. Because of the huge area, the gate of the college is also very large for cultivation. However, there is still a blank above the gate, without any signs. Shiwaizu stood behind Wang Ran and softly explained, "My lord, because you didn't tell your majesty the name of the academy before, there was no carving on the gate. What your majesty meant is to decide for yourself when you come." Upon hearing this, Wang Ran waved his hand gently, looking at the huge stone pillars erected in front of him, and a huge stone stele on top of those pillars. Although no patterns have been carved yet, there is still an atmosphere coming from it. It is better to say that it is a gate than the face of an academy. After all, the academy built on the mountain does not make much sense whether there is a gate or not. After touching his chin, Wang Ran only thought for a while, and stretched out his palm towards the stone pillar and stele.